Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. And today, we have a big event here to talk about. A widespread severe weather outbreak that will be ongoing here on Wednesday, May the 26th, 2021. What's up, everyone? Thanks for coming out to the stream here today. We do indeed have a moderate risk. A 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right here. It is located in southern parts of Nebraska, northwestern parts of Kansas, and a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale is not exactly the best case scenario. Same shirt, same as this morning. I've been wearing it all today, so might as well. But a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale has been issued near McCook and Colby. So if you live over in that general vicinity, I highly advise that you stay tuned all the way throughout the video so that you may be up to date with all the stuff here live. But just to dissect it for you all, because it's not just, the plains that are getting impacted. We also have the Northeast, yes, including me. I will get severe weather for once. This year, finally, I get some severe weather. And there's actually some thunderstorms off to my west right now. If I can actually connect my phone to my alternate account, I might be able to actually stream for you all what all I'm looking at. And so we'll have to see as this continues to move on through. If you guys allow me to have some extra time to do that, then we can, we'll see. But just to dissect for you all, the green is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The orange is the 3 out of 5, and the red is the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Big time severe weather, as I said, happening over in the Central Plains. But let's take a look at the parameters here. First, we're going to take a look at our hail. The Northeast, it's not really that big of an issue here, but the Central Plains, my goodness, you have a lot of colors there. And so the 5% is indicative of a brown area. So the brown area is a 5%. The yellow area is a 15%. The red area is a 30%. And the pink area is a 45% chance. And so if you guys live within the pink here, you guys need to go ahead and really batten down the hatches and bring everything indoors to some sort of shelter, because there is a high chance, a 45% chance, or even any other area, whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 1-inch size hail or larger. With the additional risk of this black circle here with dotted lines, you also have a 10% chance or greater probability of seeing 2-inch size hail or larger. 2-inch size hail. By the way, there's already storms that formed this morning. Yeah, that went ahead and produced tennis ball size hail. That's 2.5-inch size hail already today. And that wasn't even the main event. So, what in the world? It's just, the stuff that happened early this morning really kind of just fired off on all cylinders. And really, that might be the kind of opening in the, unforeseen, risk, and maybe a omen to what could be happening later on tonight. I hope not, but it's still the chance within that. Now let's take a look at our wind probability here. We have our massive 15%, which is here in the Northeast as well as the Mid-Atlantic. So 5% brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, and 45 is the pink. And so whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 58 mile per hour wind gusts or above within 25 miles of a point. And that in itself can topple trees and power lines and stuff like that. But to make matters worse, because there's always a worse in severe weather, it may not be every single day, but there is always a worse in severe weather. And in this case, it is our hatched risk here. This black circle with dotted lines, that is a significant risk for high wind and upwards of hurricane force. And so a 45% chance of wind for 58 miles per hour with on top of the 10% chance or greater of seeing 74 mile per hour winds within 25 miles of a point. That is just pretty insane there. So Really something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And then, last but not least, if you guys watched my video this morning, then you guys might have had a little abrupt edit of where I was pretty much panicking over the fact that we had a 15% chance for tornadoes here today. And that is exactly what we have. We have a 15% chance for tornadoes here indicated in the red. 2% green, 5% brown, 10% in the yellow for whatever reason. Because, you know, if you look back at the other risks, it's always 15% yellow. So why is 10% yellow and 15 red? I don't know. But you know what? I don't question it anymore. I just let them do their own thing. And so whatever probability you have, whether it's 2, 5, 10, or 15, that is your probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a point. But we also have our significant risk here. And if a sig risk for hail meant 2 inches in diameter, and the sig risk for wind meant hurricane force wind, hurricane force winds, then a sig tor must mean significant tornadoes. And that's exactly what we can see here. We can see EF2 tornadoes or above, a 10% chance or greater of seeing EF2 tornadoes or above here today. And so that is definitely something we got to watch out for as this heads off into the evening here. Now let's take a look at the satellite here real quickly. And I find it pretty interesting because here's the cell that I was talking about earlier. There's another cell that's forming off here near Hayes. We actually have a live camera off in towards Hayes, so we can actually take a look at that sky cam if we really need to. But you can see we got some showers and thunderstorms already firing off across the main risk area, and that is something that we'll have to watch out for later on this evening. But the main risk here for right now, surprisingly, is not in the plains. It is in the Northeast, and the Northeast right now is actually having a grand old time. I am not gonna lie. I got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here to talk about. If my radar would allow me to load here, I'd be able to move on through. I might have to just use Radar Omega, which is fine because Radar Omega I can actually look at tornado warnings in Canada, which is pretty cool. So I'll be up to date with all the warnings in Canada. But we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. We'll move from west to east here. So here's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for, this has a tornado possible on it. So this is for Cattaraugus and Chautauqua counties. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail with a tornado possible tag on it. So there is the chance for a tornado within this storm. I actually am curious about it, so I'm going to move one of my radars over to it. I'm going to use the Buffalo radar here, and we're going to allow that to filter in, and as soon as that's ready, then we'll be able to get into the specifics with that storm. So Jamestown, areas along Interstate 86, highly advise you all to seek shelter as that continues to move on through. Then we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've actually had reports of wind damage here near Oneida Castle. This is a law enforcement reported of trees down on East Grove Street. And so this has been producing a lot of strong gusty winds here across the board along Interstate 90, as well as near the Adirondacks. So we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. This one right here is for Oneida, Madison, Cortland, and Chenango counties. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And so if you live anywhere near Utica, as well as south of that, along Highway 8, highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. Then if you move off to the north, we also have another severe thunderstorm warning here for Hamilton, Warren, and Herkimer counties. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that. No tornado possible, luckily, but we do have the threat for some strong damaging winds here with these storms. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Now let's take a look at the storm here with the tornado possible for Buffalo. It's offline. Of course it's offline. There we go. Downloading the data. And Give me 2 seconds. Someone played the Jeopardy theme song in the background. I'll take this time right now to self-promote. If you haven't already, please be sure to like the live stream. Liking the live stream gets me onto more people's recommended feeds so we can get the word out more effectively. And that would be greatly appreciated. Also, share this with friends and family and on social media as well as on Facebook and Twitter. That is also greatly appreciated. It's all about getting the word out here. And so we're trying to protect as many people as possible. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning that has the tornado possible. It has a little bit of an appendage here near Lakewood, Frewsburg, as well as I believe that's Jamestown. And so there is a little bit of an appendage here of a hook echo, something that we're going to have to monitor. The rotation here, if we take a look at the velocities, the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds or grays are moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And there is a little bit of rotation, not all too significant at the moment, but there is still something right within there. And so we definitely have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through towards the east, especially along an interstate like Interstate 86. Actually got a new severe thunderstorm warning here, so that's kind of interesting. That storm just blew up near me. Do I think the risk could be upgraded to a high? I do not. I do not. Let's see if I can log out here. And then we're going to log in as my alt account here. And it's already starting to get cloudy outside, which means the thunderstorms have actually blown up near my house. So I actually want to see if I can get my alt and show you these thunderstorms here as this moves on through. So if you guys would give me 2 seconds, I can actually, I don't think I can. Oh yeah, I can. What am I doing? Discord. Give me a second. Yeah, give me a second. All right. Almost done here. And I'm in. Perfect. Okay. I am going to call my alternate account. Or actually, I'm going to instead call. There we go. All right, I muted myself over there. Mute myself on that too. That would have been bad, wouldn't it? All right, let's go to actually let's go full screen here. That's fine. Show my camera. There we go. All right, might be able to see it here. Yes, I can. Oh boy. Mistakes were made, chat. Mistakes were definitely made. Okay. So we're going to move this over here. All right, so you guys can see me. I'm having a whale of a time. It's pretty nice. I look pretty grangy. I'm not gonna lie. Look pretty rough. That's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted either. Where the heck is it? There it is. Perfect. So now I'll put that over here to the side. Fix this up. And there we go. Okay. So now I'm going to go outside here real quickly. I'm going to show you all what I mean by all of this. So this is the thunderstorms that are approaching Chambersburg. I do not live in Chambersburg. I live near there, but I don't live in Chambersburg. Okay. I also cannot see. Mistakes might have been made.
All right. There we go. So I'm walking out, and here's the storm that I'm talking about. You can see how the clouds on the side builds up here. Not too much actually to look at. A little bit of rain off to the north and west. We got another storm that's developing to my south and west over there. Winds are actually not that bad. There's my weather station that you guys got me, which I really do appreciate it. But got a lot of flow heading in. You can see how the trees are bending towards the storm. And so it's definitely sucking in moisture into the actual storm. I can't really call it a supercell. It doesn't exactly inhibit supercell characteristics. But it's definitely sucking in inflow. It's definitely a little muggy-ish. I mean, it's not like 70-degree dew points, but it's still pretty interesting, especially since I don't experience this stuff. But you can see out in front of this, you know, there's some clouds that are kind of fluffy, fluffy-ish, I should say, but it's relatively clear out in front of it. But you can see back over here, you can even see back behind the main line of convection, it's pretty clear as well. So it's just this band that's really kind of the main interest here. But this is definitely an interesting cell. I can see that there's a little bit of channeling in the moisture with this storm. You guys might not be able to see it all too well, but right within here, it's a lot of these flat clouds with the updraft holding it in place and the moisture heading into the storm. And so we have some action, might have some hail off of that storm. I know there is a 2% chance for tornadoes, but I don't really foresee this to be too tornadic. Not that I'm disappointed or anything, you know, I'm glad to get severe weather anyways, but it's definitely a volatile environment here. Not a lot of cape, a lot of wind shear though. And that's exactly what you need in the Northeast. I do like the look of that cell over here. You can see how, I'm not sure how well defined it is on video, but you can see how the actual cloud comes down along the right side, and then it has a pretty low base. Not exactly too low. These actually are pretty high base storms, but it still is showing that characteristic of how the storm more or less is kind of isolated. And so there's definitely something happening in the atmosphere with this. I mean, look at the cloud tops above us. I'm not sure if you're able to see that because of the sun, but it's pretty, it's towering, it's blowing up, it's expanding into the atmosphere. And this is definitely the environment to do it. I mean, it's not, you know, the best environment in the world, but it's still not half bad, especially for the Northeast. You know, we rarely get this stuff. So, alrighty.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that. And, geez, my eyes now have to adjust to the light because my room is super dark. Room is super dark. Alright, let's get back to the action here. But yeah, this is the cell I'm talking about. It actually has a 7% chance of producing some severe hail, so that's pretty interesting. There's more storms that are forming. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning while I was out investigating the storms and stuff like that. the new severe thunderstorm warning for Juanita, Snyder County, and Perry County. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, pretty interesting to say the least with that complex. By the way, I know I just did like the camera over to the side. I want to let people know here that I also will be doing that. Doing the live stream and chasing footage for whatever happens in the Northeast. If there isn't any other severe weather that's happening in the United States, I'll be able to live stream me storm chasing, as well as for hurricanes, I'll go hurricane chasing, and actually, I'll try and get hit by the eye. My plan for this year is to actually get into the eye of a hurricane if I can, but I'll really have to see. I really have to see with my schedule as to how everything will work. But other than that, I definitely think that I will be active in storm chasing here. Do I think that cell will strengthen as it goes east? You live south of Harrisburg. Well, yes, but it's going to be heading north of Harrisburg. So it'll be heading across I-81, more or less. 81 instead of 78. Well, it'll be paralleling 78 at that point. But it'll be heading off north of Harrisburg. So, that is interesting. Interesting. Let's do that. Now, I just gotta pull up a couple of radars here. But yeah, these storms are really starting to fire up across the Northeast. We've got a lot of damaging winds that are moving on through. This is the threat for today, mainly a straight line wind event. I know I have a couple friends that'll be chasing in the Northeast. They live up there. And so there's really a lot of activity there, to say the least, to project for you all. I'll actually move a radar over to State College. And then I'll move a radar over to, let's say, we need a lot more radars here, I'm not going to lie. Let's do Albany. And then I think I have a Binghamton one. I can move that back once the line moves on through. And then I can cover Radar Omega. I can cover the other radars with Radar Omega for right now. Yeah, I think that should be fine. But yeah, that is pretty fun. What about the I-95 corridor? It depends upon where you live in the I-95 corridor. If you're like up into the extreme parts of New England, then you guys may not be impacted as much later on in the evening. But if you guys are like, say, along, near the Hudson River by like, say, 100 miles, 100 miles-ish, then you guys might see some pretty significant wind gusts. Maybe the chance for tornadoes. My friend is chasing over here somewhere in Connecticut, Massachusetts. So they'll definitely have something, but they're definitely, thrashing about, if you will. Someone told me to check the Haze Skycam. And I know there's a cell that's around there. So, yeah, there's the Haze Skycam right there. And look at that. Yeah, there's the Haze Skycam. So, yeah, this is not, it's not just in the Northeast as well. We are covering the Central Plains. There is a moderate risk, or a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here, for the Central Plains, specifically in the northwestern parts of Kansas and southwestern parts of Nebraska. And so if you live in those areas, I highly advise you all to stay tuned to the live stream. You can also help me out by liking the live stream and sharing it with friends and family and on social media, like on Facebook and Twitter. If we can do that more and more, then we'll be able to get the word out a lot more efficiently and try and help people here today, especially with how volatile the atmosphere is over there. But yeah, that's the Haze Skycam. Just by me looking at it, you definitely have what appears to be a lowering right within here. You got a lot of windmills over to the side, so don't confuse that as tornadoes. But we definitely have a low-hanging base here. I'm not sure if this is a wall cloud per se. It might be, but it's pretty pretty low to the ground here. And if the camera actually would move over to the side, I might be able to see it a whole lot better. I'm not actually sure what direction this is moving, and it's in a kind of a dead zone for radar. So let's actually get another GR2 analyst radar up here. We're not afraid of crashing our computers here today, are we? What I will do is I will mute my phone. I'm not going to take calls from that, and I'm going to charge my phone so that way if I ever need to go outside again, I can. So we're going to go take a look at the warnings, and we're going to go to Kansas here. And yeah, there's the cell that's really knocking on the door of haze. It's looking up pretty high up into the atmosphere, but there isn't really too much to see off of it besides that. So it is what it is. A lot of you guys are asking about tomorrow. It seems how there's not really too much that's happening. I will talk about tomorrow here real quickly for the people who want to know, because today is not the only day of massive severe weather. Actually, I'm going to turn on my fan here, because I know it's going to get hot in my room. I know it will. So I'm going to do double fan. Double fan here. It'll sound annoying, but hey, I need to survive at this point. So today's not the only day of significant severe weather. We also have tomorrow, and a massive 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here has been issued across portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and northwestern parts of Arkansas. This could potentially go moderate if the I just saw a bug fly through. I guess that's the fault of having your window open. You could have a moderate risk right within here. I would anticipate it to be somewhere along the lines of somewhere in here, maybe 4 tornadoes. But definitely some damaging winds as this moves on through. Hail, obviously pretty significant hail. You can see it's more or less localized over Kansas and Oklahoma as well as Texas. A lot more CAPE or convective available potential energy over there, which is just basically the warm air rising and the cold air sinking in the atmosphere. So the displacement between the two can indicate how much energy there is in the atmosphere. And there's a lot of it over there, I'll say that much. So that's the reason why it's a 30% significant risk in that general area for hail. For wind, however, this is a much larger risk. As I said, 5 in the brown, 15 in the yellow, 30 in the red. That is your risks or your probabilities for having damaging winds of 58 mile per hour winds or larger within a 25-mile radius. And so definitely some activity here across the board, some widespread damaging winds. Also have a significant risk here for hurricane force winds, a 10% chance or greater of seeing 74 mile per hour wind gusts or above. And so there's definitely the threat for some damaging winds here as it continues to head into tomorrow. And this will obviously be updated. I'll have most likely, if I'm not live streaming all the way throughout the evening tonight, all the way into tomorrow morning, I will most likely have a video up for you guys tomorrow morning to be more up to date onto tomorrow's activity. But regardless, we still have a pretty big risk here for severe weather, and I will be live streaming. So if you guys want to come back tomorrow, feel free to do so. I will be covering the tomorrow's risk in total, as well as the severe weather analysis. Last but not least, here's the tornado risk, and it is a pretty large 5%, a pretty large 2%, and a very localized 10% here. You can see the 10% chance for tornadoes located basically near Tulsa. Tulsa, Broken Arrow, Joplin's in it. That's very familiar to most of us here in the weather community. And so that general vicinity, you guys have a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. I am fully expecting them to sig it by tonight's outlook at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central from the Storm Prediction Center. And so we really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But big risk for severe weather tomorrow, big risk for severe weather today, and a multi-severe weather outbreak, maybe even a tornado outbreak. It probably will be a tornado outbreak that will be ongoing here on this channel. So stay tuned for that as this continues to move on through. Now, a lot of you guys are saying rotation, stuff like that, yada yada, so we might as well take a look at it. We have a supercell that's forming off to the north. We also have another supercell that's forming right off near me. But let's take a look at this cell here. And yeah, this actually does have a little bit of rotation. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for a lot of counties, actually. This is going to be difficult to pronounce, isn't it? Of course it is. It always is. Let's start from the bottom, work our way top. Lebanon, Perry, Snyder, Juanita, Dauphin, Northumberland, and Schuylkill County in Pennsylvania. This is the only county that I cannot pronounce in my state. The only county. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. Doesn't have a tornado possible on it, but it definitely has a bit of rotation with it. And so we're going to have to watch out for it, but we have a lot of strong gusty winds that are surging within that storm. So unless if it wraps around, then we'll have to find out as this moves on through. But yeah, we got quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings here. Pennsylvania, New York. And we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas as well, and we will continue to be watching this as this unfolds later on tonight. A part of me wants to go outside and check the storm again. What is that? Why? Why do these storms exist? Why? Do they want to torture me here? By the way, this just reinforces, though it's Schuylkill for the pronouncing it, mainly my source on that is a Canadian, so seems legit. Yeah, I told you all that I don't really get a whole lot of stuff. This cell just went to the north of me. This is fun. This is great. Absolutely love it. You know, this just my luck is perfect right now. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. Now I want to check here real quickly. Radar settings. Wait, display settings. This does not make any sense. Hold up. Yeah, this really does not make a whole lot of sense. Canada. There we go. So it's on. It's just there aren't any warnings here for Canada at the moment. Interesting. Will Matt be in Kansas today and out tomorrow as well? Well, Matt today won't be, he won't be out in Kansas today. He will be in northern Oklahoma tomorrow. Tomorrow he will. And so we'll have to see as to whether or not he gets some footage for us. He hasn't officially signed a contract with Live Storms Media yet. But if he hasn't yet, then he's welcome to come back onto the channel, and he'll get some good footage for us because there's supposed to be the chance for tornadoes right within that area. And yes, we do have a storm chaser that hangs around with us. He's shown us tornadoes on stream before. and he's even intercepted 2 of them on stream before. But yeah, let's that's a wall cloud there. So this is already reported as a wall cloud for haze. So let's actually take a look back at this this sky cam here. Not exactly sure if the sky cam is up to date. It's not exactly yeah, it's not looking at the wall cloud more or less. I wish it could move. But the wall cloud would be somewhere over here. And it's obviously not there. So fun. I'm going to make this a separate screen here. That way I may be able to just intertwine between all sorts of different pages. But there is a lot of thunderstorms that are already starting to form on through here. There might be even some storms that are starting to kick off near Goodland as well. And when these thunderstorms start to blow up, that's when you'll start to see the risk really start to amplify, especially into the latter stages of the evening. We're not exactly at the peak of intensity yet, but we typically cover the beginning, and as it moves on through, you know, we watch out for it as it, you know, gathers strength, loses strength, stuff like that. We all gotta hear. Let's see. We have a chance for severe thunderstorms in Virginia. How's it looking for Manassas area for today? You guys are doing all right. Could be better, could be worse. But you guys do have the general risk for some severe storms, and there actually is some storms that could be heading on through into your general area within the next couple of hours. So I would just be advised for that. It doesn't seem to be like extremely significant, but you definitely could see some severe storms that move on through. All right, I'm gonna go outside here, and I'm going to. That's not it. There we go. All right, I'm gonna show you all what we got out here. So another view of the storms in south central PA. So yes, we do radar coverage, and if we ever storm chase, which I'm not storm chasing today because obviously we have a moderate risk, and I got to cover more than just one area. And so if it was all just for the Northeast, you know, I would be chasing 100%. But as of right now, it's not it. That's not the move. Let me just turn up the brightness on my phone here so I can see perfect. And what the hell? What just happened? I'm in a severe thunderstorm warning? Oh, no, wait. The storm north of me is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't scare me like that. Sheesh.
Don't scare me like that. Sheesh. All right. Might have another view of the storms here. I might. I don't know. It's another side of the property. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Look at those cumulus towers right there. That's some big time cumulus clouds blowing up in my backyard. Big time storms. Definitely hail producers. Wouldn't say it would be large hail. Probably size of pennies, maybe even nickels. You could get up to quarters. You could, but that's some big time cumulus clouds right there. And I was talking about earlier, I was muted earlier, but there was also some cumulus towers developing off to the west of me. So I might get another line of showers that can move on through, maybe even severe storms. But yeah, some pretty nice cumulus clouds over here, and some really robust. Yeah, it's really robust for the most part. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, we're gonna go back in.
And we exist. But yeah, that was some pretty big cumulus towers there, right around near my house. What the? Why? A new severe thunderstorm watch.
The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 206.
206.
Until 10 p.m. This watch includes the following counties in Maryland: Allegheny, Carroll, Frederick.
Oh, this is Maryland and Virginia.
Counties in Virginia: Clark, Fauquier, Frederick, Loudoun, Page, Shenandoah, and Warren. In the
Yeah.
Virginia independent city of Winchester. In the following
Where's my innermost area? Outside.
Berkeley, Hampshire.
I'd go chase it. True facts.
Mineral and Morgan. Remember,
Alright, that's cool and all. So yeah, we got some big time storms that are moving on through. And we got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Actually, might as well get my headphones here. Might as well. Hook that up here for me. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm watch for places of Maryland, Virginia, and I'm assuming the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Unless if they're already in one, then that's understandable. But the new severe thunderstorm watch, actually, go to the watch overview. And there it is. Yeah, it's for the, it's basically for the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, western Maryland, well, actually much of Maryland, northern Virginia, all the way over into Delaware, eastern Pennsylvania, as well as New Jersey. That is the severe weather threat that'll be moving on through your area. Check haze, people say. This is the haze sky cam. Let's check over to the haze storm, and that is definitely hooking. That is already hooking right there, 100%. So we already have a nice little tornadic system, nice little tornadic storm that might be trying to form, but the only thing about it is that it's not in the best environment to do so. I'm looking at all sorts of stuff to try and help me here, but the environment that it is in has not really good wind shear whatsoever. So I guess it's more or less just an inflow to where it ingests hail, and that'll be a hail producer that'll move on through. We've had some $half sized hail that is reported with this storm. But as I said, the main threat will not exist until later on tonight. Later on tonight is when the big storms will start to fire off, more or less. And that's when things can really start to push on through. Refresh the camera. Oh, crap. Well, that's nice. They actually moved the camera for me. Well, there we go. Yeah, thanks, chat. What the? that's a wall cloud. That's a rotating wall cloud. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that wall cloud, chat. Winchester. All I needed to hear. So, yeah, look at that wall cloud right here, chat. Rotating right within here. A lot of scud rising in the atmosphere. This is definitely a cell that we're going to want to watch out for here in Haze. Yeah, that is a big time storm right there. So, all the more reason why we need to get the word out. As I said, share this with friends and family and on social media. Share it on Facebook, share this on Twitter, share the live stream. Also, be sure to like the live stream so that we can get onto more people's recommended pages. So that way we can get the word out a lot more effectively. Because it's all about warning people here. And it's not just, it's not just me living here in the Northeast that's going to get impacted. It's also places here near Kansas as well. I mean, look at this. That's a big time wall cloud right here with some rising scud in it. Actually, the wall cloud looks more like this. There we go. So that's the wall cloud. You can see that you have all the rain here cooped up in the back. Rain-free base under the actual storm. And right here is where I'd be watching for something tornadic. Right within there. A lot of people are telling me to check Discord. A lot of people are telling me to check Discord. Definitely looked like it was doing something. I will say that much. Tornado watch is soon possible. New MCD said that there could be something here. But yeah, we got a couple of rising scud here with maybe some funnels that have been dancing and swirling around. And yeah, here's your wall cloud right here. This counterclockwise rotation, more or less, is where the actual tornadic rotation is going to be. Let's actually go half and half here. We're going to go half and half. And we're going to put this up as a... we're going to put this up as a... as an extension here. So give me a second. Streamlabs, Chrome. Radar Omega, why not? There we go. And I'm trying to find it here. Can't exactly find the picture. Put it up. There it is. Perfect. There's the picture. Let's go full to the radar. And so here is your here's your tornadic system. What? Stop! What's the severe warning for? Give me a second. This is in Hays, Kansas here, this storm, the live feed that you can see above me. Hagerstown? Oh, wow. So Jefferson, Charlestown, Washington County, which is Hagerstown, Frederick, areas near Leesburg. You're in a new severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely stay indoors there. But yeah, here's the storm here as it approaches Hays. You can see it has a pretty nice hook echo with this inflow coming in and impeded. So right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so this camera is currently in Hays right here, and it is looking directly at the mesocyclone as it rotates, as it continues to move on through. And so if you guys live within here in Hays, I'd highly advise you all to take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's just my personal opinion. I think this probably could go tornado warned here pretty soon. Yeah, the wind shear is amplifying itself more and more, and even the velocities. That's a bit more of a concern. The reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right about here. And if we change it back to the reflectivity, it's right in the hook. And so there is definitely something here with this storm, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. 3-inch size hail is possible with this. So a VDS has been issued, a very dangerous storm severe thunderstorm warning has been issued with the chance for a tornado on top of this. And there actually has been a report of a tornado with this, a brief touchdown with a funnel. And so there is definitely this storm is definitely starting to kind of ramp up a bit. Let's go back full to the Skycam. And there's a pretty large wall cloud here that is in haze. Definitely seems to be heading south of haze, more or less. So that is the good news. That is indeed the good news there. But regardless, still something interesting to say the least. But I definitely see a wall cloud within there. Maybe a funnel or two that has been really kind of moving on about. People are telling me to refresh the feed. It looks the same. But yeah, it's a pretty gnarly wall cloud here. If I were new to this and I would be telling you where to look for, I would say look around right within here. This is right where the wall cloud most likely would be, and right within this general vicinity is where I could anticipate where the general tornado could eventually form. And so one of those things to where as this moves on about, it could try and restructure itself. It seems to be a little bit elevated, if you will, you know, compared to what we were looking at before, into how the wall cloud was really low to the ground, more or less. Now it's kind of flattened itself out with these other clouds around it. And so there's still definitely a wall cloud. I mean, you can see the lip here of the wall cloud from one side, and that's definitely, you know, a part of it, but it was a lot lower to the ground than this. And so not exactly all too concerning as of this moment. What is concerning, I will say, is the risk for severe weather. And today specifically, there is a pretty large chance for severe weather. I'm going to be talking about this quite frequently, you know, about the risk for severe weather as this continues to move along, because I know there's a lot of people who are new to the channel and they may want to know what all is happening. And so we will switch over here, just a quick switch. We have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here today in the Central Plains. We also have a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in the Northeast. I just so happen to live in the Northeast, so if you hear a lot of these alarms in the background, that's just the National Weather Service alerting me that there's a severe thunderstorm warning from my weather radio. But the green is the 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The red is not the red. The orange is a 3 out of 5, and the red is a 4 out of 5. So wherever you live, that is your chance, or, well, that is your severity of severe weather within your general vicinity. And so I highly advise, especially if you live here in the enhanced risk, the orange, or the red, the moderate risk, I would highly advise that you guys stay with the channel here all the way throughout the evening, because the potential for some damaging hail, large hail, and upwards of baseball size, maybe even softball size is possible. Damaging wind gusts above hurricane force winds is possible, as well as some violent long track tornadoes here today. Definitely is possible. Speaking of parameters, we're going to take a look at our hail parameter here. 5% indicated in brown, 15 in yellow, 30% is in red, and 45 is in pink. So whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 1-inch size hail or larger within a 25-mile radius. You also have this significant severe risk here indicated in this kind of, you know, black circle with dotted lines in the middle, checkered board a bit. Right within there, that is your significant severe risk, or your hatched risk that I like to call. And so that is an indicator that you have a 10% chance or greater probability of seeing significant hail in upwards of 2 inches in diameter or larger within a 25-mile radius. And the energy, there's enough energy here today, enough instability for thunderstorms to be able to produce these strong supercells that can dump some large amounts of hail within this overall general vicinity. So really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Now, if we take a look at our wind risk, 5% in brown, as I said, 15 is yellow, 30 is red, 45 is pink. So whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 58 mile per hour wind gusts or above within a 25-mile radius. And so there is definitely something here for some damaging winds in northern Kansas, southern Nebraska. But you also have this hatched risk, again, the significant risk for severe winds. That is a 10% chance or greater probability of you seeing hurricane force winds or 74-mile-per-hour winds or greater within a 25-mile radius. That is some very strong winds that will easily topple trees and power lines. If you have any sort of valuables outdoors, whether it's cars, whether it's pets, whether you're outdoors, get into a sturdy structure, because on the hail and wind alone, this could easily topple trees and power lines. It could even do damage to valuables outdoors. And so it's all about protecting life and property here, and you really want to go ahead and bring those things into a sturdy structure. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty, the thing that people want to know the most, and that is the tornado risk. And there is a big tornado risk here. First off, there is a 2% chance here in the Northeast, so a small but non-zero chance for tornadoes. So definitely something to keep in mind with that. Then you also here have a risk for tornadoes across the board in this general vicinity. 2% indicated in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow, and 15% in red. Whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within 25-mile radius. And then the SIG risk here, the hatched risk, is an indicator of EF2 tornadoes or greater. Now, people are saying that there is a funnel here in Hays. I looked at the sky cam, and then we've been seeing a lot of funnels here throughout the entire day, but I don't see anything as of right now. You might see something. Well, we're looking for anywhere within this general vicinity, and I know it's a pretty wide base, but that is actually your wall cloud right within this area. It's just, actually there might be a little bit of a lowering right within here as well, so you might get something within here too. Yeah, I would definitely watch out for that as that continues to move on through. This actually might be your mesocyclone as this one moves on through, and that might be your wall cloud right there, a smaller wall cloud with a little bit of something in that wall cloud, but I don't see anything. We're too far away from the radar, and so we can't really do a whole lot from this. But this is still definitely a good view here in Hays, and it's definitely something that we're going to have to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. But a lot of rain over to the side that is on the core of the storm, a lot of the hail that's right within this general vicinity, and there's definitely a lot of rotation here on the southern side of the storm. That is where you can see your tornado. And so we'll keep an eye on that as that continues to move on through 100%. I appreciate all the people who have been subscribing here today. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do live analysis on the severe weather anytime it does get bad. And so today is one of them. Today is indeed one of them. And tomorrow is one of them as well. So if you want to stick around, please be sure to subscribe, as well as turn on notifications if you want to stay up to date with all my content. I upload videos in the morning to update everyone as to what the weather could be for your area, more or less. I'm trying to include a little bit of Canada if there is severe weather for them, but I also do hurricane coverage as well whenever we get into tropical season. So if you want to stay tuned for that, if you want videos, if you want live streams like this, please be sure to turn on notifications and like the live stream as well if you do enjoy the content that we are providing here. I feel like I can self-promote now before things get bad. So yeah, the wall cloud does look like it's starting to consolidate a bit more. It definitely looks a whole lot better. I'm actually hoping that this rain doesn't block out our view before anything else happens, because I definitely think there could be something that will happen all the way throughout here. Definitely could be something. I'm gonna move this there a little bit. Copy, and whenever we switch our screen over to the side, then we'll be able to have it. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting live camera footage here in Hays, and we're definitely going to want to keep in mind with this as this moves on through 100%. I don't know why I got pinged in here, but okay. Let's go check on the Northeast here. Let's go check on the Northeast. There's quite a few severe thunderstorms here. Quite a few. Actually, let me check Radar Omega to see if there's any severe storms Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Quebec. So we'll talk about that there in a second for people who might be living up in the central parts of Quebec. But we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here. So let's go from the south and work our way north. Severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Shenandoah, Frederick, Warren, and the city of Winchester. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. Nothing really too significant off, well, for any other of the parameters here. But Stevens City, Winchester, down to Strasburg, as well as I-66, anywhere down to Front Royal, and heading further and further towards DC. You guys should definitely monitor that for some strong damaging winds, especially as this goes over Interstate 81. Then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Jefferson, this is for Loudoun, this is for Frederick, and for Washington counties. And I believe I got that correct. They added Clark County here in Virginia. So this little spot right here, this had to be part of Clark County. Of course it had. But that'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Damaging winds and some, not really a lot of hail. So more or less a damaging wind threat if you live over here. So Frederick further along, Brunswick, Lovettsville. This is going to be more or less north of Leesburg. I think it should stay north of Leesburg here, but you definitely could see some more storms that could fire on through your general vicinity later on this evening. So don't feel like Northern Virginia, you're completely out of the risk, because you're not. You still got some more activity later on tonight. Then we also have some more severe thunderstorms here. Some more severe thunderstorms here in central Pennsylvania. And so here is a severe thunderstorm warning for, this will be Cumberland and Perry counties. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail with that. So if you guys live near Carlisle, anywhere basically along the turnpike, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure. Even for Harrisburg, if you know anyone who lives near the state capital of Pennsylvania, either tell them to get indoors or share this live stream with them. That way they may be able to know that the severe weather is going to be impacting their general vicinity. But more or less, the severe thunderstorm that is heading off towards Harrisburg, and that could definitely produce some damaging winds and even some spotty hail. Let us see. Now, if we head a bit further to the north, there's another severe thunderstorm warning here. And this is for Schuylkill, Northumberland, Dauphin, and Lebanon counties. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. Not really a lot of hail, not really a lot of things that could be tornadic. So if you guys live over there, you guys definitely need to monitor that storm, especially if you live along 81. 81 near Tremont and Pine Grove, heading further towards Pottsville, you guys might get some action. But otherwise, other areas near US Highway 209, you guys could be getting some severe storms. And if you live near Elizabethville, I should say, all the way over to Tremont, you guys should definitely get into a sturdy structure. Now, we were going to talk about this other severe thunderstorm warning, but it got canceled. So we're going to take a look at another one, which is a bit further north and heading towards Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. So a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. This is for Luzerne County. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, here's the interesting thing about this storm. This is ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right here. So ping pong ball sized hail will be heading off towards Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. And if you guys live over there, this will be heading off into your general vicinity in about, I would say, a half an hour. So at 3:30, that's when you guys will start to see the hail as it starts to move on through. If you know anyone who lives here, as I said, highly recommend telling them to get indoors or share this live stream with them. That way they may be able to see this stuff as this moves on through, and I may be able to help them as this continues to move on through. Then we also have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one up here. I'm going to go to Albany. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right here for, this will be Herkimer County in New York. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so not too long before it expires. But this one has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. If you live over here, highly advise you all to get indoors. So basically anyone along Interstate 90 going down towards Albany, as well as people along Interstate 88 going towards Albany, I'd highly advise you all to go ahead and get indoors. Now we're going to talk about real quickly the severe thunderstorm warning here north of Pittsburgh. This is near the I-79 and the I-80 corridor. This is actually a little bit further north of that, near the town of Franklin, but a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here for Mercer County. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible with that one. And then last but not least, for the Northeast, we have a severe thunderstorm warning up here. This is in Quebec, so a little bit further about, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here issued by the Environment Canada Corporation. There's still a fly that's moving on through. But this does have the potential of producing strong wind gusts and pea to dime sized hail, so I'm assuming this will be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a pea to dime sized hail. So if you guys live over here, highly advise that you guys go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. If you're near Chibougamau and or Chibougamau, something like that, however that way is pronounced, I highly advise you all to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure because there is a severe storm that's moving on through your general vicinity. There could be some more storms that'll be moving on through towards Ottawa, Montreal, and Quebec. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I highly advise them to stay tuned to the channel. But as for right now, things are kind of sitting about and not really doing too much. All right, let's take a look at the severe storm. The only severe storm here in Kansas at the moment. It's had multiple reports of wall clouds. It even has a bounded weak ecoregion with a little bit of rotation here near Antonio. Actually, we're going to go half and half on this screen so that we can actually show what it currently looks like outside of haze. But there is definitely a storm here that could try and be tornadic. You can see there's one rotation right within here. I'm assuming this is actually the main rotation that's rain wrapped now. There's also another little bit. I don't really think this is a rotation, more or less. So I'd have to see how the last few scans have transpired. And I don't think that's that at all. There's a new storm that just straight up formed. And so the actual rotation has became rain-wrapped. Might be starting to die out a bit unless if these storms clear out. But we definitely have some severe storms that will be moving on through haze. And if you guys live over here, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors. Because this has produced tennis ball, or this is warned for tennis ball sized hail. I'm not sure if it's actually produced tennis ball sized hail, but it definitely has the capability of doing so. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery here real quickly. We'll let this go on through. And yeah, this cell continues to be rather prominent, isn't it? I mean, this thing is just kind of fired off across the board. And so, more or less, got some pretty gnarly footage here of this storm as it continues to move on through. And definitely something that if you live near Hays or if you live anywhere in Kansas, you have to be mindful of, because this is something very similar that you can see here for today. Real quickly, I do want to go to the current watches here. We're gonna go to watch 206. My goodness. Literally anything and anywhere. I gotta see what all I gotta put in here. So, Western Connecticut. Should I just put in Connecticut? Is Connecticut already in here? Yeah, Western Connecticut's already there. So Western Connecticut. Delaware, is Delaware in there? I don't think Delaware is in there. I think we have to put in Delaware. So let's put in Delaware. Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, yeah, right now I'm updating the bottom graphic. That's what I'm doing at the moment. Northern Virginia. Do we already have Northern Virginia here or no? No, we have Northern West Virginia. We need Northern Virginia. There we go. All right, I think I have it all set up here for you all. I think I have it all set up. And boom. So the only thing about the webcam at the top is that it's really not showing too much. You can see there's a lot of rain, and we're slowly starting to veer more and more out of it. But I'm going to leave it at the top right hand of the stream here as this continues to move on through. But we're going to go over to this storm here near Hayes, and we're going to see what's up with this. This still does have some general rotation. Still does. But, actually, hold up. Real quick. We're going to copy this. We're going to go over here. I'm going to paste that. Perfect. I think we're good. There we go. All right, I think we're good. I think we're fine. I think we've recovered with what is in our stream here. But yeah, we definitely have some pretty good structure here based off of radar. You can see that the storm is trying to wrap some bands around it. This is more or less kind of your classic dogleg type characteristic here for supercells. So your inflow would be right within here, and you could definitely have some tornadic rotation right within this general vicinity. So the Hayes webcam isn't really going to do a whole lot for us anymore because it's basically staring down the hail core, and this thing definitely is trying to restructure itself right somewhere around Antonio. So if you know anyone who lives near Antonio or south of Hayes, I would highly advise you to tell them to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. That is my recommendation for the people who live here. What are the pink circles and how are they accessed? This is a place file for GR2 Analyst. This tells me the environment around the storm. And so, yeah, that's a good way for me to tell as to what all is happening in the atmosphere, more or less. Whenever you hear that ding, guys, that's when IEMBot updates me of something that has happened from the Storm Prediction Center and them issuing stuff. So, if you hear that and you're wondering what that is, boom, there you go. Now you know. But yeah, we still have a pretty strong storm here that's moving on through near Hayes, and definitely something to want to monitor and to watch out for. These radars are looking pretty high up in the sky, but I actually want to see something here. We're going to take a 3D of this storm, and yes, surprisingly, we can take 3Ds of storms. Just how technology is expanded so far, it's rather mind-blowing, but here's the 3D of the storm, and this can tell me right here a bunch of things. First off, you can see how the updraft is holding a lot of this rain in place up in the upper levels, and the ventilation of the rain as it moves on through. And basically, This is telling me that there's a very strong updraft holding a lot of rain and hail in place, telling me that there's a lot of hail right within the core of the storm. You also have these little bumps here in the storm. And what this tells me is that there are some overshooting tops at the moment, showing some very strong deep convection, which is just thunderstorm activity. And so some very strong convection is showing up on the 3D right here. And we got some very strong storms that are moving on through into Kansas. So definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But regardless, a pretty strong storm as this moves on through in Hayes. Now, I want to take a look at something specific here. I'm not sure if I'm able... Actually, I am able to look at it. If I could kill this fly, it's annoying me. Might have to ask my little brother to get a fly swatter. Actually, you know what? I got a good idea. I got an idea, chat. You can bear with me here. You can bear with me. Jeez, it's hot. Okay, daytime heating sucks. I'm closing my window. Daytime heating sucks. What daytime heating is basically when the sun goes about its normal functions, it always warms the ground. It doesn't warm the atmosphere above the ground. And so that creates energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms. And yeah, I could literally feel it when I stuck my head out the window. That's exactly what I felt. All right, now, this is the other part of the 3D that I wanted to show you all. And I didn't know if we actually could see this or not, but we do. And so that's all the more reason for me to show it off to you all. So right here, I have made it specific so that we can only see one specific type of reflectivity, or rain. And we're looking at some very heavy rain right now in this red. All this red is heavy rain, and I've channeled it so that I can only see this heavy rain. Now, what I'm looking for is a little cave right within here to where this thunderstorm may be able to intake energy and allow it to intensify further. And so, right within here, there is a little bit of a cave. If I, scroll around and show you a bit, there is a bit of a cave here within this storm. And this does tell me that this is a place to where the supercell could actually intake energy. It's a very small, very small cave, or an inflow notch, more or less. So, not exactly the best looking supercell in the world. Not the best looking supercell in the world at all. But it still is intaking energy, and it might be able to try and recycle itself. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's read what the severe thunderstorm warning is. We're here.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Washington County in north-central Maryland, southwestern Frederick County in north-central Maryland, northeastern Loudoun County in northern Virginia until 4 p.m.
Interesting.
At 3:20.
So basically north of Leesburg, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So, pretty interesting to say the least. There are no tornado watches at the moment right now. There are none at the moment. But there definitely could be one later on tonight. But there is no tornado watches at the moment. Definitely could later on this evening, though. I definitely could think that it could be, well, northeastern or northwestern Kansas is could be under a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. Probably a tornado watch. Already a flash flood warning here. Already a flash flood warning for the city of Hayes. So that's unfortunate. A lot of rain has fallen from the storm, and if you guys live here, you definitely should probably seek higher ground. The rotation is moving to the south of you. It's starting to intensify south, actually. You can see the hook has actually cleared out its inflow, and so it might be trying to wrap around again. and that could either spell danger or it could either hamper the storm. So we will have to see as this continues to unfold in front of us. But we definitely have some strong rotation here near Hayes. We also have a strong hail core, more or less, indicated in this pink. And so a lot of hail that's falling out about Hayes, Kansas. Actually, right above us is the sky cam for Hayes, Kansas. And right within there, you definitely could see some very large hail. 100%. Is the District of Columbia safe? As of right now, possibly, but later on tonight, you guys could see some more storms. And let's talk about the East Coast here for a bit. Show some love. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning that we're talking about. There's a new severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued again. Where's this at? This is up in Nebraska, Wyoming, and North Dakota. So another severe thunderstorm watch. So that's pretty interesting. We'll take a look at that in a second, but here's a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings here. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning here near Morgantown as well. What in the... Stop! New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's read it. Let's hear it.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Frederick County in northwestern Virginia, northern Warren County in northwestern Virginia, Clark County in northwestern Virginia until 4:15 p.m.
Down here?
At 3:24 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Stephen City or near Strasburg.
So, I'm kind of oh, so that must be the new severe thunderstorm warning right here. So this is the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Stephen City, Boyce, Berryville, Middletown, these areas. So if you guys live over here, you guys definitely need to monitor that. Or South Dakota. Yeah, of course. Of course my brain dies here. But yeah, we definitely have a lot of activity here as this moves on through. Definitely have a lot of activity that's going to be moving into the Baltimore, Washington metro area. Look outside. There ain't nothing outside for me right now. There ain't nothing outside that's happening to me right now. Of course, all these storms form to my east. Of course, all of them form to my east. So, yeah. Hagerstown got spared, though. So if you live in Hagerstown, I know I have a couple friends here in Hagerstown. You guys got spared from the massive amounts of severe weather. But Harrisburg, I was talking about Harrisburg a little bit earlier. They're not exactly out of the risk here. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Might get a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Harrisburg. If you guys live in Harrisburg, or if you know anyone who lives in the state capital of Pennsylvania, I advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. All right, there's gonna be some strong gusty winds that'll move on through with penny-sized hail, and that could easily topple trees and power lines. And if you get hit by a falling tree, that is going to be really unfortunate. So definitely something to monitor with all of that. Now we also have a severe thunderstorm warning here for the city of Binghamton. This will be a bit, actually, the main bulk of the storm will be to the north of Binghamton, but severe thunderstorm warning here for Broome and Chenango counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is possible for you all. And if you live anywhere along I-88 as well as Interstate 81, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. Careful on that roof of yours. It's fine. My roof is actually pretty flat, or that part of my roof is. But definitely a lot of activity, to say the least, as that moves on through. 100%. Now let's go back to the storm here in Kansas. And this is your supercell that I was talking about earlier. I did want to mention that echo tops, which basically measure how high the thunderstorm actually goes up into the atmosphere, is, I believe if I read this correctly, 58,000 feet up in the sky. Actually, 58,400 feet up in the sky. So that is some pretty tall echo tops as that moves on through. And definitely something to move on through. Definitely something to watch as this moves on through later on. TB with the $2 super chat says District of Columbia is not safe. Seems legit. But yeah, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, we have a lot of activity here with this storm. A lot of large hail that is anticipated with this as well. We have countless reports of baseball-sized hail in Hayes. We actually have this report here from the public. We also have a couple other reports of golf ball-sized hail from amateur radio. And the maximum expected hail size is actually in upwards of 3 inches. So the potential for some significant hail is possible here near the city of Hayes or just to the south of the city of Hayes. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, as I said, tell them to get indoors. Make sure they stay indoors and stay away from windows because golf balls can break windows. Even if you're inside a house, you're not exactly safe unless if you're in the innermost part of your building. And so that's the reason why the National Weather Service says that you have to stay away from windows because this could easily do damage to all sorts of things, including windows. Let's see. We've already got reports of some flooding here. This is from Emping, actually. Street road flooding and road closures here. Vehicles stranded near Ellis. So there's actually some ongoing flooding here across Interstate 70. That's pretty concerning. That might actually shut down the interstate for a bit due to this supercell here. So definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to progress later on. But a significant severe thunderstorm that is moving on just to the south of Hayes. Now, if you guys would do me a favor, please share this live stream on Facebook and Twitter with friends and family so we can get this get the word out as efficiently as possible and try and get it to as many ears as possible to try and inform them of this severe weather event. What's happening here today is that there is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale with a 15% chance of tornadoes within a 25-mile radius and a 10% chance or above, a 10% or above chance of seeing strong tornadoes here today. So please, I would highly advise getting the word out as efficiently as possible, as well as to like the live stream because that gets me onto more people's recommended feeds. So that way we may be able to get to as more people as much as possible. And then if they know people or if they are in the risk, they can then distribute the information as they see fit. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me out for that. Let us see. Will we get a tornado watch today? 100%. 100% we will see a tornado watch. It'll be later on this evening, but we will 100% see a tornado watch today. Let's see. Let's go back to the Dodge cities. Actually, you know what? Let's listen to the newest severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service. New severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Washington County in north central Maryland, northwestern Frederick County in north central Maryland until 4:15 p.m.
Okay.
At 3:31 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Boonesboro, Oregon, 7 miles south of Municipal Stadium.
Okay. So it's south of Hagerstown, but it's moving north and east. So, can we get a PDS tornado watch? Probably not today. Although I could be wrong, but I just don't think that we're going to see one today. But yeah, that's the new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Washington and Frederick counties in Maryland. And so if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors. People are telling me to look at McCook. I'm probably gonna look at it from the this from the Hastings radar. I'm not sure if that's the best radar to look at it from, but we'll have to see. the new day one outlook will be coming here in about 30 minutes, so we will also be looking at that as time unfolds. We'll have all the information for you here, latest updated information in regards to what the severe weather most likely will be about. And so if you live in these areas, we will definitely get your the right information out to you all to try and help you all plan your day. I know I said you all like 5 times, but so the camera right above me, that is the live camera of Hays, Kansas. They're currently in a severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch sized hail. That is actually apple-sized hail. So if you can imagine, you know, ice balls the size of apples, some pretty intense activity there for the most part. Let's take a look at this storm. Someone told me to look near McCook, and it definitely looks interesting. It's starting to fire off, but it isn't really doing too much. There's a lot of capping inversion here still, so it's going to be limited. But later on this evening, that's when I can fully anticipate storms to really start to fire off. So I will definitely watch out for it as time continues to move on through. Let's look back to Dodge City. And yeah, right now we're currently looking at what all is happening here with the severe weather. I'm actually kind of curious real quickly. I want to take a look at the models, but it's not going to be the typical models. This is going to be more or less for soundings and stuff like that. So if you've seen my videos, my YouTube videos, most of you all will know what I'm going to be looking at or what I talk about when it comes to soundings. Some of the people who may be new, maybe not. I could get into how soundings work and stuff like that here with the live stream. You know, I'll go over the basic stuff, but I'm not gonna go over like everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, pretty volatile environment right there. Let's actually take a look at the precip type. This is the reflectivity simulated by one of the weather models here. And yeah, these storms that form out here, they actually start forming at around 6 o'clock central, and they start to move into the Dodge City area. That's kind of concerning, and especially since some of them are in a very volatile environment. Would not be surprised within the next day, day one outlook, the 15% significant could be extended all the way down to Dodge City. Would not be surprised. But some very strong damaging winds here in Nebraska as well. You can see this massive bow echo right here that's surging on through. So massive bow echo that's pushing off. That's going to create your hurricane force winds for places like North Platte and Hastings. And that'll eventually head on towards Kansas City into the early morning hours tomorrow. So at around 5 in the morning, that's when you guys could definitely see some activity. Grumpling, what's up? What's up? What's up? New severe thunderstorm warning from National Weather Service, Sterling, Virginia. Let's listen in.
The National Weather Service in State College, Pennsylvania has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Adams County in south central Pennsylvania until 4:30 p.m. At 3:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Carroll Valley, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per
I don't want to
hour
listen to it anymore, chat. I don't want to listen to it anymore. Adams County is the county to my east. It's this one right here for Gettysburg. These storms literally moved east of me. Like, I didn't get any storms whatsoever. But they then jumped to the east of me and then formed and became severe. I'm not going to ever get severe weather. I'm not ever going to get severe weather. I literally will have to chase if I really want to see severe weather. Well, if you live near Gettysburg, you definitely have the potential of seeing some hail in upwards of quarters. So if you live over there, with gusty winds and some spotty hail, you really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Please explain bow echo. Yeah, 100%. So what a bow echo means is it basically, when the radar, well, actually, the radar sends beams out to different storms, all right? So it sends beams out in all sorts of different directions, and it gets reflected back as if it's an echo and shows up on radar. That's how we have radar data and all sorts of stuff like that. So if you ever see these things that kind of curl like this and look like a bow, if you like kind of connect the dots towards the end, then you might be able to see some strong damaging winds, especially since what happens is if you can imagine the storm being, actually, this is a good example right here. Most of this is pretty straight. The rain is actually relatively straight right within here. But what happens to the storm is that a lot of winds gust in behind the center of the actual line of storms, and it forms this kind of bow. And right at the top of that bow echo, that's where you can see your most intense gusty winds, which is what we are anticipating to be hurricane force winds. So that's exactly what we are seeing here, according to the HRRR, and definitely something as this moves on through that we're going to have to be mindful of. But as I said, these storms here in southwestern Kansas, really going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for as this moves on through, especially as it gets closer to Garden City and Dodge City. That will be your tornadic cells that'll move on through, maybe even some more cells that form off near Goodland. There could be something that could be moving off into your general vicinity. I do want to take a couple soundings here. Will Biddeford get severe thunderstorms? If you're in Maine, yeah, you guys might later on tonight. I want to take some soundings of the environment over here. That's actually not a bad environment, I'm not gonna lie. Please don't spam though. Spam means posting the same message over and over and over again. It clogs the chat, and it also gets annoying for other viewers. So I'd appreciate it if you don't post the same message over and over again, or spam. Yeah, we've got some photographs that are showing the potential for some long track tornadoes here. Basically what this is showing here is this is the wind with height. So if you can imagine if you had a radar right here and you were tracking a weather balloon as you sent it up into the atmosphere, you'll be able to see the weather balloon as it goes up into the sky, and as it tracks, it goes north, and then it curls off and goes east, and it keeps going east. It does a little bit of a loop here, but that's another thing. Real quickly, getting interrupted by the National Weather Service. Let's listen in. New severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Montgomery County and central Maryland, central Loudoun County in northern Virginia, southeastern Clark County in northwestern Virginia until 4:45 p.m. At 3:40 p.m.
So Leesburg's now joined the fray. So that's interesting. So basically Fairfax and all sorts of stuff is really starting to kind of fire off there. We'll check that in a bit. But basically what this photograph, if this photograph ever goes over to the right, this is indicative for some tornadic potential. And if it ever makes this kind of right angle type shape with this, with the red line here, you can see there's like green lines, there's yellow lines, and there's blue lines here. If it ever makes a kind of right angle shape like this, I'll even zoom it in here for a little, for you all. If it makes that right angle shape, you guys can anticipate that this thing could be a long track tornado setup. Whereas if this was kind of curled around like this, then you could potentially see tornadoes that could cycle frequently. So it won't be like long track. It'll be like tornado forms, then like 10 or 15 minutes later it dies out, new one forms, and then boom, over and over and over again. So that's what I'm seeing here based off of this photograph. Now let's check out that new severe thunderstorm warning real quickly. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning. It's now approaching Leesburg, and I'm assuming this is just some strong gusty winds here. Yeah, 60 mile per hour wind gusts that are going to be moving on through. There's not a whole lot of not a whole lot of storms here in general, so I'm actually kind of puzzled as to why they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Leesburg. But at the same time, you know, the National Weather Service is doing their job out there. They're trying to warn people about storms, and some of which could be severe, especially with some that could produce some large hail and upwards of an inch. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see as this continues to go about, but quite a few activity, quite a lot of activity here in the north and east. I'm going to talk about Harrisburg here real quickly because I know I have people who might be watching from Harrisburg, and so you had a severe storm that was moving through your area. You're on the latter stages of it now, but I would just continue to wait for the most part. If you live along Interstate 81 or Interstate 78, you guys still have a lot of activity near you, especially if you're east of Harrisburg. I would highly advise you all get indoors. We also have reports of wind damage from this, trees and wires down near New Buffalo, as well as trees and wires down near Millerstown, and multiple trees and a barn blown down just north of Barrysburg off of Route 225. So if you guys live out in front of this, like near Lebanon, Reading, anywhere along Interstate 76, so basically the turnpike, I would highly advise you all to get indoors. And as this heads closer and closer to Allentown, maybe even the city of Philadelphia, a lot later tonight, obviously, but towards your general vicinity, you guys could even be impacted by those storms. Alrighty. I will go over to Kansas now. We're going to take a look at these storms. And we have two of them that have now formed. So I'm assuming this cell right here near Great Bend. Actually, there might be isn't there a camera near Great Bend? Yes, there is. So there is a nice little sky camera here near Great Bend. They might actually move this here in a bit. But this is the Great Bend sky camera here for you all. And we're going to move it back to Dodge City so that we don't confuse people. But there is a couple storms here. First off, there's this cell that just moved through haze. It's a consistently produced baseball-sized hail, as well as golf ball-sized hail across the board. So damage is ongoing there from hail. There's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings with this. So Rush and Ellis counties, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. A VDS severe thunderstorm warning, which means very dangerous storm. A 3-inch sized hail is possible. That is the size of apples. So if you can imagine apple-sized hail falling from the sky, made of ice. It's not actual apples because apples bruise up. This is straight up ice that's falling from the sky. If you can imagine that, that is exactly what you can expect here with this storm. So areas near Loretta, north of Loretta towards Pfeiffer, as well as areas near Victoria and Munjor, and south and east of Hayes, I would anticipate that you guys are going to be getting a lot of hail, widespread hail there, and I would really want to get into a sturdy structure if I were you, or I would at least do that. Let's see. Packer with the $2 super chat says this month's weather is very sus. I agree. Although this is the end of May here, this is your end of May surprise that is really starting to kind of unfold here for the most part. So a lot of activity here. Excuse me, as this continues to move on through. And I guess we really shouldn't be all too surprised, should we? I mean, last year our May was terrible for severe weather. Good for people who didn't want to be impacted. But for covering severe weather and for chasing severe weather, it was pretty terrible. So now I did say that this storm would probably go severe warn soon, and it did. It went severe warn. So Russell and Barton counties, you guys are also in a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Golf ball sized hail is possible with that. So if you live over there, highly advise that you guys go ahead and get indoors and stay away from windows, because golf ball sized hail can actually break windows. And we don't want flying debris from the sides of houses inside your house and flinging up into your face. That would not be the move, more or less. There are also a couple other severe storms, but let's actually take a look at the satellite imagery here. I want to take a look at this because I am curious about the intensity of this cell. And we're going to take a look at the infrared satellite here, because I definitely think that we're going to see some pretty nice colors here with this cell. So the original cell that we saw at the beginning of the stream that caused some of that hail for Colby County. That has officially withered away. A lot of the capping inversion got into it, and so it definitely did dents to the atmosphere more or less, but still a lot of activity from that storm. And then we had our new cell that formed here. Very strong cell that kind of just blew up more or less with some very cold temperatures at the tops of the storm. So the reason why we used infrared for satellite imagery is because if we can tell what the temperature of the tops of the thunderstorms are, we may be able to determine how high up the clouds actually are. And so, because if you go higher and higher up in the sky, the colder and colder it gets, we'll be able to determine that the colder the actual cloud tops are, the higher the convection actually goes up to, or thunderstorm activity. And so some of these reds, even to dark reds, indicate some very deep convection here. Very strong storm that actually moved on through and blew up, got into the blacks even. And so some pretty strong convection that moved on through near Hayes. And we had a pretty strong storm that really has been firing off. And there's even a second one that's moved off near Great Bend. And they actually moved the camera off towards Great Bend, moved it off towards the north. And so we can actually see some footage of that. So let's go ahead and take a look at that footage. And we can see here that, I mean, it looks like a bunch of clouds. It does, doesn't it? But I swear, I promise to you, all right? I promise to you that there actually is possibly a mesocyclone trying to start up right within here. That's where I would be watching, especially right down here. There could be the chance for the tornado down within that general vicinity. But this storm's moving off to the north, so it's not exactly going to be, it's not going to be impacting, you know, the city of Great Bend directly. But we still have a pretty interesting sky cam to show off for you all. And so we'll keep this up here for a second. Farmer Matt, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How do? If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to like the live stream. That way I can get this information out to as many people as possible. That way I can get onto other people's recommended feeds, and they may be able to relay the information to other people, even if they live in these areas or if they know people who live in these areas. So that would be greatly appreciated, as well as share this with friends and family on Facebook and on Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated so that we can continue to get the information out as efficiently as possible. Let's see. And I appreciate all the people who have subscribed as well. All the people who subscribe, they make the channel a lot better for us. So I really do appreciate all the people who did that. Tornado warning issued for Kansas. There you go. That actually is for Great Bend, north of Great Bend, actually. So we have a new tornado warning. This is for Barton and Russell counties. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over here, I'd highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This might be a radar indicated rotation, so if I look higher up in the atmosphere, I might be able to see something. And indeed, I do see a little bit of rotation here. And so areas near Beaver, Sasank, and Hitchman, I would highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Further up north, because this tornado warning is moving north, this will eventually be impacting the Interstate 70 areas near Bunker Hill, Dorrance, and Wilson, just to the east of Hayes. So if you know anyone who lives near Dorrance, Wilson, as well as Bunker Hill in Kansas, basically north of Great Bend, I would highly advise them to tell them what I exactly told you all to get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building. If they don't believe you that there is something tornadic feel free to share this live stream with them, because I will easily show them all what is happening with this as this moves on through, because we definitely have a tornadic storm that is unfolding right in front of us, and we really need to be mindful of it as this continues to unfold here today. There is a pretty expansive risk for tornadoes here for the most part, and so we are going to want to be on top of this as efficiently as possible, and this is where you're going to find it, so please stick around. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, I'll be trying to get you out as much information as possible. Now, let's take a look at the velocities here. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot to go off of, but there is something here to look at, surprisingly. And so the velocities go a lot like this, more or less. You have your reds that move away from the radar, and you have your greens that move towards. And so right in the middle here, this counterclockwise rotation is where you can anticipate the tornadic rotation to be. So this will be actually heading off very close to Beaver, if not right over Beaver. And so really need to heed these warnings as this continues to move off. And all the more reason for you all to really watch out for this system. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch. So we have 2 severe thunderstorm watches that have been issued now. I'm assuming this is for the plains somewhere. And no, this is a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. So the Northeast has basically been covered by all sorts of severe thunderstorm warnings, and pretty interesting to say the least. What else is pretty interesting here is this tornadic storm just to the south and east of Hayes. This most likely could probably go tornado warned as well. And if you live south of Munger, you guys probably need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well as Pfeiffer and Loretta. This cell could actually be moving on through your general vicinity, and it could be even tornadic. I do want to load a shapefile here so that I can get roads, specific roads here for you all of Kansas. I have not used the Dodge City radar once this year, and so this would be a good time for me to get radar up. And that's the reason why I haven't had it up before, is because I haven't updated it for everyone here. But this should be updated for everyone, I believe. I believe everything is updated. It doesn't look to be updated. There we go. We should show shape files, and perfect. We have the roads up. So very strong storm here with a very strong rotation that is going to be moving down to the south and east towards Loretta and Pfeiffer. So if you live down there, I really advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions, because you do have a strong mesocyclone here that could potentially produce a tornado later along the way. But we still have that tornado warning here for Beaver and Sasank as well as Hitchman. And so if you live over in those cities, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors, especially underground or the lowest innermost part of your building. Let's see. Is there, are we seeing anything here from the Great Bend? Never mind, we're getting interrupted. National Weather Service issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's listen in.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Carroll County in north-central Maryland, northeastern Frederick County in north-central Maryland, until 4:45 p.m. At 3:56 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Wolfstill to near Walkersville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard.
So this is approximately north of Frederick. Frederick is most likely getting impacted by a severe storm. It'll be moving off towards Walkersville, and it'll be heading off towards Carroll County. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for that general vicinity there. Basically, areas just to the west of Westminster, if you live over in that general area. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are surging on through here, especially in the East Coast heading into the Mid-Atlantic. Pretty interesting line of storms that'll be moving on into the Baltimore, Washington metro area. Let us move this radar from Buffalo. We have a radar in Albany, correct? Yes, we do. So let's move this radar off towards Burlington. And Burlington has a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And so we're going to watch out for that. Unfortunately, AJ, it is the real hockey boy in 8. Let's go back to the severe storm down here in Dodge City. As I said, we got 2 severe storms. One of them is tornado warned. So we have a tornado warning here. This is for Barton and Russell counties, and that'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You also have the possibility for some golf ball sized hail on top of this. So even if you aren't being impacted directly by this tornado, you guys could easily see some impactful hail, and that could definitely damage property across the board. So really something we're going to have to watch out for. New severe thunderstorm warning by the National Weather Service. Let's take a listen.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Montgomery County and central Maryland,
DC Metro,
Frederick County in north central Maryland, northeastern Loudon County in northern Virginia.
All right, all I needed to hear. DC Metro, so places near Rockville, places near Bermuda, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. Some strong gusty winds will be heading off into your area. More or less just a band of thunderstorms that'll be moving off into the DC Metroplex. So if you live over there, especially in the northwestern parts of the DC Metroplex, I would highly advise you all to get indoors, especially if you're around I-270. This storm here seems to be forming 2 areas of rotation. If not, that's just the forward flank downdraft basically doing stuff. New day 1 convective outlook. All right, so we now have the update from the Storm Prediction Center as to what tonight could look like, and we'll be able to get this information out to you relatively soon. So let's take a look at the text products, Storm Prediction Center products. And is that different from what it looks like? It looks like they might have... Did they expand it? Looks like they might have made the 10% chance for tornadoes go a little bit further north and east into Nebraska. It looks like that they did something with it, but I can't tell exactly. Let's take a look at the moderate risk here. And it looks like they didn't do too much, but they definitely made some improvements here. Can I show the weather for Biddeford? There isn't really a whole lot happening in Biddeford, but sure. There's the radar, and you got no rain right now. But it'll be happening later on, so if there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Biddeford, I'll look at it. But there's nothing right now at the moment that's moving on through. The 10 went further east. That's what I thought. I thought the 10% went further east. So, bit more expansive for the risk here. Here's the velocities of the storm now, and the velocities near Beaver have actually intensified quite a bit. We're still looking up pretty high in the atmosphere, but I said places around Beaver most likely could start to see some tornadic rotation. Let's actually see if the storm relative velocities actually work here. And surprisingly, they do. And so the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is, guys. This counterclockwise rotation is favorable for tornadoes. And there's a very high risk here today for tornadoes. And so definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through 100%. Looking back over here to your Munger, there is definitely a pretty big storm that's moving on through. I'm listening to something here real quickly. So I just got a report that this might be a confirmed tornado here. We might have a confirmed tornado near Loretta. Might be a confirmed tornado near Loretta. And so this cell right here that actually has the tornado warning on it. Here it is. There is a tornado, a new tornado warning for Rush and Ellis counties. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If that is correct, then if you live over here in Pfeiffer and Loretta, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building. There's the actual reports there. Cone tornado on the ground right within that general vicinity. So a pretty significant storm that is moving on through. And if you live over there, highly advise you all to take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this is a most likely a tornado that was on the ground. It said someone said there was a cone tornado with this. And definitely a serious situation as this moves on through. Now, I can't show any storm spotter footage or storm chaser footage, but if you guys do find something on Twitter, feel free to @ me, @ Nate_Snyder, similar to what Felicity Reed did here, @ Nate_Snyder on Twitter. Here's the picture of the tornado near Loretta. Look at this. Definitely a nice little cone or mini cone tornado right here with a low wall cloud. Look at that. Very low wall cloud to the ground. And so that's what I was talking about with my LCL this morning, guys. I was talking about how there was a, I was talking about how the LCL tells you how close, the level of which the clouds are in the atmosphere. And so the lower the clouds are, the less distance the tornado has to travel to the ground. And that's exactly what we have here. Very low hanging wall cloud with a tornado here. And so definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to unravel here today. The potential for tornadoes is a possibility. So I'm actually going to put the link to my Twitter here in the chat. And if you guys have anything, send it to me by doing exactly what Felicity did. All right, @ me, @ Nate_Snyder right there. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a listen.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Loudoun County in northern Virginia, the city of Fairfax in northern Virginia, northwestern Fairfax County in northern Virginia, northeastern Fauquier County in northern Virginia, the city of Manassas Park in northern Virginia, northwestern Prince William County in northern Virginia, the city of Manassas in northern Virginia, until 4:45 p.m. At 4:05 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Warrenton, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
So Warrenton, if you guys live near Warrenton, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. Strong storm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail is possible within your area. So this is the current situation here, guys. This is a tornado warning with a tornado that's most likely on the ground. We have multiple reports of a tornado that was on the ground. And so if you live within this general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Someone asked about Great Bend, if they should be concerned. This is just a bit off to your north. We actually have a camera up there of Great Bend, or the sky cam from Great Bend. It's looking off to the north, and the storms seem to be pretty far away from you all. And so definitely something to monitor with that. But these storms are off to your north as of right now. And yeah, there's the confirmed tornado warning right there. This pink box right here, that is the confirmed tornado here. Damaging tornado and tennis ball size hail is possible with this. But yeah, we got a new tornado watch here. We're going to be going into detail as to what this tornado watch means. But a new tornado watch has been issued for central portions of Kansas. This does include Great Bend. I believe this includes areas near St. John, Hutchinson, McPherson, as well as Lindsborg, and maybe even Dodge City. The potential for tornadoes is possible here. But yeah, we got a pretty big storm here, a couple big storms here across the board, and this will be this is a serious situation because this is what we've been talking about all day today, all sorts of different stuff. I can't watch live storms media because they're gonna they're gonna copyright strike me, and I'll no longer have a channel, which is unfortunate. Let's see, Barbuck. Yep, there's the footage of that. There's the tornado that we were looking at earlier. Yeah, look at that. That's a pretty big tornado right there. Look at this. That's a cone. That is a cone tornado right there. So large stovepipe or cone. I think it looks more like a cone, more or less, because stovepipes would be kind of a bit more linear, whereas a cone is a bit more like a classic tornado shape, if you will. So pretty interesting to say the least with these systems as this moves on through. To all the people who subscribe to my channel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You know, I know I'm getting a lot of stuff here on the side, a lot of notifications, and if I'm not saying, you know, thank you and stuff like that, I just want to say I really do appreciate all the people who subscribed, shared the video, liked it, you know, donated and stuff like that. You guys are what make the channel continue to run, and I really do appreciate all that you guys do. We still have some pretty strong rotation with the storm here near Munger and Pfeiffer. Still have pretty strong rotation here. Even, yeah, multiple reports of a tornado. So, yeah, this is an official tornado on the ground, as I've mentioned. And definitely something that we have to consider as this moves on through later on tonight. I believe we have the new tornado watch up to date for all of us. I think we do. And so let's check it out here. Let's check out the new tornado watch. There it is. So probabilities is 60-60. So a 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. Pretty high confidence here that there most likely will be a tornado. And this is really, really something that we got to watch out for. So a tornado watch has been issued for Kansas as this continues to move on through. And yeah, that's exactly what we are watching out for right there. 100%. So I'm going to quickly update my graphic here. Grumpling has become an official weather enthusiast of my channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. She gets exclusive badges, emotes, as well as exclusive content to bloopers and stuff like that on my channel. She also gets shouted out on my scroll text there at the bottom. It'll be in the next stream that she'll be shouted out on. And then she'll be shouted out at the end of my videos on my channel. So that's the perks that you can get for becoming a channel member or a weather enthusiast. If you want to do that, if you want to sponsor the channel, please be sure to hit the join button next to the subscribe button down below. I'm going to add this here. And we're going to add the tornado watch now. So if you guys would give me a second. Save. There we go. I think we have everything up to date. If you want to join the Discord server, one of my server moderators posted a link to our Discord server. Please be sure to do that. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll post that link as well. I'll post that link if you want to join the Discord server. But yeah, I updated the graphics. That all is up to date. Everything is up to date, which is perfect. So if you want to join the Discord server, link is in the chat I just sent right there. Appreciate that. Let's see. Matthew Colliot with the €5 super chat says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really means a lot. I appreciate all the support. So thank you so much. There we go. So yeah, there's the tornado watch. I'll actually refresh it here so you guys can see specifically where the tornado watch is. There's a lot of people on the page, so we might actually have to use the other thing here. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center webpage might actually be crashing because a lot of people are on the Storm Prediction Center webpage right now. So, yeah, I don't know why the webcam just straight up decided to look down on the ground. It's having a bit of an issue here. It's a bit of malfunction. I don't know why it's doing so, but yeah, it's having a whale of a time. Yeah, so the SPC page is kind of forbidden right now, so you know, as unfortunate as it is, we don't really have too much access to the Storm Prediction Center to give you a general idea as to where in Kansas this is. But this is in southern, this is in central to southern Kansas. Real quickly, I do want to go over full screen to our live camera here of Great Bend. Look at this massive supercell here. You can see the anvil cloud with the updraft holding all of this rain in place. Down here would be the low base to where we can anticipate something that could potentially be tornadic. And so really something we're going to want to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And we are looking at the storm that is the tornado warning. And all the more reason as to why we should watch this further. People are telling me to check Twitter. I'm going to go ahead and do so. Sheesh. That is a lot of hail. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a pretty strong storm on the more western most tornado warned storm. Geesh. Okay, so let's go half and half screen here. Half and half screen, and you guys aren't able to see this, but this looks like a pretty gnarly storm, a pretty gnarly either wall cloud right within here with a tornado embedded within it. But it definitely has something. I can't exactly zoom in. It actually might be easier if I do it like this. Yeah, it's a bigger picture if I do it like that. So potential of a tornado here with a wall cloud right within that general vicinity, and the potential for a tornado, it's still potentially ongoing, is possible. Let us see. Do we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Canada? Yes, we do. We've got a couple reports now. We actually have some reports of some more severe weather. So let's actually go to the East Coast here. Let's work our way from the south and move our way north. So let's go over to the severe thunderstorm warning here near Manassas. So if you live near Manassas, Fairfax, Centerville, anywhere along Interstate 66, highly advise you all get indoors. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is possible with this. So if you live over here in either Loudoun, Fairfax, Fauquier, Prince William, City of Fairfax, and City of Manassas, and the City of Manassas Park, highly advise you all to get indoors because you have a severe storm that is producing some very strong gusty winds and even some spotty hail. Now, as we move off to the north, we'll go into the Frederick County and Carroll County storm. That severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Some damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail is possible. Highest wind gusts and hail potential is near Unionville and New Windsor. So if you live around that general vicinity, as well as near Taneytown and Emmitsburg, highly advise you all to get indoors. Some strong storms could be really pushing on through as that moves on in your general vicinity. Now, if we move off to the north, there actually is the report of damage on this cell. So we had a severe thunderstorm warning that was for Adams County here in Pennsylvania, near Gettysburg. The storm is now past Gettysburg, but there was a couple trees down and pea-sized hail near Millertown Road, as well as Black Horse Tavern Road. So if you live over there, highly advise that you guys, well, actually, you guys might be able to get out now. Gettysburg You guys aren't going to be impacted until a little bit later on tonight, but storms are now going to be starting to head into the York general vicinity. If you live near York, if you live near Lancaster, as well as Interstate 83, I would advise you all to go ahead and get indoors. Let us see. AJ with the $2 super chat says, Nate Reed DMs challenge. Good coverage. Good coverage today, dude. I appreciate it, AJ. Thank you so much. Let's see. There we go. Got that up to date and everything all up there. But yeah, we got a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings that are heading on through here. We're going to take a look at some of these severe storms that'll be heading into Reading and Pottstown. So if you live near Interstate 78, basically Interstate 78 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike, highly advise you all to go ahead and get indoors more or less, because you do have the potential for some strong storms. Especially around the areas from Lebanon over to Hamburg to Reading, all the way over to Allentown. Allentown is even in a severe thunderstorm warning. And 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail for Berks and Lehigh counties. Definitely possible. So I would stay indoors until these storms pass over. They'll be impacting places like Reading here soon, and then Allentown probably within the next half an hour. But still something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Then we also have this severe thunderstorm warning that is approaching Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. And so this is for Lackawanna, Luzerne, and Wyoming counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail is possible with this. And so if you live here in the two cities here within the mountain, I would highly advise that you guys go ahead and get indoors, get into a sturdy structure, because 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is not anything to mess around with, especially with mountains channeling all that wind. And then let's head off to the north further. Let's head over to this severe thunderstorm warning in New York. This is for us. Sheesh, I'm stuttering. Otsego and Delaware counties. There we go. Finally spit it out. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail is possible with that. And so if you live near Stamford, if you live near Delhi, if you live near Davenport, areas along Interstate 88, basically all the way over to Albany, I'd highly advise that you guys mainly stay indoors for the most part. We've already had reports of damage from this. Wires on River Road, so power lines have been tossed down, and not something that you're going to want to deal with if you're outdoors. So stay indoors and stay in a sturdy structure. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Lamoille, Caledonia, Orange, Addison, Chittenden, as well as Washington counties here in Vermont. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, highly advise that you guys get into a sturdy structure, because you guys could definitely see some strong storms that'll move on through into your general vicinity. But I definitely could see some action here as this moves on through. 100%. Let's go ahead and go back to the storm here in Kansas. As I said, 2 tornado warnings here. One has been confirmed. The other has had a funnel cloud with it. And there's actually been a lot of activity here for the most part. So if you live here in any of these tornado warnings, actually it's now 1 tornado warning because the other one got canceled. But here's the only tornado warning with a reported tornado on it. This is for Rush and Ellis counties. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, the threat for a tornado is possible. And we've actually had reports, even pictures of this tornado. Here's the tornado, actually a pretty large cone tornado, more or less, that has reached all the way down to the ground. And so really something that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Look at this. There's even, with all this hail here near Hayes, this actually is basically dented, made this storm chaser kind of impossible to chase anymore. And this isn't even the main event. So we have a A very large storm producing some large hail that's doing damage like this to windshields. Look, you can even see some glass shards in the car. This is a very powerful storm. Very powerful storm. %100. Here's another picture here from Max Claypool. Yeah, there's the tornado right there. You can easily see it as it reached the ground. And so Max Claypool, very good image here that he had. And as I said, if you guys have anything, if you guys have anything more or less that, people may have here on Twitter, or if you have, feel free to send it to me at Nate_Snyder. That way I may be able to get the information out as much as possible, show you guys what all is happening so that we can basically, put, name to face, more or less. And let's be honest here. Most of us, if we are looking at this, you guys see a bunch of different colors. You see a bunch of different, rain and stuff like that. But more or less, you're not really going to believe it unless if we show you what it actually looks like. And so that's the reason why I ask for, say, hey, is there different pictures of hail, different pictures of tornadoes, damage, especially damage, because people, if there's a tornado ongoing and it has caused damage, I can show people, hey, it's done this. And so if you don't want this to happen, or if you don't want to be impacted by this, get into a safe space, get into a sturdy structure, more or less. And that's the same thing for anyone who lives in these tornado warnings right here. Specifically south of Victoria, south of Interstate 70, the potential of a tornado is possible as this continues to move on through. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show any live storm chasing feeds unless if I have my own storm chaser out, which he'll be out tomorrow. He'll be chasing out the storms in northern Oklahoma. But yeah, I can't show any storm chasing feed unless if I want my channel to be taken down. So more or less, this is all we have here, besides the live cameras, which we actually will go to here. Let's go full screen to the live cam here, and look at this, a massive supercell. You can see the anvil as the ventilation of the clouds move on through up into the upper atmosphere. And we'll actually show you a 3D of the cell here pretty soon. To talk about all of that, we have our mesocyclone, which starts down here, and that starts to rise up in the atmosphere, create the general rotation for the storm to eventually produce some tornadoes, possibly. And so right within this general vicinity is where I would watch, right outside of Great Bend, the possibility for something tornadic is possible. There is a tornado watch here in central Kansas, and we do want to watch out for this as much as possible. 100%. Let us see. 80-mile-per-hour severe warning in Virginia. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at it, shall we? Sterling, Virginia's radar, and here's Manassas. This is a VDS. Yep, 80-mile-per-hour storm with golf ball size hail. This is a very strong storm moving on through Manassas. If you live in Manassas, or if you know anyone who lives near Manassas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get indoors. You do not want to be outside during the storm. 100%, this thing is strong. And so all the more reason for you all to take your proper precautions with these storms. As if they are going to do stuff like this, then you need to heed these warnings. Very much so. But this is a very dangerous storm here that's moving into the DC Metroplex and areas near Manassas. You need to get into your you need to get indoors 100%. So Prince William Parkway. I know the Prince William Parkway. I've drove it a couple of times getting into the Prince William Ice House. Played a couple hockey games over there, and yeah, I know this area pretty well. You need to go ahead and get indoors for the most part. Anywhere along Prince William Parkway. Yep, and now the storm is heading into Manassas officially. As I said, if you know anyone who lives here in Manassas, this is a very dangerous storm that's producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and golf ball-sized hail. A very concerning situation here along this general vicinity. So, all the more reason for you all to get indoors. So the Prince William Parkway and north up to the Interstate 66, that is where you guys need to go ahead and go ahead and seek shelter, more or less. Why is it so strong? 80-mile-per-hour winds is quite strong for a storm. Yeah, it is. Typically, for the severe threshold, it's 60 miles per hour. So 80 miles per hour is if you could think of it like this, 80 miles per hour is Category 1 hurricane force winds. So if you think of it that way, there's hurricane force winds that are moving on through here in Manassas, more or less, and a very dangerous storm that could be impacting a lot of people. 100%. I know there's still the tornado reported over there in Kansas, but I have to shed light to this storm as well as this continues to move on through. Look at the camera. Yeah, let's split the camera here. We'll have the haze storm above me still. We'll have the haze storm above me. But we still have a pretty strong storm that's moving about 100%. We've got reports now of an elephant trunk tornado. An elephant trunk tornado near Pfeiffer. So a second tornado has been reported on the ground here in Kansas. So let's go back to that. And there's the report. This was by Brett Adair. So Brett Adair actually made the report of an elephant trunk tornado and the second bout, more or less, that's moving on through. I also wanted to make a note of this, too. I didn't mention this before, but there was actually a 4-inch size hail report here in Hayes from social media here from the general public. And so this storm is producing some very large hail. That's the reason, more or less, why today there is a significant risk for large hail for 2 inches and above, and that you're seeing it right here in front of us. The sheer strength of all of this. But yeah, this is a very powerful storm. It looks like there's a lot of blobs because there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll actually take the severe thunderstorm warnings off here for right now. But there's a lot of activity with this. It's in a very good environment for wind shear and cape. So this will continue to settle for quite some time as this moves on through. And areas further closer towards Russell, areas near Interstate 70, as well as US Highway 281, very easily could see some strong hail, large hail, and even the threat for a tornado, as we've had already 2 today. So if you guys would do me a favor, please like this live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way we can get the word out as efficiently as possible, especially if there are people who live in this area or if there are people who know other people in this area. We can get the word out as efficiently as possible to try and help people. Also, share this stream with friends and family and on social media. Facebook, Twitter, it's a good market out there. A lot of people pay attention to Twitter and Facebook. And so if we can get this stream out to more and more people, that would be greatly appreciated so that we can continue to inform as many people as possible who may be impacted tonight. Because if we take a look back at the Storm Prediction Center here real quickly, we can show you this giant moderate risk. And this entire area here is going to be impacted more or less by some strong severe storms, especially areas in this red where the threat for some strong long track tornadoes is possible. Just to update you all, I said we had a tornado watch in Kansas. It's a little small tornado watch here, but there is a tornado watch nevertheless. You can see it actually is for central Kansas. It's right in the center of it. But yeah, no, the Storm Prediction Center still can't load all of the stuff that's processing. But a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this moves on through. Move that through. Keep that to the side of my screen so I can watch other people. Don't want people to get too ahead of me, don't we? But yes. There's a lot of activity here across the board with these storms. 100%. This was the cell that was earlier, actually. Pretty strong cell that was moving on through Colby. And look at this. Look at the structure right here. Look at the structure of this storm. I was watching it live on my Discord server with a couple of people that I know, as well as some other people. There was a lot of activity with this cell here. 100%. So if you want to join my Discord server, feel free to do so. The link will be in the chat. We talk about all sorts of weather. We actually we try and help other people with learning more and more about weather. And so if you would like to track weather with us, even learn some more information, if that's something you want to pursue as a career, that's the place to do it, because we have other places. We have people who are in college for it. Surprisingly, we have a meteorologist, and we try and get the word out as efficiently as possible. And we try to help out other people too. But yeah, we have quite the activity here today. As I said, pretty gnarly storm that literally looks like a UFO almost. Looked absolutely phenomenal there. Tornado rope out near Pfeiffer. Yeah, there it is. So there's the elephant truck tornado. There it was. Like it, retweet, boom. Braden Sayu, there you go. That's what he got. And that's a pretty interesting funnel right there. Very much so rain wrapped. You can see the rain on the right side, rain-free base on the left side. It's caught in its rain, the rear flank downdraft. A lot of the rain surrounding it, weakening the storm. And that's exactly what we got here. There's hail in Manassas. Then please stay indoors. Please stay indoors. 100%. You do not want to be impacted by that. If you have any sort of pictures that you want to send in, feel free to do so. As I said, my Twitter is @Nate_Snyder. We want to try and inform as many people as possible about what all could be happening. So do something similar to what Felicity did here. And at me, @Nate_Snyder. Here's the cone tornado from storm chasing John Lamique. And look at this. Big tornado, big cone tornado that was moving on through. Look at that. Pretty insane right there. So if you have anything, whether you take the pictures yourself or whether you find stuff on Twitter, feel free to show me on stream here. We're going to try and get the word out as efficiently as possible. Can we finally see the tornado watch? Yes, we can. There it is. Look at this. So it seems as if Salina actually is in the tornado watch here. So here's the first tornado watch of the day, right in here. There probably will be more up towards Goodland, but this is the first tornado watch of the day. It only has a couple of counties. As a matter of fact, I think it only has, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties. Yeah, it has 7 counties. Barton, Ellsworth, Lincoln, McPherson, Reno, Rice, Russell, and Saline County. I believe that's Saline. Either that or Saline. But you guys have a tornado watch right for your general vicinity. Go back to the convective outlook here. There we go. To all the people who have subscribed to me, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're over 11,600 subscribers right now. We're actually at 11,617. So I really do appreciate you all here today. Thank you so much for tuning into the live stream and helping me. We're going to continue to try and get all the information out for you all as possible. But the information we have here today so far has been widespread, large hail, even a couple of tornadoes, and some damaging hail. Saline, that makes sense. New severe warning in York, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at that here real quickly. If that was the case, I probably would have been pinged by my weather radio. It might be a severe thunderstorm watch. But yeah, there's a couple of storms that are heading on through near York. So if you guys live near Interstate 83, highly advise you all to get indoors. Now, it's not as significant as the cell here near DC. I mean, look at this. This cell continuously has been producing some strong damaging winds. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail now. And Manassas is not officially out of the risk here. You guys still have a lot of hail that will be surging on through. And it's basically moving on through near Prince William Parkway. It's basically moving along the Prince William Parkway. And this will be eventually heading off down south, way further south of the Beltway, but areas near Woodbridge along the I-95 corridor. So from Montclair over to the DC metro area, especially near Alexandria and Arlington, you guys could potentially see some stuff. What could you see in the Chesapeake Beach area? You guys could potentially see some severe weather, potentially. But a very strong setup here as this moves on through, moves about. I do want to go over to Radar Omega here real quickly. I want to go to weather alerts. NOAA. Close. Give me a second. There we go. Finally. So here's the severe thunderstorm watches. A bunch of severe thunderstorm watches across the board. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Even a severe thunderstorm warning that's approaching Pittsburgh. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning over here. And so if you guys live here near Steubenville, Wellsburg, north of Wheeling, north of Interstate 70, you guys really need to go ahead and monitor this storm. This is the end of a severe thunderstorm warning, actually. But it's heading off towards Pittsburgh, and that could potentially become severe warned again. So if you live over near Pittsburgh, highly advise you all to go ahead and watch out for that cell. Speaking of watching out for cells, there's a severe thunderstorm warning down here just to the east of Uniontown. This will be heading off towards the Somerset areas, but a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Fayette County. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, so another 19 minutes until that warning expires. You have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm, and if you guys live out in front of it, highly advise that you get indoors. And I actually live out in front of it, but I'm like really far away from it. So who knows? I might actually get my severe weather for once as it heads closer to me. Do I have any thoughts on how well that will hold up tonight? For the severe weather in the northeast, it will deteriorate by 2Z, or at least it'll be heading off the coast by 2Z. It'll be a lot more significant with the winds in parts of New England. Whereas Kansas and Nebraska, they will definitely be seeing a lot of activity across the board. New mesos discussion concerning the Northeast, so we'll talk about that later, but pretty interesting to say the least. There still is that severe thunderstorm warning in Quebec, so let's see if there's actually some storms that are starting to move on through, and there actually is quite a couple here in Quebec. Doesn't look to be all too significant at the moment, but there is a lot of storms here across the board, from Montreal all the way up to Quebec. Even, Ottawa's not exactly in the risk per se. If we switch to the radar here in Montreal, we might be able to see something, but Ottawa's out of the risk, so. The tornado warning expires in Kansas. That makes a lot of sense. And so, as of right now, we currently just have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. There we go. But a lot of activity, to say the least, here with these storms. and a lot more forecasted. So speaking of forecasting, let's go ahead and take a look at the models here. Let's take a look at the general models here for the Central Plains. We're going to be using the let's actually use the 18Z run. And by the looks of this, the HRRR actually has some cells that form near Dodge City. These are discrete cells that start to form out here within the next couple of hours, actually. And so there's quite a lot of activity that will be surging on through there. That will be discrete, that'll be tornadic, and that could easily push on through and you know, cause havoc for the central parts of Kansas. There's also some other cells near Amarillo, and there's some very strong gusty winds up here near Nebraska. This will cause your hurricane force winds. And as that continues to unfold later on tonight, a lot of activity here will be heading off towards places of Topeka, Kansas City, and even Lawrence by the early morning hours tomorrow. Now, I know this is a bit zoomed out, so I'm going to try and zoom in a bit. And we're going to zoom into Kansas specifically here. So this might be a little bit better for us here. But you can actually see the cell that starts to form here by 0Z. If you want to pay attention to the time is on the left-hand side over here in Eastern Daylight Time. So if you want to see what it is in Central, you're going to have to subtract it by 1 hour. But this is showing us that there is some storms that form here by 7 o'clock Central, maybe even 6:30 or 6 o'clock Central. These are some of the discrete cells. There's even some discrete cells that form up here in near McCook as well. So near McCook, Nebraska, maybe further north of McCook, Nebraska, there is the chance for some discrete supercells that could be tornadic. As I said, the potential for some strong tornadoes is possible here today. There even is a supercell that shows up here near Dodge City. You can tell because of the little hook characteristic here, so that is pretty concerning to say the least. You also have some hooks here in Nebraska, so some discrete cells out in front of the massive wind risk that'll be moving on through. So this is going to be your massive wind risk that'll develop. But we have a couple of these discrete cells that will be pushing off towards the central parts of Kansas. It seems as if the northwestern parts of Kansas actually might get spared, but the environment is just too good up there so that if there's actually thunderstorms that form, there might be the chance for that to begin to start to pop off completely. And as this continues to head off towards the east, you can see these cells will continue to sustain, except for areas near Salina that could start to deteriorate a little bit. But then these other storms up here in Nebraska, look at this, these massive bow echoes, strong gusty winds. Whenever you see bows like this, this kind of means that there is these line segments that are being pushed off and form this little arc. And so right at the tip of the arc is where the strongest gusty winds most likely will be. There's actually 2 of them. And so as this heads off towards Hastings, some potentially strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force, maybe even stronger than that, is possible as this heads on through. So definitely something that we're going to have to be mindful of as this continues to unfold later on this evening. And then as this heads on towards the south and east, then the potential for some damaging winds is possible for places like Topeka, Kansas City. All of those areas could definitely see some severe weather as this moves on through into your general area by, say, 6 o'clock, maybe even a little bit later than that. So that's the timings out here for you all. That's from the HRRR model. I'm actually curious as to what the NAM 3 kilometer says. The NAM 3 kilometer actually says that there's some storms that form off here across the board in western Kansas. And this could potentially translate further on east. And so you can see the 2 different models here tell 2 different stories. And this could potentially become another event, another threat for some severe weather as this continues to move on through. But yes, there is, even if one model, well, not all the models agree with each other that storms will just be in one area down to the south and move on through. There is some models that say there is a bit more of a widespread risk for some severe weather. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Let's go back. Let's actually zoom out a bit here. Let's go to let's go back to let's go to Haze here. And here's the Haze webcam. Pretty rainy for the most part. You can see here that some of the storms have been moving on through that have actually been producing some very large hail. So I'll just keep the webcam above us. The Skycam for Haze, Kansas is up there. And some large hail has been reported. Golf ball sized hail. There was even a 4-inch size hail report earlier on. And that'll continue to move on through. You even have some other cells that are producing hail in upwards of 2 inches. And this could easily damage vehicles, damage cars across the board. And if you are outside, you're going to want to bring in all of your valuables 100% as this moves on through. So if you live in these areas, as I said, you really are going to want to watch out for this. New severe warning in Kansas, not surprised too much based off of that. It is, you know, these storms are really going to produce some widespread hail across the board here. That's what more or less we are expecting. Let us see. I'm trying to think of what else we can do. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery. This is definitely something good to look at. We're going to look at the infrared satellite to begin with. The infrared satellite tells us the temperatures of the clouds, and why may we need that? Well, typically the higher up in the atmosphere you go, the colder the temperature is. So if thunderstorms continue to rise higher and higher, this could tell us if clouds are higher than others. So typically when they get up to these reds and these blacks, that's when you know that these clouds are really becoming more or less explosive, and some very strong severe weather is exploding on through here. And so the threat for severe weather does exist with these cells. They are hail producers. They are pretty strong. And, you know, just by looking at this, it's almost mesmerizing. Actually, let's take a look at the True Color satellite and look at this. The fact that it just goes small and expands rather quickly. Big time. Right there. What's the link to my radar? It costs $250 on the computer, but if you want a radar that I recommend, either Radar Omega is probably the one that I'm going to start recommending, or Radar Scope. Radar Scope's not bad as well, but Radar Omega I really do like a lot. There is a new tornado warning. Someone said there's a new tornado warning, and yes, there is new tornado warning for Kansas. This is for Ellis County, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the reflectivity. We're taking a look at the rain on the radar, and you can see there's a classic hook signature to where the storm is already trying to rotate the rains around the side of the storm. You have your inflow right here that feeds the thunderstorm to allow it to either form or sustain and continue to move about. And so right this counterclockwise rotation here, that is where the tornadic rotation more or less will be. That is where the tornado could be. And so if you guys live near a Pfeiffer, I should say. If you guys live near Pfeiffer, I highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building. There's also been reports now, a new report of a wall cloud here, just to the 3 miles to the north and west near Pfeiffer. And so there is definitely some spotters that have been reporting some activity, some suspicious activity here at the surface. And we really are going to have to watch out for this as this continues to unfold in front of us. But a lot of activity here with the storm near Pfeiffer as this continues to head on through. Let's take a look at the velocities, and this really is a decent storm to say the least. We're going to put on the storm relative velocity so that you guys may be able to see it a little bit easier. But the storm relative velocities here show your reds and oranges are moving away from the radar, greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle, the counterclockwise rotation is where most likely the tornadic rotation is at. And so if you guys live near Pfeiffer, as I said, underground, highly advise it. $250 for a radar. This is only a one-time purchase. There's other radars that cost $250 per year, which is pretty crazy. But Radar Omega and Radar Scope, they're available for people on their phones, on their mobile devices for $10. And Pfeiffer is silent. Well, thank you for telling me that, Brett and John. I really do appreciate that. So Pfeiffer, right around that area, could definitely see that right within your general vicinity. And I'm not saying it wrong on purpose, because I actually live over here in Pennsylvania, and so not only am I dealing with my own severe weather, but I'm also trying to deal with other areas' severe weather as well. So if I ever say a town wrong, I'm not saying it on purpose. If you guys would correct me in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated, so I can remember it for future reference. So I'm trying my best here to get the word out as much as possible. Appreciate all the people who have subscribed so far. I really do. All the people who have liked and shared the video. If you like the live stream, you get my channel out to more people on the recommended feeds. That way, we may be able to get the word out more effectively, and they may be able to share this live stream with other people who may need it, especially if they live there. If they live there, then this live stream may be a lifesaver to them. So definitely like the live stream. Share this with friends and family and on social media, as well as Facebook and Twitter. And my little brother is killing me. But yeah, share it on Facebook and Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated. A new tornado warning for Wyoming. Interesting. Let's actually, if that is in Wyoming, we're going to move this radar over here. Yeah, there is a tornado warning for Wyoming. It's out in the middle of nowhere, so we're not going to really talk about it all too much. But, yeah, I'll let that load up here in a second. So yeah, as I said, actually this just load up here, so fine, I'll use that. Look at this velocity here, chat. This is actually some pretty strong velocities. The good news here is that it's not impacting anyone, but the reds and oranges moving away from the radar, the bright greens moving towards, right in there is a classic rotation. And that's what we could potentially see here today. Potentially some tornadic rotations that look similar to this. And this could definitely be, you know, a sign for the future later on tonight of what is to come. So if you guys want to stick around, as I said, supercells are forecasted to form later on this evening, and some of which could be intense, could produce some strong and long-lived tornadoes. But this is a pretty strong storm here that's moving on through, and actually the velocity's just recovered itself. So yeah, you have some pretty strong rotation here in Wyoming that's moving on through. But the good news is that I don't think it's impacting a whole lot of people. And actually, if we go on to Twitter here real quickly, a lot of people said that they wanted me to go on to Twitter because they sent me a bunch of stuff. But I do want to real quickly. Yeah, Ryan Hall, y'all, is live streaming. There you go. I know he's having internet issues, but that's pretty cool. Let's take a look at NWS tornado. And there's only 3 people that live in this tornado warning. So that's the good news here. Good news is that there's only 3 people that live here. Now, a lot of people have been telling me to check Twitter. I'm going to do so. So I'm going to scroll down here. That's your hailstone and haze. Look at that. That is definitely 4-inch sized hail. Look at that. That is absolutely massive. I'm going to retweet that. As I said, if you have anything on Twitter, feel free to @ me, @ Nate_Snyder. Similar to what Felicity Raid did that right here. @ Nate_Snyder, whether it's a comment or a retweet. Big time hail that's right there in Hays, Kansas. And it is really one of those things that there's a lot of activity with that storm. Look at this. This is from John Humphrey's stream. Pretty nice mesocyclone here across the board here. So something to keep in mind with that. You even have a wall cloud with that storm. A pretty nice wall cloud for that. And yeah, it's the same thing. But there is quite a lot of activity there in Kansas as that moves on, and that's what we can expect here today. That is what we can expect here today. New severe thunderstorm warning. Giant severe thunderstorm warning. Look at these. Look at this activity right here. That's all consolidated. All consolidated to basically Interstate 70. I want to real quickly change this look here. I want to go back to Great Bend. And I want to see, yeah, look at this. Look at this supercell that's still here. I mean, you have the ventilation that's out. Actually, I should show you all 3D of the storm. So you have your ventilation with your rain that's spreading out from the supercell. You have your base that's keeping the rain in place up here. Your updraft that's keeping all the rain in place up here as well. And you got your mesocyclone that is right about here. Pretty strong mesocyclone that could be producing something tornadic, but there is still a lot of activity here that's moving about. Now, I do want to real quickly show you all the a 3D of this storm and what I was talking about with this. So we're going to zoom out here. We're going to take a 3D of this and take a look. This is a 3D of a supercell. I might actually have to take a larger 3D because of how big the storm is. Here is, yep, there's the 3D of the storm. And so down here, here's our camera right here in Great Bend. And we are looking at this supercell over here. So just by looking at this, I can see a couple of different things. First off, I can see the same exact thing that I was mentioning before. The clouds that are fanning out, the rain that's fanning out here, as well as the updraft that's holding the rain in place so that there's not a lot of rain out in front of the actual storm. So you could actually see the well-defined characteristics of the storm from the actual camera. So there's a lot of activity here with this as this continues to move on through. And definitely something to be mindful of, that this 3D actually can be pretty useful with seeing what a thunderstorm looks like. Now, the thing about it is that look at these little bumps up here at the top of the storm. This right here can indicate that you have some deep convection that wants to rise very rapidly. Your updraft is very strong, and it is basically holding up all the rain up in the higher parts of the storm into the upper parts of the atmosphere, and that rain actually turns into frozen precipitation known as hail, and that hail, once it gets large enough to where you have more water that freezes around more and more hail, that ends up becoming heavy enough to actually basically fall through the updraft. The updraft becomes not as isn't able to hold up the hail as much, so that actually falls down, produces your very strong hail or your large hail in upwards of 4 inches, as we've seen here today. And that is exactly what we are seeing here from this 3D. Really interesting to look at as this continues to move on through. So a very interesting 3D scan of this storm, and a very interesting shot up there from Great Bend, Kansas, as we look at this through. Now, one thing that I want to look at here is I want to look at a specific precipitation type. I'm going to look at heavy rain here. And I'm going to try and see, I can't see it all too well here, but I'm going to try and find a inflow notch to be able to determine as to what the storm is currently doing right now. And I think I found it, but it is very, very small. So right now, it's not even mentioning, I'm sorry? We have a storm that's south of us that just formed. Hold up. Big time storm. Big time storm. Big time storm that's south of us. That was thunder. That was thunder. Oh, how I wish I could chase, but there is a moderate risk in Kansas. Of course there had to be a moderate risk in Kansas. Big time thunder. And so, yeah, we even got storms around where I live. Not as severe thunderstorm warning, but this is north of Hagerstown. And this is a lot of activity as this moves on through. But A couple severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of which have actually produced some damage. Let's actually talk about this here real quickly, because this is a bit concerning as well. I mean, look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings. This includes places like Reading, Allentown, down towards Potterstown, eventually heading towards the I-476 corridor down towards Norristown. And even then, just for future reference, this might be heading towards Philadelphia and Trenton here soon. So if you guys know anyone who lives near Philadelphia and Trenton, highly advise that you tell them or inform them that there is a band of severe storms that are moving on through and are producing some wind damage. I mean, we have reports here of downed trees on U.S. highways. We have tree limbs and wires down as well. Numerous reports, actually. Reports of tree limbs and wires down as well near Fleetwood, and it goes all the way up towards Topton and Coodstown areas near that, with downed trees across the board. And so if you guys live along this area out in front of this, this could definitely be a storm to watch for some very intense wind damage as this moves on through into eastern Pennsylvania. We also have these other cells here in the DC metro area. Take a look at Sterling. There is not rotation near me. These storms are weak. Go away. Not entertaining that. We are not chasing. We are not chasing. But we have a couple of these other cells that are actually moving on through into the DC metro area. And look, there's actually been reports of in Manassas of some damage and even some hail. I was talking about how Manassas was going to see some stuff, especially around the Prince William Parkway. As I said, I drove those roads multiple times to get to my hockey games. I played away games over at the Prince William Iceplex, or the Prince William Ice House, or whatever it's called. And so they had reports of quarter-sized hail, trees down. There was a severe thunderstorm warning that warned of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there was a lot of activity here. As a matter of fact, large trees down that has been reported. Multiple tree limbs broken off of trees here near Sudley Road and Centerville Road. And so near the downtown parts of Manassas, there has definitely been a lot of activity here. But even then, near DC, Alexandria, further down along the I-95 corridor towards Montclair, there has definitely been a lot of activity. And this will be heading off towards the Potomac River here relatively soon. So definitely something to be mindful of as this heads on later on this evening. You also have these storms that are moving on through here into Laurel. Yes, there's even some storms that are heading on towards Laurel as well. And I've played some hockey here too. The Laurel Ice House, that is a popular place there with multiple ice rinks. And they have a severe thunderstorm warning. Anne Arundel, Howard, Montgomery, and Prince George's counties. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I would even include some larger amounts of hail, probably up to quarters. So if you guys live over there, highly advise that you guys really watch out for these storms. The potential for some severe weather is possible, and this could easily be producing some damage across areas here in the DC-Baltimore Metroplex. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning, or not exactly a new severe thunderstorm warning, more or less, but we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with histories of wind damage here, more trees down across the board. So a severe thunderstorm warning for Berkshire County in Massachusetts, as well as Bennington and Windham counties in Vermont. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. And so this is a common reoccurrence here. A lot of strong gusty winds that is surging on through here. And actually, let's move this over. I believe, yeah, Albany, New York has a better radar of this, and there it is. The very strong gusty winds that'll be heading on towards Interstate 91. So all the more reason, if you live along Interstate 91 from Greenfield all the way up towards Bellows Falls, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. I also have someone out there. I know for a fact that one of my buddies is actually chasing that. So we might be getting some pictures from him here relatively soon. But some pretty interesting activity here in the Northeast. Definitely a lot of wind damage here across the board. And the wind event up here is definitely verifying as this continues to progress. We also have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings that just got issued as of right now. So a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Sullivan, Grafton, and Merrimack counties here in New Hampshire. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. So if you live along Interstate 89 and 93, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors, as well as areas along Interstate 91 near Lebanon and south of Lebanon. Highly advise you all go ahead and get indoors as well. We also have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. This will be the last bit that we'll talk about the Northeast for a little bit. We do want to get back to Kansas or talk about the future of what all could be happening. And so a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here south of St. Johnsbury, as well as areas near Lancaster, Littleton, and south of Lyndonville, where actually the Northern Vermont University campus is. And so the threat for severe weather is definitely there, and the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caledonia, Orange, Essex, and Washington counties until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then you also have the one out in front of that for Coos and Grafton counties. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That also does include the threat for penny-sized hail. One more check here. I want to take a look and see if anything else has been changed here in Canada, and there actually is a severe thunderstorm warning here in Canada. So a severe thunderstorm warning here that is going to be heading off into the United States. So Pittsburgh, Maine. Well, actually, no, Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. I'm sorry, Pittsburgh, New Hampshire might be joining the fray here for a bit. But large hail and strong damaging winds is possible with this here in southern parts of Quebec. And so the good news is that Cotacook, that area is out of the risk as of right now. But if you live further off into towards the east, towards the border of the United States and Canada, then you guys could potentially get some action. I live in South Central PA, guys. That's where I live. So that's the action that I got from that. Now, I do want to check up on this tornado warning up here in Wyoming. This is the only tornado warning at the moment. We've had a report of 2 different funnel clouds reported by a trained spotter south of Worland. And so this storm has had a history of producing funnel clouds, which, you know, if it were to translate to the ground, then obviously you would have had most likely a couple tornadoes. But as of right now, they've been off the ground, and even though there's only 3 people that live here, I'm assuming one of the 3 people actually reported that tornado warning, because there's not a lot of people that live up here. But yeah, definitely have some activity here as this moves on through. But the good news is it's not impacting people, and so there's not really going to be that big of an issue. We have 11,630 subscribers here today. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have been showing me here. As I said, you know, it's amazing what you guys have done for my channel. And I'll continue to do this. So make sure you like the live stream, share this on Facebook, as well as on Twitter with friends and family and on social media. And I'll continue to do this as much as possible. Let's go full screen here to the live cam here. I believe this is Great Bend. Great Bend here. There is a pretty interesting image here from Great Bend. Actually, might have to refresh the page here. Yeah, we might have to refresh that. There we go. But there is a definitely an interesting supercell here. We're not seeing too much except for that lightning bolt that just formed, that just struck in the middle of our screen. And so this is definitely an intensifying storm just by seeing all the positive CGs, or the positive cloud to ground lightning. And so there is a lot of activity here, to say the least. Now, a lot of people are saying there's a new tornado warning in Kansas, and so let's talk about that new tornado warning. This is for Barton and Russell counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live along here, you not only could see the chance for a tornado, but even golf ball sized hail. So anyone who lives in this polygon, for the most part, anywhere south of Russell, near United States 281, United States Highway 281, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So this is, as I said, going to be south of Russell. We have a lot of strong gusty winds here, reported by emergency management, and upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We also have some other wind gusts and upwards of 60 miles per hour further back towards Gorham. And so really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But some very strong damaging winds, some large hail, and even the threat for tornadoes is possible south of, well, actually around Interstate 70 and south of Interstate 70 here in central Kansas. So, as I said, if you know anyone who lives just to the east of Hayes, near Russell, or south of Russell, near Galatia, as well as Susank, or north of those areas, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to get into their safe space. Either share this live stream with them if they don't believe you, or just take a screenshot or something like that, because this is definitely a concerning situation with how many tornado warnings there has been over the same exact area. So big time development here across the board. We need to be mindful of this 100%. Can you check Maryland, Virginia? Yes, sir. I can check that real quickly. Let's take a look at the Sterling, Virginia radar site. And we got a couple of storms here. A couple of severe storms, actually, that are firing off. And so areas near the D.C. Metroplex, as well as south of the D.C., along the I-95 corridor. You guys are really getting a lot of strong, damaging winds. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning here for the District of Columbia, Prince George's, and Charles counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, this has had a history of doing wind damage as well as produced quarter-sized hail, so really something that we all have to watch out for as this continues to progress. Some very strong storms that could be moving on through, and we need to watch out for this as this continues to move on. Now, there's the cell over here that's heading off towards Laurel, and this actually has a little bit of a general rotation. Small rotation, weak rotation, but it's riding an outflow boundary, and so this kind of concerns me for the threat of something tornadic, potentially. It's not all too strong right now, but it's a mini supercell, more or less, that's moving on through. So places along near Laurel or anywhere in between Baltimore and DC along I-95, you guys definitely need to go ahead and monitor the system. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building is my recommendation, but if you need to, I highly recommend that you guys get indoors and stay away from windows, especially with the threat of hail being possible here. But yeah, you definitely have a lot of strong storms that are moving on through here near DC, as well as up near Maryland, near Laurel. I've been to Laurel multiple times. The Laurel Ice Gardens, I've been up there quite a lot of times before. And so if you guys live anywhere near the DC Baltimore Metroplex, even down towards Marlboro, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. Now, let's see. I want to see here real quickly. As I said, if you guys have pictures, feel free to send them to me on on Twitter, all right? Because I want to show people as to what these storms can do. So if you got impacted by these storms and you're safe and the storms are past you, you have pictures of, say, trees down or hail or any sort of damage, maybe even pictures of the showers that are happening outside your window and stuff like that. Or if you find anything from Twitter, find anything from Twitter, then at me, at Nate_Snyder. You can see right here, Jasmine does a good job of this. She sent a picture of someone's stream and sent it to me, so that's good. As well as Felicity Raid here found someone else who posted a picture of a large hailstone, which we'll look at in a second. And at me, at Nate_Snyder, as I mentioned. So let's take a look at that large hailstone, and look at this. Look at this. Look at this hailstone. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's listen in.
The National Weather Service in State College, Pennsylvania has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Adams County in south central Pennsylvania, west central York County in south central Pennsylvania, south central Cumberland County in south central Pennsylvania until 6 p.m.
This storm right here.
At 5:16 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Pine Grove Furnace, moving east at 30 miles per hour.
There it is.
hazard. 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail.
All I needed to hear. So yeah, it's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail that's heading off towards York Springs. This looks to be heading off to the north of Gettysburg, so Gettysburg won't be dealing with the damaging wind threat again from the main cell, but you guys might have some other action that's happening from Chambersburg, and that'll be moving on through your general vicinity. So definitely would want to watch out for those storms as this continues to unfold in front of us. We also have some of these other severe thunderstorms that are moving on through here closer and closer to Philadelphia. Actually, I want to ask real quickly my YouTube staff chat. There we go. Perfect. But yeah, we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here that are heading off into the Philadelphia metro area. So a lot of activity here, to say the least. Let's see if I can find a radar to put over there. Let's see. What if I just open another one? GR2 analyst. I'll open up another program. And I'll go to Sterling. I'll move this over towards Tom's River. Which, fun fact, I actually chased here when I was chasing Tropical Storm Isaias. That was pretty fun. And so, a lot of activity within that general vicinity. Can I check New Hampshire? Yes, I can check New Hampshire. Let's go do that here real quickly. So, up here is New Hampshire. Plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. It's basically almost covering the entire state. And it has a history of producing damaging winds across the board. So if you live over here, highly advised that you all stay indoors. Very strong damaging winds that'll be moving off towards Concord, even into Manchester here. And let's actually get some timings out here for most of you all. This will be heading off towards the Concord area in about an hour. So if you live near Concord, if you live near Manchester, right around that time frame is when you guys can see some stuff. At about, say, 6:15 is more or less when you'll start to see those storms in sight. Rotation in Adams County, Pennsylvania. I doubt it. I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Because Adams County, nah, there's a lot of mountains over there. It'll break it up for the beginning. There actually is a hail spike over there, so that doesn't help either. So any velocities will be corrupted. All right, let's go over towards Kansas. Let's go to Kansas, take a look at the tornado warning again. This actually had a... way back when, it actually had a couple of tornadoes that were spawned off of this. And so a lot of activity here, to say the least, with these storms. There's actually a new cell that just formed here in southern Nebraska. We'll take a look at that there in a second. But very large supercell that's moving on through with echo tops, which are just how high the thunderstorm actually suspends up to in the sky, and upwards of 57,000 feet in some spots. Really high thunderstorms that are moving on through. Very tall, and definitely something that we have to watch out for. That could indicate some very large hail in progress with this, as well as some damaging winds. Monty Python, what's up? How do? What's Long Island looking like for the day? We could use some storms here, pretty dry. Yeah, I think you guys could get some storms here for the most part. Let's take a look at a quick timing here for people in Long Island. Yeah, real quickly. So just by taking a look at the timings here of the HRRR, we're going to be using pivotal weather for this because it's a little bit, quicker. But you can see these storms will start to join the fray at around 10 p.m. and move on through all the way until 11 and even midnight. So according to the HRRR, you guys have a good chance of getting some severe weather. I'm going to look over to the NAM 3 kilometer and see. And it looks like, yeah, you guys have the chance for some scattered showers as this moves on through. Some of which could be severe, produce some damaging winds. But the threat for scattered showers and thunderstorms is possible there in the Long Island area. I want to check something here real quickly. Oh, Allentown has a camera too. Yo, I didn't know this. I should totally keep this around for future reference. I really need to create a document full of cameras, more or less, of sky cameras, so that I may be able to have it for future reference. You know, that probably would be the best for me, wouldn't it? New tour in Nebraska. Would not be surprised. I was actually looking at that cell for a little bit, and it kind of just ramped up significantly. So I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm gonna go over to Goodland's radar, and we probably could have a storm here that could be rather intense. So we're gonna take a look at this, and yeah, it looks like this thing is starting to ramp up. What will severe weather in Lubbock look like today? I'll get to that in a second. Definitely. But, oh, look at that. That is a hook and a half right there. That is a supercell and a half, and very classic hook signature right within here. Inflow unimpeded right within the storm, right within the hook right here. That's where the tornadic rotation most likely would be. So anywhere near State Highway 61, near Benkelman, as well as areas near Max, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to real quickly add a shapefile here to tell me the roads of Nebraska. I've only used Goodland, Kansas's radar maybe once or twice, but it never was really for Nebraska. It was always for Kansas or Colorado. And so we're going to import this and be able to show off as to what all is here. And here's the roads, more or less right there. Boom. So some very strong presentation here on reflectivity. The velocities show a very nice velocity signature here. I'm actually going to take a storm motion here to show you all as to what all I'm talking about. But you have these reds that are moving away from the radar, these greens that are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. The tornadic rotation would most likely be right within there, heading over State Highway 61. So if you live over there, as I mentioned, you guys need to go ahead and really monitor the storm. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I would not say this is a debris ball. I think it's actually surrounding the mesocyclone with rain, so there might be the chance for something there, but it's not really all too big as of right now. You might be starting to get something here, though, north of Benkelman. So really interesting tornado or tornado warning here as this moves on through. I actually want to take a 3D of the cell. We're close enough to the radar to take a 3D of it. And we're going to go to the lit volume and look at this. Look at this supercell presentation. You have your rain that's being held up by the updraft right here. So you have your rain that's being held up. You have an inflow notch right within here, which I'll show you in a bit. And you have all this red that's producing some very large hail, even some overshooting tops here. These little bumps here indicate that there's some very deep convection that's rising and producing some very strong thunderstorm activity. And we definitely have a strong supercell ongoing. I'm going to take a look at the normalized rotation and show or see how high the rotation actually suspends in the atmosphere. And look at this. The rotation actually goes pretty high up. All this blue right here is the rotation. That's what it's indicating. So this blue right here is what's called the normalized rotation. This right here suspends up really high up into the atmosphere in upwards of actually over 40,000 feet. So we have some pretty strong storms that are surging on through all of that. I'm not going to be talking about West Tennessee. Nothing's happening there. So as this continues to move on through here in the southeastern or southwestern parts of Nebraska, this is definitely a lot of activity as this moves on through. Here. You kind of got stuck here, cat. Go ahead and be free. There we go. I don't know why, but my cat was in my room. And he just straight up decided to look at me. Yeah, I would definitely buy, if you were to get some sort of radar Omega is pretty good. Radar Omega is pretty good in my honest opinion. I would have to say that much. Now, I do want to show the inflow notch here of that storm in Nebraska. I did say I wanted to do that. I inadvertently exited out of it, so let's take another 3D here. And we're going to take a look specifically at heavy rain here. We're going to look specifically at heavy rain. And so if I narrow it down to that, you'll be able to see that there's a little bit of a notch here, a little bit of a cave. And right within this cave, this is where the storm takes in its energy. This is what I was talking about, that inflow notch to where the storm takes in energy. And this is right where it happens. And so the inflow notch is pretty tall, it's pretty wide, and it could get pretty consolidated. So what that could mean here is that there could potentially be something tornadic with this system. And we do have the chance for them here today, so we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Atlanta weather, what's up? Hello, hello. There is oh, yep, confirmed tornado here. Confirmed tornado. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. There you go. So this is a confirmed tornado. Most likely either in progress or a quick spin up, but this is a confirmed tornado that's moving on through here north of Benkelman. So we were talking about how this thing could probably go. This thing could potentially produce a tornado, and that's exactly what it's doing here. So a tornado in progress here that is heading off to the north of Benkelman here in Nebraska. But yeah, here's another tornado warning. We've been talking about it. The threat for tornadoes is possible here today. And I do want to actually take a look and show you here. I'm going to exit out of this and resume in kind of. There we go. I'm going to go back over here and show you all the SPC forecast. That's not the SPC forecast. The SPC's website might actually be down at the moment, which would be kind of funny because anyone and everyone is looking at this for information. This is why the SPC should probably be funded, because they don't make a lot of money for all this. They're not really funded all too heavily, and they're these people who try to warn people for weather. So, while that's loading, let's take a look at Twitter. As I mentioned, if you have anything, feel free to send it to me. That way, I may be able to show it off to the stream here. Some pretty gnarly cells over there in Kansas. That Chad is showing us pretty gnarly weather. And then there's there's the roping out funnel there that we were seeing. So some pretty gnarly footage from Chris Nestman. Chris Nestman with some really good footage here. I mean, look at this. This is a funnel and a half right here. So look at that. So Chris Nestman right there. That's who got the footage. Let's see. Let's look on through and see what else is here. Aerial view of a shelf cloud moving through Quakertown in Pennsylvania. Look at how intense this looks and how dark it is right within that area based off of the actual supercell. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That is a pretty strong cell, to say the least, with all the rain here. And even a little bit of greenage in the back of it. It shows blue, but it's a bit of greenage, more or less. And there's actually the picture of some of the activity there in Quakerstown. So a lot of activity, to say the least. There's the storm in Kansas. A big time shelf cloud that is suspended down towards the ground with some activity of maybe something tornadic within that. I'd have to get closer because it's really dark behind it, but pretty nice activity there shown by Chaser Scott Roberts. So Chaser Scott Roberts is doing the Lord's work over there in Kansas. And then we also have the possibility of twin tornadoes in progress in Nebraska. Interesting. So that was from one of the chasers on Twitch. So yeah, the potential for something tornadic is possible in there, and maybe even twins in Nebraska. maybe even twins. Speaking of Nebraska, let's take a look at that cell again. I mean, look at this. This thing is having a whale of a time, more or less. Yeah, I definitely see where what they mean by there could be twins, all within the same meso. If not, there could be another one that's developing off to the south, but that's more or less anticyclonic rotation right within there. But yeah, there could definitely be something here off of this confirmed tornado report. A couple of tornadoes with this, and there's your report of the tornado right within there. So we got 2 tornado warnings right now. One with a tornado, another with history of tornadoes, and some large hail and upwards of 4 inches, as well as 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so a pretty active beginning before these storms here in Kansas really start to fire off. And there's even one that starts to that's firing off here near Leoti. And so that's something that we got to watch out for. And speaking of which, I do want to real quickly. I want to see the satellite imagery of that cell in Kansas. Look at that. So there's already one cell that's forming here in Kansas. Already one. You might be able to get more and more. That might be the beginning of some right here. So anything within this general vicinity, you could start to get some stuff that really start to fire off. And that's what we're expecting here today. So stay tuned. If you want to stay tuned to all of my content, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Most likely, I'm going to try to upload the video. Upload a video tomorrow morning. I typically upload videos every morning anyways, to try and give people as much information on these storms as possible. And so if you want to stay up to date with that, feel free to do so. But if you want to see more stuff of these live streams, we do have a pretty big risk for some severe weather tomorrow as well. A 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, but it could be upgraded to a 4 out of 5. Here's your 4 out of 5 for today, this red risk here in Nebraska and Kansas. And so we definitely have a lot of activity here for today, especially in the northeast, as well as the central and southern plains. But tomorrow, I was mentioning that there is a pretty big risk for severe weather, and we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here across portions of the central plains into the Ozarks, and a lot of activity here as well. So if you guys want to stay tuned for more content and stuff like that, as I said, please be sure to hit the notification bell and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Anthony Miller, what's up? What's up? Rosario Tempest, what's up as well? Let's go back to the cell south of Russell. We still have this tornado warning over here. And this cell is, well, these cells more or less are really doing a whole lot of activity here, to say the least. A lot of activity. You can see the hook that wraps around. So this is the rain that's wrapping around the inflow that's wrapping in. So it naturally creates this counterclockwise rotation. And this right here is where the tornadic storm would most likely produce a tornado. There isn't really a whole lot of velocities with this. I mean, there is some that could have meant that it produced a tornado briefly, but it's not really impacting a whole lot of people at the moment. So that is the good news. Now, I'm actually curious as to what the environment is like up in southeastern or southwestern parts of Nebraska, because this is a very cyclic nature of these storms. There actually might be twin tornadoes in progress with this. One being right here, another being right here. We have 2 mesocyclones that are basically being shared at the moment. And so this is pretty interesting. This is really interesting, to say the least. The potential for 2 tornadoes at the same time here in Nebraska. I don't know why Nebraska loves having 2 tornadoes at the same time, but it does. And so you have one rotation right about here, This is your old rotation, and then your new rotation, which is forming off to the south of that, that is about right there. And so right within that general vicinity, the potential for 2 tornadoes at the same time is kind of insane. And we're really going to have to watch out for this as this heads on through along Highway 61 in Nebraska and to the north of Max, basically to the north of US Highway 34. I do want to take a 3D of this cell here. I want to take a 3D. And yeah, the inflow notch is starting to look a little bit better. It's just the rain is not exactly wrapping around to not as much. So that is the good news there. But this is pretty insane. People are saying wedge tornado in Kansas, so maybe my hunch on there being a tornado briefly was correct. Either that or it's this cell here near Ellsworth. But yeah, this cell up here, just to the south of Russell, just to the south of Bunker Hill, a lot of activity to say the least. There even is still some rotation. So we're kind of popcorning between cells, more or less. Actually, I'm going to stick with the cell up towards Nebraska for a second. But as I said, any tornadic activity here, if you're in Barton or Russell County here in Kansas, should be underground or the lowest innermost part of your building. But let's take a look back over here in Nebraska. And look at this. That is not a 3D. There we go. So let's take a look at the normalized rotation here. And it looks like throughout the different levels of the atmosphere, it definitely has lost a bit of its rotation. It definitely has lost a bit of its rotation, but a lot of activity as it moves on through. Did they seriously issue a PDS tornado watch? Did they seriously issue a PDS tornado watch? Did they seriously just issue a PDS tornado watch? If that is true, we are in for a long evening, chat. If they just... Jeez. Where is this wedge at, chat? What program do I use for meteorology? GR2 analyst. PDS tornado warning. Yeah, this cell here in Nebraska. So this thing is most likely amplifying significantly. Look at the velocities here. Velocities have intensified rather rapidly. Look at that. You got some very strong oranges moving on through. I'm actually going to take a storm relative velocity here. Look at this velocity, chat. We got some oranges that are moving away from the radar. We have some greens that are moving towards. This is your significant tornado risk here for tonight. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of the storm. This is the beginning of the event here. Right here. We already got a report of a stovepipe tornado on the ground on Highway 61. And yeah, this is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning moving on through. If you guys have anything, any pictures of the tornado on Twitter, feel free to send them to me so that I can show them to chat. But very strong winds, oranges moving away, greens moving towards, and a very significant tornado that is most likely ongoing. There's a debris signature right there with it too, so it even is throwing up debris. Even though there is nothing out there to throw up debris, a lot of air and dust that's being kicked up, and some very significant tornado that's moving on through. Do not pre-rate. Do not pre-rate as these storms have not hit anything quite yet. So until we can see damage, we cannot pre-rate. But this is definitely showing a debris signature. This is a strong tornado right here. Yeah, this is a strong tornado. Strong tornado in progress. This is a strong tornado. I'm taking a delta velocity here. I see 94 mile per hour winds going outbound and 28 mile per hour winds going inbound. This shows me that we have a 100 and oh goodness. Give me a second here to process. We have a 122 mile per hour delta velocity storm. That's how fast the rotation is moving. So you have a 122 mile per hour delta velocity. This is a strong tornado in progress right here. A classic signature and a very concerning situation with a massive debris ball that's starting to surge on through. So this is a this is a very concerning situation here for areas along Highway 61 here in Nebraska. So as I said, large tornado in progress. We might be able to have pictures here. There's your picture right there. Large tornado that is in progress. Very large tornado. And so what I actually think happened here is the mesocyclones actually might have merged more or less. And so, you know, as that moves on through, you know, we can definitely see some very large tornadoes. Yeah, there's the PDS tornado watch right there. And I'm definitely going to have to watch out for that 100%. Here's your PDS tornado watch. Let's read into it. Yeah, this is a PDS tornado watch right here. So let's take a look at the probabilities. 80% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes. 80% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. We might even have already our strong tornado here. So that is the good news. Well, that's not really the good news. That's the bad news. What the hell am I talking about? This is already happening and the main event's not here. But if this was the main tornado today, then I would be pretty happy if this wasn't hitting anything else because it's out in the middle of nowhere. But the unfortunate thing is that this is happening. This is a large tornado that's moving on through, and a PDS tornado watch has been issued with a large and violent tornado that's moving on about. And look at that. The velocities have actually consolidated a bit more. Spectrum width, or storm relative velocities, you can see it's a lot better. And there's your spectrum width right there. Spectrum width indicates your turbulence. Very strong turbulence here within this storm. It does look like it's weakening just a bit. 110 mile per hour delta velocity, but this is definitely a strong storm that's moving due north along State Highway 61. So if you live here along State Highway 61, if you live just to the east of it, if you live just to the west of it, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. We have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Kansas. So this is for Barton, Ellsworth, and Russell counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time with a tornado and ping pong ball sized hail possible. So if you live here, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A new tornado warning for the cell in Nebraska. We'll get to that in a second. Luckily, it's just paralleling that highway that I mentioned. And if you are anywhere around there, I informed you all that if you live there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. But Hitchman, as well as Beaver, Hollywood, you guys need to go ahead and seek shelter and take your proper precautions because you are in a tornado warning here. But areas like Great Bend, you guys are too far south. You guys won't be impacted by this as of right now. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to the tornado warning here in Goodland. And here's the new tornado warning. It basically says that this storm is moving due north. And that's exactly what we have been seeing. That's the reason why I said anyone who lives along Highway 61 definitely could start to see that large violent tornado. Even the velocities have kind of stopped registering. So this is a very strong tornado that's moving on through, and luckily it's not impacting too many people. I mean, if we look at this, the places that it's went over, I mean, there might have been some structures here for the some structures here, but for the most part, it's relatively desolate. It's not impacting too many areas with populace, and so that is the good news here with this storm. I do want to take a 3D of this. Actually, you know what? I want to take a slice of the hook. I want to see if I can see the debris signature as it spans up into the atmosphere. I want to see it. And yeah, there it is. There's the here's the debris scan as it starts out. You can see spectrum width is pretty high within this general vicinity. Right within there. ZDR, you have a pretty interesting ZDR column. Yeah, there's your ZDR column, so you have a pretty strong updraft. ZDR talks about updrafts or looks at updrafts, and so this is a tornadic updraft right within here, and a very strong storm, more or less. We can't see how high the debris actually spans according to the slicing, but we can take a look at the 3D, and we can take a look at it that way. So we're going to take a look at the 3D of the cell, and man, oh man, is this thing really starting to ramp up. This thing is really starting to kind of go a bit. If we take a look at the full 3D of it, you can see the updraft holding most of the large hail in the atmosphere and all of these rain in the atmosphere, leaving room for inflow to seep into the storm to actually feed the actual storm. And if we actually take a look at the isosurface, channel it out, this cave right within here is where the inflow is at. And so a particularly dangerous storm that's moving on through. Thank you so much. Particularly dangerous storm that's moving off towards the north. What's the chances for Canada? I'm not sure if there's like a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning at the moment for Canada at the moment, but let me check it here real quickly. But as I said, this is your big time severe storm. This is one of multiple tornadoes that we could see here today, and things are really just starting to fire off. For Canada, it depends upon where you are in Canada. There's only one severe thunderstorm. Well, there actually isn't any more severe thunderstorm warnings, so you should be fine, even if you live here in Quebec or Ontario. So, guys, this is only the beginning of the event, and what we need to do here is we need to inform as many people as possible, because this can only get worse here for today in the plains. I mean, there's still the severe weather that's ongoing in the Northeast, but this is the beginning of our event here today. So we need to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, all sorts of stuff like that. By liking the live stream, you actually get me onto more people's recommended pages so that people who may see my content for the first time may know what is happening, especially if they live in these areas. Because if they live in these areas, they need this information the most. So if you guys would do me a great favor and go share this live stream, that would be greatly appreciated. And my goodness, that is a large tornado that I'm looking at right now on someone else's screen. Multi-vortex. It might be trying to fan out a little bit, which is the good news here. It might be trying to rope out. It looks like it's actually roping out there. I can't show it officially, but yeah, it looks like the tornado might be starting to rope out more or less. Here's more stuff that people are sharing with me here on Twitter. There's the tornado. Look at that. There's the tornado on in Nebraska. That is a clear tornado right within there. So sheesh. Crazy situation there. There's the large tornado. There's another picture from the tornado. It's actually similar to what I'm seeing on the other screen that I have. It's a more or less now kind of like a funnel that isn't fully consolidated to the ground, but it's like it's still a cone, and it's a smaller cone. And this is a big time tornado that kind of just went right on through. So a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this moves off towards the north. Yep, there's your tornado. It actually kind of looks similar to this right now, but some pretty crazy activity as this continues to move off. But there's your large tornado. Yep, and it's starting to rope out here. So the tornado, it looks like it's starting to deteriorate. That is the good news. Looks like the tornado is starting to deteriorate. But let's go back to the radar coverage. Let's go back to the radar and show you. The velocities looks like it's starting to weaken. It definitely looks like it's starting to weaken. There is a anticyclonic rotation on the opposite side of the hook, so you might see an anticyclonic tornado here, possibly. But we have a lot of activity here, to say the least, as it surges on through. And definitely have to be mindful of this situation. Yeah, we got a bunch of storms that are starting to form across the board. This is a lot of activity. Let's take a look back at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And yeah, this is a pretty gnarly line of storms that has produced some wind damage already. Long line of storms that have been moving on through, even into Baltimore. And so there is a lot of stuff across the board. A lot of stuff across the board here with a new severe thunderstorm warning for Trenton. Look at this. Look at how many counties there are. So we'll just basically say that areas near Philadelphia all the way up to Mount Holly, to Bristol, to Trenton, all the way up to New Brunswick and Princeton, you guys have a new severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour. And so I highly advise you all to stay indoors during this event. As I said, strong gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour moving on through. Now I do want to check here real quickly. That's not what I wanted, and I won't be able to see much stuff from it. I'm trying to find a webcam here. Yeah, the funnel is really starting to kind of rope out. It's significantly roping out. Is this it? Nope. Give me a second as I try and find a webcam here of Philadelphia. Philly's kind of getting impacted as well. And here's Philly. Look at that. So we're looking at, I believe this is the Art Museum. And some pretty strong gusty winds that'll be surging on through here pretty soon. So we'll actually keep this over here. We'll move this over to the side. Actually, the tornado's back on the ground again. Okay, well, it just so happens to be doing damage again. It's having a whale of a time. So that's unfortunate. I'm going to get a camera here for West Philadelphia. Leave that up. So that way we may be able to have something here. And let's take a look back at the tornado here in Nebraska. And yeah, it looks to be back on the ground again. A lot of dust being kicked up. But anywhere basically along Highway 61. Anywhere along Highway 61 or areas out in front of that near Hamlet and Juanita, as well as Palisade. I'd highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So some pretty strong rotation here with this storm as this continues to move on through. And this thing has been producing multiple tornadoes as this continues to go about. There's some more reports coming in. Tornadoes still on the ground, starting to rope out. Golf ball size hail reported. Let's see. They can see the tornado in Dundee County. It was reported as a stovepipe tornado. So yep, that is more reports coming in to confirm our suspicions. And we even got some more severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. A lot of activity that's starting to fire off. To all the people that are subscribing, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're at 11,650 right now. So to all the people who have been subscribing, I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving us. What happens when the storm gets to Philadelphia? It'll split like it always does. Well, you guys are getting some of the activity there. You're about to, at least. It roped out? Yeah, it figured. The thing was starting to kind of get a bit weak. Especially on velocities. Let's actually take a look at... I was going to see what if that had anything, but I couldn't see anything of value, so we're not going to use it. I'm going to take a look at the HRRR here. And I'm going to go over to Kansas. That's the 18Z run. We're going to look at this. And they haven't updated yet, so that's interesting. But yeah, a bunch of storms start to form, and look at this. Now the HRRR really agrees with a lot of supercells. Look at this. You got quite a bunch here in Kansas. You even got some in Nebraska as well. Lot of activity, to say the least. And some very strong damaging winds heading towards Hastings. You can see how this starts to bow. Whenever you see some rain like this that starts to bow, that tells you that you have a lot of gusty winds surging in behind it. And so right at the top of the bow echo, that is where the strongest winds typically are. So a lot of activity heading towards Hastings, and really something we got to watch out for. How much did I pay for GR2 Analyst? $250, but it's only a one-time purchase, and you can use it on as many programs, use it on as many computers as you want to. Excuse me, I gotta stretch. And yeah, you can also modify it however way you want. Panhandle, Texas for Amarillo. Yeah, I might as well check that out here. So there's Amarillo. And scattered storms are possible at around 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. But they're still possible to form around there, but they may try and form a bit further to your east. And then by around midnight to 1 a.m., you also have some more storms that'll push on through, especially around the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hours. So definitely something to watch out for that. Cliff Cappers with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. All the money that goes into my channel ends up going back into either the live stream or me storm chasing, getting equipment and stuff like that. So I really do appreciate all the support. Yeah, here's your couple cells that are forming. Your damaging wind threat that'll start to push on through. And yeah, you got some very strong damaging winds here as this heads off into the latter stage of the evening. Specifically 11 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. is when it might be at its peak. And then it might start to veer off a little bit towards midnight Central Daylight Time. And, well, 1 o'clock it still seems like it's going. So we may actually be still live streaming at 1. And even stored towards 2 o'clock. Maybe. Excuse me. Let's look at Philadelphia here. So you got a lot of storms that are heading off towards Trenton. You got a lot of storms that are really heading off towards Trenton. You also have another storm that's heading off into the general vicinity of Philadelphia. This will be coming from Westchester and Oxford too, so really something we're going to have to watch out for. But yeah, Philadelphia could definitely get impacted by this, especially as it heads towards Chester. But this has already been doing some damage. It's had a history of doing wind damage across the board. And a lot of activity, to say the least, as it heads closer and closer towards one being a capital of a state, another being a major populous area of a state. No yawning? Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? New tornado warning for Nebraska. This is an extension, so this is further along the line, and now there's another tornado warning after that. So, damaging tornado, emergency management confirmed the tornado at 4 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here near Hitchcock County and Dundee County, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building. This will be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a lot of activity here that's heading up towards the north. And even this new tornado warning here for Chase and Hayes County, which will be in effect until the top of the hour. This also could have some half-dollar size hail on top of that. Yeah, you got a bunch of cells that are forecasted to form across here. I haven't actually been able to put the new tornado watch up there. So let me go ahead and do that here real quickly. So your PDS tornado watch, or your particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely. That's the wording from the Storm Prediction Center. I just looked at it again. And I just... There we go. Yeah, just because I want this wording on here. Yeah, just let that sink in here, chat. Several tornadoes, including a few intense, likely. It's not possible. It's likely. That's what they said. And that is not what you want to hear. I'll tell you what, that's not what I wanted to hear today. Let us see. I'm almost done with this. There's the tornado watch. Okay, so it's not enough. Of course. We're gonna change this to, what, 8,000? There we are. And we're gonna hope that this is enough. Give me a second here, chat. Oh, of course, so it's not completely there. All right, yeah. I'm just gonna say portions of the Northeast, and people are just gonna have to be happy with that. Like, no offense, but a PDS tornado watch. God, I hate how this is set up. File, save. Alright, we might be able to have it now. Several tornadoes, few intense likely, widespread hail, scattered hail. Hail events up to 4. So it doesn't say it all the way. Doesn't say it all the way. It should be fine. Should be fine. People are saying there's a new tornado warning in Colorado. I don't see it yet, but it might. We've got 3 embedded rotations here. 3 rotations here in the cell that produced the large tornado. And yeah, it probably could be on the ground again here soon. This one probably could be on the ground again. As a matter of fact, new tornado on the ground with east circulation on Highway 61. So yeah, it looks like we got a bit of rotation here. We have quite a bit of rotation, actually. But yeah, that is a pretty that's a pretty good rotation signature here. You can clearly see on the velocities. The oranges are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. There's a bunch of different areas here where there could be rotation, but the one that they're talking about here is this one. This is where the tornadic rotation would be. And I would not be surprised if this is back on the ground. Would not be surprised if this is a tornado on the ground. So, as I said, the good news is it's not impacting too many people. It's in the middle of rural farmland in Nebraska. But this is heading towards places that aren't too rural. Wanetta, Hamlet, as well as Palisade. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this definitely is, definitely most likely could be a tornado on the ground. And I'm actually looking at it on another person's stream, and I'd have to agree, honestly. I would have to agree. Now, let's take a look back at the severe thunderstorm warning that's heading off towards the border of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. If you live near Trenton, if you live near Philadelphia, all the way up to Princeton and New Brunswick, highly advise that you guys get indoors. I highly advise that you guys go indoors. Because you have some very strong storms that'll be surging on through right within your general vicinity. But yeah, very strong damaging winds moving on through with this storm into Trenton and Bristol, as well as Hightstown and New Brunswick and Somerville. And even places in Philadelphia are not completely out of the woods because you have another severe thunderstorm warning that's heading off into your general vicinity. Do I expect a tornado around the DC area? No, not really. Not really. I appreciate all the people who are subscribing. Thank you so much. And it means a lot to my channel. A lot of activity here across the board. I'm trying to find some stuff. There's actually a bit of... There might actually be the rotation here. There might actually be the tornado. So I thought they would meant like the east rotation over here, but there is another rotation right here. That's most likely the tornado right there. Yeah, it could definitely be the tornado right within the hook. So we got another tornado that is on the ground here. Multiple reports of tornadoes. This is a confirmed tornado here in southwestern parts of Nebraska, heading towards Wanetta and Hamlet. So this is off to the west of McCook. Off to the west of McCook. That is a pretty large tornado right there. It's actually more of a cone. It's either a stove. It's a breed between a cone and a stovepipe, more or less. But yeah, a lot of storms that are forming off across the board here. Let's try and see Might be people who sent me some stuff on Twitter here. Might be. Past 4 minutes. Yeah, there's the there's your funnels. I wouldn't say 3 tornadoes, honestly. There would probably be 1. There would probably be 2. The new mesocyclone. This is not a tornado. That's not a tornado. That's there's definitely is 2. Yeah, big tornado moving on through there. 100%. Yeah, if you guys have any more stuff that's on Twitter here, that'd be greatly appreciated so I can show you all as to what all is happening. But yeah, that is a pretty crazy storm that's moving off and about. So yeah, big stovepipe here. Big tornado for the most part. That's heading about. This guy got the footage, yeah, but unfortunately I'll be copyright claimed, copyright striked. So they'll take down my channel and stuff like that if I show the footage from him. Yeah, I can't show any live storm chaser footage, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of activity here. Here's Petro. He's on the cell in Nebraska, and look at this. There's your stovepipe. That's your tornado in Nebraska right now. Very nice wall cloud that's rotating around. And here's Reed. Reed's on it. Reed's on the tornado, and that was a pretty big tornado right there too. So good for Reed right there. Who got in that shot. Yep, and that photograph was pretty sane too. Did I just get another severe thunderstorm warning? All right, let's listen. Let's listen to the severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Frederick County in northwestern Virginia, Northern Clark County in northwestern Virginia, the city of Winchester in northwestern Virginia, Jefferson County in the Panhandle of West Virginia, Southern Berkeley County in the Panhandle of West Virginia until 7 p.m. At 6:15 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 14 miles southwest of Greenwood to near Star Tannery, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated.
All I really needed to hear there. So Winchester, Charlestown, Brucetown areas along Interstate 81. You guys need to go ahead and get indoors. Strong gusty winds are possible, some of which could topple trees and power lines and definitely do damage. So all the more reason for you guys to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. All right, let's go full screen to me here. And I'm going to take this out. I'm going to close that. And we're just going to go full screen here to the radar. And yeah, we got a couple, as I said, you know, tornado here. We got a new tornado watch that I just saw that just happened here. So tornado watch 211. It'll be moving about. Why am I not showing chases? Because my channel will be taken down, and I really don't want my channel taken down. Because people really do not like it when their footage is shown as put on until after the actual after the whole entire event. So basically, they don't like their footage live streamed. Basically. Yeah, I have to purchase I have to purchase the license to broadcast their stuff, and unfortunately, I don't have a lot of money besides the stuff that I get from YouTube. Now I do have my own chaser. So there is that. He's just he's gonna be chasing tomorrow. Trying to more or less save up a lot of money for later. But yeah, you look at this. The velocities are really starting to kind of uptick a bit. The oranges are moving away. Grays and greens moving towards the same old, more or less. The velocities aren't exactly, too strong compared to once it was. But yeah, definitely something to monitor as this continues to move on through. Yeah, that's the reason, chat, why I ask, if you have a Twitter account, send me pictures of stuff like this, so that way I may be able to show you all. Like, look at this. I was looking at this one time on someone's chaser footage over to the side, and you can see that there's this clear, dancing tornado, but we wouldn't have been able to saw it live or watch it and stuff like that because channel most likely would have been taken down. So you still have some still have a pretty pretty strong tornadoes that have been moving on through, large tornadoes and stuff like that, and we've been showing some pictures. But yeah, let's see. I want to, oh, someone sent something of that. Never mind. Let's take a look at the tornado watch, shall we? There we go. So there's the tornado watch. This is for Amarillo. 50-20 probability, so interesting. There is the chance for, there's the chance for tornadoes here around Amarillo, so definitely something to watch out for. Observed tornado in Kansas. I would assume it's this. This severe thunderstorm or this tornado warning, but yeah, there's actually a couple of reports of a brief touchdown for less than 1 minute. So a very brief touchdown of these storms with this these tornado warnings that have been moving on through near Holyrood as well as Lorraine. So areas in this general vicinity are definitely seeing a lot of activity. And there's already been reports of multiple tornadoes here in central Kansas. There's already been reports of multiple tornadoes. Some were indeed large. And we also have a new tornado warning up here for a confirmed tornado in northwestern parts of Kansas. So let's take a look at this. This tornado warning is for Rawlins, Decatur, Red Willow, and Hitchcock counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed damaging tornado with weather spotters on it. And so definitely something to be mindful of as this moves on through. The velocities I cannot see to save my life, so I would not be able to show you what the velocities are within that general vicinity. But you do have a general inflow notch right within here to where something tornadic could reside. So there's definitely a lot of activity here. There's even there's some of the reports of an off-duty National Weather Service employee that reported a tornado near Herndon. And so there's a lot of activity that's heading off, especially towards the town of McCook here in Nebraska. So this is definitely starting to fire off with a bang, if you will. And real quickly, I do want to put this in my watches, warnings, and stuff. Save that. And I hope that that works. Hope that that works. Kasumi, what's up? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, as I said, we got a lot of tornadoes here that has been ongoing today. Let's actually take a look at the reports. How many reports of tornadoes have there been today? There has been 10 unfiltered reports, 9 filtered reports, which means that they're actual different tornadoes and stuff like that. So there's been nine different reports of tornadoes here, and we've had a plethora amount of activity here so far, including a new tornado warning, which is right near Herndon, and the tornado that is most likely in progress heading off towards the north and east towards McCook. So really something to watch out for. We also have a couple of tornadoes that have been reported near Hayes all the way down south, north of Great Bend. There's actually a couple tornado warnings at the moment. But there is a lot of activity here, to say the least. Lot of activity. Let's see. Do I need any of this? Jeez. Yeah, giant severe thunderstorm warnings here in Maine and New Hampshire. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. So let's move this radar down to Boston. Move that radar to Boston. Move this other radar to somewhere like North Platte, probably. Is North Platte probably the best area? Is it going to start raining corn in Nebraska? I hope not. Talked about Tornado Watch 211. Yeah. 50-20 probs for Amarillo. So there is the chance for some tornadoes. Excuse me. Trying to figure out which radar I should put it in. Is Ryan Hall live? No, I don't believe he is. He's been having internet issues all day. And so he was live. I know that much. I don't think he is anymore. Yeah, we've got a lot of tornadoes here across the board. And it's not even, it's 5 o'clock. It's 5:30 over there. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in... something tells me I shouldn't put it in Denver. I'm gonna put it in North Platte. I'm gonna put it in North Platte for right now. How's it going to look for New Brunswick? New Brunswick is most likely gonna get some scattered showers that'll push on through later on this evening. Depends upon where you are in New Brunswick, though. Because you could definitely get some severe weather. But there isn't any severe warnings in the U.S. that are heading into New Brunswick, so it may not be all too severe until later on this evening. But that's what I'm seeing for New Brunswick as of right now. Are they storms in the northeast weakening or intensifying? Neither. They're staying the same. Yeah, here's your cells. Lot of cells that are forming out in front. This could create your tornadic rotations. So a lot of activity. What radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is a pretty good program. If you're considering, weather as a profession, I highly recommend it. But make sure you're going to use it as a long-term thing. Because it does cost $250. Excuse me. I need to drink a lot of water. So we still have a couple of tornadoes. I think this is an ongoing tornado. Yeah, so it's still an ongoing tornado here in Nebraska. Spotter was located in the extreme southern Chase County, looking south. And so the potential for a tornado is possible here. And as I said, areas near Hamlet, areas near Juanita, areas near Palisade. Could definitely see something tornadic that can move on through. 100%. So US Highway 6, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Is that another tornado warning for... What? Oh, there's only... Yeah, there's a new tornado warning. Wow, so you got another storm that just fired off here. I was trying to figure out, because I saw there was another tornado warning, and then boom, just appeared right to the side. So a new tornado warning here for Hitchcock County. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with ping pong ball sized hail as well. So areas anywhere along the line. I mean, look at this. You have a tornado here near Herndon that looks to be relatively strong. Oranges moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornado most likely would be. That might even have a debris signature. I don't see it though, but some very strong rotation with that storm that's moving on through. Then you even have another storm here near Trenton with the classic hook appendage that you would look out for. So something tornadic is definitely possible right within here. Definitely could see that. So Trenton, and then further on towards Culbertson. Culbertson could also be impacted. And then areas near Hamlet and Palisade, you guys could also be seeing some more tornadic conditions, because this cell has been producing tornado after tornado after tornado. And the thing about this here too is that if you're in Nebraska and you're trying to find these tornadoes and you're approaching from the north, or if you're looking from the north, you won't be able to see it until it's literally on top of you, because the actual tornadic rotation is at the bottom of this storm. And so it's on the bottoms of this all the way down here on the southern edge. So if we show you where these storms are moving, these storms are moving off to the north, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain. You're going to be dealing with a lot of hail, gusty winds before you even experience the tornadoes. So all the more reason as to why you need to monitor this as much as possible. And a new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued here for Hayes County. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that and $50 sized hail as that moves on through to the north and east. But a lot of activity here with these three cells, or these three amigos, more or less, that are not being comrades for the United States. So definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for, and the potential for something tornadic is possible as this continues to move on through. But yeah, this cell right here near Herndon kind of concerns me. Some pretty strong rotation here too. Some very strong rotation. So we got multiple tornado warnings with potentially multiple tornadoes in progress. And a lot of storms, to say the least. Yeah, there's that cell in Stapleton, but it's just it's having trouble organizing itself at the moment. So that's the good news. That is the good news there. But it's just a lot of these storms are now starting to form, and a lot of these storms are really starting to kind of kick off and fire up. And is that another tornado warning? Yeah, I honestly, there are so many tornado warnings right now. It's not even funny. There are a lot of tornado warnings right now. Let's go back to Goodland. Yeah, look at how many tornado warnings are there. I'm going to move it back to base reflectivity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings, all within the span of 3 storms. All of this right here. Heading off towards McCook and Palisade. PDS for Southern Cell, would not be surprised. That thing looked rather intense. So downloading data, we'll be able to see what all is happening here. Latest scan just came in, and yeah, there's the PDS. Law enforcement confirmed. Tornado reported. So PDS tornado, a particularly dangerous situation with golf ball sized hail on top of that. This is not good. Not good at all, especially as this heads towards McCook. Let's see. I'm actually curious if there's a sky cam in a McCook. I don't think there would be. If there is a sky cam in McCook, could people who know me on Discord send that my way? That'd be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, this is an intense storm right here. This is an intense storm. This is a really intense storm. New update concerning severe thunderstorm watch. It's not that big of a deal. Looking at spectrum width here, I couldn't see all too much from it, which is the good news. But this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, guys. So if you live anywhere north of Herndon here in Nebraska, anywhere along State Highway 17 in Nebraska, or north of Herndon in Kansas, if you live near State Highway 17 in Nebraska or State 117 in Kansas, highly advise you all to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Do I seriously not have roads for Kansas on this? I really don't. Hold up. Let's put this up here. Sheesh. Yeah, this is a pretty strong storm. Pretty strong set of storms. Check the velocities near Goodland, Kansas. Well, I was looking at the storms north of Goodland, Kansas, if that makes you feel any better. The cell here that's south of Russell Springs, there actually is a little bit of rotation right there. Maybe a little. I don't see too much from it as of right now. It'll have to develop a little bit more in order for me to really want to watch out for it. But yeah, you can definitely see something. What in the world? Obviously, I can't show the stream. Don't want my channel get taken down. Error 404. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, there we go. Look at this. So this is a storm that's near Indianola. And I don't exactly... Let's see. I gotta try and find this. So here's Indianola. And I'm assuming it's looking off at these storms here near Trenton. I'm assuming that's what it's doing. Oh, cool. But yeah, this is a, yeah, that's a pretty gnarly storm right there. I think we're, what, looking off to the north and east. And what storms are to the north and east here? This would be, this line, this band of storms here. So there might be something. Might be something within that general vicinity, but there's, not really, too much that's kind of going about. Yeah, I think I'm going to probably use this camera here. Well, maybe. Let's go back. Yeah, that sucks. We're back here in Imperial. Where is this looking? It's looking north and east, so that's not helping all too much. Yeah, no, we have quite a few storms here. I don't think I have, all too much more to look at based off of this. But yeah, this is some pretty interesting, footage across the board with this. Tornado in Texas? Oh boy. Oh yeah, there is a tornado warning right there. So let's take a look at it. Let's close this and let's open it up again. That's the only thing about Radar Omega, is that it doesn't actually always load up quickly. I'm going to Texas. I'm going to Texas. All right, so here's the storm here. This is a tornado warning for Hansford County here in Texas. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the tornado and golf ball sized hail is possible with this. So if you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you're north of Groover, if you're near Bernstein, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this moves on through. As a matter of fact, let's take a look. How many tornado warnings do we have right now? We have 9 tornado warnings. We have 9. So this is a pretty serious situation here today, especially with the PDS tornado watch. And a very serious situation as this goes about. Actually, I want to do something here real quickly. I'm officially changing the title of my live stream to Tornado Outbreak Weather Coverage. There we go. So now we got that up. And as I said, this is a pretty serious situation that's moving about. So guys, this is, if you know anyone who lives in any of these tornado watches, I'm actually going to go over here. I'm going to show you all the tornado watches here. So there's 3 of them. if you know anyone who lives in any of these tornado watches, I highly advise you all to have a plan of action for whenever you are in a tornado warning. If you are in a tornado warning. If you know anyone who lives here, tell them to get a plan, to create one. Because the way that this is shaping up to be this evening, it is this is starting to get pretty intense. So if you know anyone who lives in northwestern part or northeastern parts of Colorado, southwestern parts of Nebraska, western parts of Kansas, central parts of Kansas, northern panhandle of Texas, western panhandle of Oklahoma. This is the day here that this is kind of day one of our May hurrah, more or less. This is typically when the end of May throws everyone for a loop and gives us its final showing before the end of severe weather season officially. And so the fact that all of this is kind of starting now, especially since we're not even in the meat of this event, this is definitely something that we have to watch out for as time moves along. So guys, we need to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and stuff like that. Like the live stream so that I can get onto more people's recommended feeds so that we can get this useful information out to more and more people. Because the more effectively we can give it out to more people, the better. Because this is a pretty big event here that's happening right now. Pretty big event. Especially since we have 8 tornado warnings right now. Lot of activity. Let's take a look at the velocities on the cell here in Texas real quickly. And there is a little bit of rotation here, not too much. So I think, I'll look at a higher tilt and be able to tell. And yeah, there is a little bit of rotation here. There is definitely some rotation. You have oranges moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So there definitely is some rotation with this storm. So north of Groover, near Bernstein and Kimball, as well as around Highway 136 and Highway 207. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Terry with the £2 super chat says, "Hi Nate, hope you get some sleep." I will probably get some sleep after the event, more or less, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £2 super chat. And then Christina with the $12 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all the kind gestures that you guys give me here today, including all the support. So I really do appreciate that. And we're 29 subscribers away from 11,700. So thank you so much. As I said, I really do appreciate all the support. But yeah, we have multiple tornado warnings in progress right now. Yeah, and this is what we call May Madness. This is the beginning of a tornado outbreak. This is the beginning of a tornado outbreak. I was mentioning it in my video earlier on this morning. And it's looking like it's starting to come into fruition. Large stovepipe south of McCook, would not be surprised. We got multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. If you live north of Herndon, if you live along Highway 17 here in Nebraska, as well as areas near McCook, highly recommend that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this is a confirmed tornado on the ground that is moving on through. It has been labeled as a particularly dangerous situation and that you need to take cover now. So please, 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 these storms are not to mess with, because today is the day that we are most likely going to have an outbreak. And the interesting thing about this too is that there is even one tomorrow as well. There is the threat for tornadoes tomorrow, And so we will be covering that as well in the future days. So big time tornado outbreak right now, with more storms expected to form across western parts of Kansas, and that will start to move on through as well. But we have a lot of activity here. A lot of storms that are really starting to surge on about. So we really need to watch out for this. Let's take a look at Twitter. Let's see what people have been sending in. This is about a minute ago. This is the tornado north of Herndon. Look at this. That is a stovepipe. Look at that tornado right there. Retweet that. That deserves a retweet. Look at that tornado. That's what we can expect here today. That is what we can expect here today. And we've seen other tornadoes here as well. We've seen other tornadoes today. We've seen a plethora of tornadoes here today. That's pretty cool, Tanner, actually. Some strong gusty winds over in Boston. Yeah, look at that. There's even a live stream for Colorado Weather Nut on Twitch. He's got a pretty big tornado there. I mean, just look at that. That is some big time storms moving on through. 100%. If you guys have any footage that you want to send in, please be sure to do so at me, at Nate_Snyder. Or if there's anything that we have on Twitch or Twitter here, I should say, not Twitch, please go down into the comments and at me, at Nate_Snyder. I'll put my Twitter in the chat here for you all to see. So that way we may be able to show people here on stream what we can expect here today, and what all could be happening. Just for people who are new as well, we also had a tornado earlier, a large tornado that was moving on through, and that was actually around cell. The thing about it is that this cell is actually around the other cells that are producing tornadoes right now in Nebraska. So right over here, you can see that there was reports of tornadoes here by this little pink box with the little white squiggly line. That was the tornado reports over there. And so this cell over here originally produced that large tornado. We have some more reports of tornadoes down here in the cell just to the south and east by about, let's take actually a measurement as to how far this is away. New severe thunderstorm warning. I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, about 35 miles away. Let's listen to the new severe thunderstorm warning here.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Washington County in north-central Maryland, northwestern Montgomery County in central Maryland, southwestern Frederick County in north-central Maryland, northeastern Loudoun County in northern Virginia, Jefferson County in the Panhandle of West Virginia until 7:30 p.m. At 6:51 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Inwood to near Perryville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour wind gusts.
Yep.
Source, radar indicated.
All I needed to hear right there. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts, a little bit short of hurricane force strength, heading towards Charlestown, Brunswick, Hillsborough, Barnesville, Frederick, the intersection of I-70 and I-270. So if you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors into a sturdy structure. Yeah, I live over here in the East Coast, so if there's any severe thunderstorm warnings that happen here in the Mid-Atlantic, I definitely have a lot of stuff over there. A lot of knowledge for that. Let's look back to the tornado warning here in Kansas, the particularly dangerous situation, more or less. You can see the velocities, the reds and oranges are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards right in the middle where this TVS tornado vortex signature is right here. That is where the tornadic rotation is, and even the tornado is most likely at. So if you guys live anywhere north of Herndon, north of Traer, just to the north of Cedar Bluffs, heading off into the McCook area in Nebraska, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do want to take a 3D of the cell here real quickly. We can take 3Ds of this these supercells and be able to determine as to what all is happening. And so I'm going to quickly take a look at higher reflectivity values, higher amounts of rain. And yes, this thing does have an inflow notch. This thing is a rather prominent storm, more or less. You guys can see this little cave, more or less, right within here. And that's where the storm takes in a lot of its energy and consolidates it into the tornado. And so really something, as this continues to move on through, to watch out for. And if this is going to be what we're going to see further on, even into later on tonight, then we're going to be here for quite some time. Now, if we take a look at the total, the giant, 3D here, you can see there's a lot of cells out near it that have kind of spawned about. But you can see right within here, there's a lot of these bumps up at the top of the main supercell. Right over here, you can see these little bumps. And these bumps indicate that there is a lot of rising convection, a lot of intense convection that are right within the supercell that is gathering a lot of energy and making it so that it is very explosive, creating some very large hail and making the supercell very robust. And so that is one thing that we can look at as this continues to move on through. And the last thing is we can take a look at the hail core just to notice the red more or less is the hail core that we are looking at. And this goes to about 40,000 feet. So you have a lot of hail that's being gathered up here by the updraft, and it's being dumped down as either golf ball sized hail or even 2-inch sized hail within some of these areas. So definitely something that we are going to want to watch out for as this continues to unfold here later on tonight. So a lot of tornadoes here, multiple tornadoes reported here today. More or less the tornado outbreak here that is ongoing today, as well as a severe weather outbreak in the Northeast that is currently ongoing. So guys, as I said, we need to share this live stream with people on social media, share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook, share it with friends and family, like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way we may be able to get the information out a lot more efficiently, especially since all this stuff is happening on a widespread scale. There's a new people are saying there's a tornado in Texas. Yeah, there is a tornado warning in Texas, more or less. But let's see. That is some very strong rotation here near Groover, and I would not be surprised if that actually is a tornado in Texas. That might be a debris ball, so that might very well be another tornado. I wouldn't say that's a tornado in Texas completely. It doesn't say it exactly. But definitely could. Yeah, it says radar indicated with baseball-sized hail. So not only on top of the tornadoes, but you guys could get baseball-sized hail. If you can imagine for a second, ice chunks the size of baseballs coming from the sky, that would easily damage anything outdoors. So if you have any sort of valuables outside, you need to bring them into some sort of sturdy structure. That way you don't damage your property, or the actual thunderstorms don't damage your property. That would be smart in my opinion, because there's a lot of these storms that could produce baseball-sized hail. There's even a report of, believe it or not, 4-inch size hail in Hays, Kansas earlier on today. And that's, only one of multiple areas that have been impacted by massive amounts of hail. So really something that we gotta be mindful of as we continue to cover this here live on this channel. But there's a lot of activity here, a lot of tornado warnings. As I said, there's 8 tornado warnings right now across the United States. We haven't seen 8 tornado warnings in the United States for quite some time, and there's definitely been a lot of activity here, to say the least. Let's see. Is the McCook thing finally up? Yeah, error 404. You see, I'm seeing pictures of other people use it. It's just it doesn't look like I can use it here. But yeah, you got a lot of these strong storms that are moving off to the north and east of Indianola. A lot of these storms that are moving on through, 100%. McCook is back on the ground. Would not be surprised. Would not be surprised if that thing was back on the ground. And yeah, we got more reports of tornadoes now. Off-duty National Weather Service employee reports a tornado that lasted about 5 minutes while looking west-northwest of Danbury. And so this thing has constantly been producing multiple tornadoes. It's been recycling over and over and over again. Definitely something that we got to watch out for. There's also this cell up here that is near Hamlet and Palisade. And this could potentially become tornadic further along the line. And so we got more storms that are going to most likely be fighting for all sorts of dominance. But all of them more or less could be strong. And this is really something we got to watch out for. Let's check Twitter here real quickly. We got a lot of notifications. And here's the tornado in Herndon again. Look at this. There's your tornado in Herndon. That is another tornado, very similar to some of the tornadoes we've seen earlier on today. Besides the one, the first tornado today in Nebraska. But a lot of tornadic activity here with this storm, and there's your tornado, more or less, that's been surging on through. I'm trying to see if I have anything else here. Yeah, there's your tornado near Henderson. This is a lot of tornadoes here that we've been seeing today. A lot of tornadoes. Let's go back to Goodland, and we'll go back to the radar. We got a plethora of tornado warnings here across the board. The good news here is that the tornado warning that was over near Hitchman and Odin, that has actually canceled. It had a brief touchdown for a second, but then it became less and less tornadic. So that is the good news. But still something to keep in mind. I don't use enough place files. I feel like place files clog up the actual radar data. And seems how I specialize in noticing kinks in radar. I feel like it's unnecessary. I feel like these circles here from the rapid satellite analysis is enough, to be completely honest with you. But we have a lot of activity here, to say the least. A lot of activity. Is this a new... Yeah, here's another tornado warning. So new tornado warning here for the city of McCook. This is for Rawlins, Decatur, Red Willow, and Hitchcock counties. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This has a history of producing tornadoes. So this is definitely the system to watch out for. Bunch of these systems, actually, that have had a history of producing tornadoes. And so more or less... a bunch of these different storms that have been surging on through could look very similar to this, but these are right now the role models as to what these storms are going to be like for tonight. So these tornado warnings, wherever you live within this, highly advise you all to go ahead and get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I mean, it could be a Durate show, but I have a little bit of doubts here. Just a little teeny bit of doubt. Yeah, there is a lot of Lot of intense storms. I will say this. I'm just trying to process. We have a new tornado warning up there. Give me a second. I gotta find the right radar for this. It's not even the right radar. It's in the middle of nowhere, kinda. But here's a new tornado warning. This has been issued for Sioux County, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour. So if you live in Sioux County, then you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. But luckily, this tornado warning is going over a relatively rural place, and so not a whole lot of impacts here. But there is still definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. 100%. Oh, I got pinged over the side. There we go. Let's see. But yeah, what we got right now is the current tornadic cells that are moving on through, and we are expecting to see a couple more as this continues to move on into the evening. Got a lot of these different cells that are really starting to kind of fire up on all cylinders. And yeah, there's another report. Look at this, baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail right here. By a trained weather spotter via Spotter Network. That is some large hail. Large hail that's right within that general vicinity. Ryan is live again. Yeah, I noticed. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to like the live stream so that we can continue to get the information out as best as possible, because by doing that, you can actually get me onto more people's recommended feeds so that I may be able to tell more and more people about this event, especially since if this is such a widespread event and such a powerful tornadic event, more or less. And so if we can get this word out to more and more people, especially people who are going to be impacted, that would be the best. As well as share this live stream with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter. That would be also greatly appreciated. And a lot of activity here that's surging off to the north and east. Look at these velocities now. Oh yeah. Yep, this thing is starting to become pretty tornadic again. You can see the oranges and yellows are moving away from the radar. That's your velocities. So you have your outbound winds in orange, your inbound winds in green. Right in the middle, this counterclockwise rotation. Right in there is where the tornadic rotation, the potential tornado would be. And definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this continues to unfold. Because some very strong storms could be really starting to amplify, become extremely tornadic. And I just got a severe thunderstorm warning, but I really don't care anymore. Because I'm not being impacted. So... I mean, I didn't get a severe thunderstorm warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning for the general area, say, in the Mid-Atlantic. Let's see. People are telling me to go down into Texas. Let's go down into Texas and see what the velocities are here. The velocities have definitely weakened a bit. I will admit that. I just got an update from my EM bot. Severe thunderstorm watch number 212 has been issued. And something new from the National Hurricane Center. Oh, tropical weather outlook. Nothing too interesting. Nothing too interesting at all. But yeah, we definitely have a little bit of rotation here in Texas. Still have that tornado warning with baseball-sized hail that's possible for Hansford County. So if you live in Hansford County, near Bernstein, near Kimball, north of Groover, highly recommend that you guys go ahead and get indoors. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I do want to take a look here at, say, let's take a look at the northeast. Let's take a look at the northeast. And we got some pretty strong storms that are moving off towards Boston. I mean, look at this. A lot of strong storms, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings, I believe, have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on them. So it's all practically the same thing. So if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning here in the Northeast, highly advise that you get indoors because trees and power lines could be knocked over. That is not exactly the best case scenario. Not at all. We are 10 subscribers away from 11,700 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all the support you guys have been giving me here. But yeah, we have a plethora amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been surging on through. Let's take a look there. And it's a severe thunderstorm warning north of me near Altoona. So areas near Altoona, near Mount Union, Huntington, as well as Three Springs, you guys could be impacted by some strong storms. Capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, more or less. So a lot of activity here, to say the least. Let us see. Let's go back to Goodland, Kansas. And there are 3 tornado warnings over the same cell. I'm not sure if that's because they just want to warn them more efficiently or they just want to get their point out across, but there are 3 tornado warnings on the same exact cell. Yeah, there's 2 tornado warnings there. No, there's 3 tornado warnings all in Hayes County, Nebraska. So I'm not saying that this is, they're trying to warn them as much as possible with the 3 tornado warnings, but, that's kind of what they might be implying here, that people who are near Hayes Center and Hamlet, north of Hamlet, that they probably should go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. And not only that, there's also baseball-sized hail with it. So the potential for some strong storms is possible. We really are going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So a new tornado warning for Hayes County. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. And if you guys live here in Hayes Center, Hamlet, as well as areas north of Hamlet or northeast of Hamlet, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precaution. Jeez, as soon as I say that, we're 1 subscriber away from 11,700. You guys are crazy. Let's go back to Twitter. Let's see what people have been sending me in. There hasn't actually been people sending me stuff in. But there's the tornado. There's the tornado that was north of Herndon. You can clearly see it. Clearly see it right there. It's clear as day as to that being a tornado. So as I said, if you find stuff on Twitter, feel free to @ me, @Nate_Snyder. Whether you leave a comment down below and you do that, or if you take pictures yourself and you want to share it with me, feel free to do so. @Nate_Snyder as well. So yeah, there's the picture of the tornado near Herndon. Person took the picture of it. And yeah, that is clear as day right there. Dan Fitz with a good picture right there. We got a lot of activity. A lot of activity with these storms. Or these storms, I should say. Hayes, Kansas has a lot of flooding right now. Oh yeah. There is so much flooding in Hayes, Kansas. It's not even funny. The tornado warning for Sioux County in Nebraska just got canceled, so that's the good news there. Gonna move this radar back over to North Platte, and I'm gonna try and be able to show this for people here with all these different tornadoes. Now the good news here is that none of these tornado warnings are officially confirmed, so they're all just warned for radar indicated rotation. and none of them are on the ground at this moment. But that could change within a moment's notice, and we need to, as I said, we need to be mindful of these storms as this continues to progress, because we could easily see something tornadic form up relatively quickly. New tornado warning. Oh yeah, cell down to the south of it. Look at that. There's a second cell. So look, these cells even form off relatively quickly. They form out. They form within the first 10, 15 minutes, and then they begin to rotate. That's how intense this day is. That's how volatile this environment is. So we have a new tornado warning here. This is for Decatur and Red Willow counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And on top of that, you can even see some quarter-size hail with this. So that's what I'm talking about when we come to that's what I'm talking about when I'm mentioning a tornado outbreak, is because we have storms that form, we have storms that could be very strong, and we have storms that could literally form out of thin air, pop up, and then begin to rotate almost immediately. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. That's exactly the new tornado warning. You can see the classic hook signature right within here, the inflow unimpeded. And it's just, they're really starting to kind of take proper precautions with this this actual event here. So a lot of tornado warnings here that have been issued across the board. We now have 6 tornado warnings. We also have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, most of which are in the Northeast. But regardless of that, there's a lot of activity here. So as I said, got to share the live stream, got to like the live stream so we can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way we can try and inform as many people as possible. Because this is a dangerous day. There's not a particularly dangerous situation warning or tornado watch for nothing. So all the more reason for us to watch out for these storms as this continues to develop. Good places that will most likely get information is Twitter and Facebook. I usually tweet stuff on Facebook. Tweet stuff on Twitter. And sometimes I talk a little bit on Facebook about, the weather. And a lot of people seem to notice. So use hashtags, use anything you need to get the word out that this stuff is happening, because this is happening very quickly. It's ramping up quickly. What do I think about the tornado chances later for Wichita? It won't be as high as what's happening now. I'll say that much. Well, actually, I want to take a look at the Storm Prediction Center for you all. Go to the Convective Outlook. And look at this. Massive risk for severe weather. The green is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5. The orange is a 3 out of 5. And the red is a 4 out of 5. And that is what we are expecting today. A very dangerous event unfolding. We also have a 15% chance for a tornado within a 25-mile radius. And on top of that, this black circle with dotted lines in it, this also shows that there is a 10% chance or greater of seeing tornadoes stronger than EF1. So EF2 tornadoes and above, which is 111 mile per hour winds as a rotation or greater. And that's something that we do not want to see, but that's the type of environment that we have today, and we really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. So big time severe weather event that is unfolding. Let's take a look at the timings of this. I believe the NAM or the HRRR might be starting to pick up on some of these storms now. Let's start to form. And yeah, the cell that's out near Goodland, they're saying that, well, the HRRR says that thing roots completely, and that goes tornadic and goes all the way through. And if that's the case, then that's going to be pretty insane. Destiny Hansen, welcome to the stream. We do live streaming for severe weather whenever it does get bad. We're going to be doing live streaming tomorrow for the part 2 of the tornado outbreak. We have a tornado outbreak currently ongoing in the Central Plains. We also have a severe weather event that's happening in the Northeast, but we're not talking about that all too much. More or less because we've had confirmed tornadoes over and over and over again here in Kansas, Nebraska. And there's just been so much to talk about here in the Central Plains that we haven't diverted to the Mid-Atlantic all too much, as well as the Northeast. But yes, we do live streams for whenever the severe weather does get bad. So if I'm live streaming and it's within your area, then you know that severe weather could get bad. But if I'm not live streaming and there's severe weather within your area, you probably most likely will not get too bad of a severe weather event. I also upload videos every morning. I'm most likely going to upload a video tomorrow morning updating you all on day 2 of the tornado outbreak. That'll consist of areas in southeastern parts of Kansas, northern Oklahoma, as well as southwestern parts of Missouri and northwestern parts of Arkansas. And so we have a lot of activity to discuss over the next 48 hours. And if you guys would like to stick around with me, feel free to do so by subscribing and turning on notifications, because there's a lot of information to get out here. And the whole objective is to get this information out to people who need it. But there is a lot of activity here with these storms, and as I mentioned, these storms, the characteristics for these storms today is they form. They pop up, they form within 10 minutes, they already begin to rotate, and then they become tornadic. And usually it takes a longer process than that. It happens over the span of, say, 20 to 25 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes sometimes. So the fact that all of this is happening within the span of 10 to 15 minutes, it makes it all the more unpredictable for the people who live within this general vicinity. And that's just... we just gotta try and continue to get as much information out as possible. We have a new tornado warning here. New tornado warning. This is north of Lyons, so this is for Rice and Ellsworth County here in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I'm gonna try and see if I can find the right radar to use. I think I have the right one. Let's go to Wichita. Let's go to Wichita here. Is there a radar that I don't want to use here anymore? State College. Perfect. So we have a tornado warning here with multiple reports of funnel clouds that actually have reached almost halfway to the ground. So there's been a lot of activity here, to say the least, with these storms as they have been rushing on through. And here's your tornado warning. This is what I'm talking about. So this, for anyone who's trying to figure out as to where this tornado warning is, right here is Hays, Kansas. This is Great Bend, Kansas. This is Salina, Kansas. And if we zoom out a little bit further, we will be able to see here's the tornado warning, and here is Wichita, Kansas. Here's Dodge City, Kansas. So this is pretty far away from that, but it's not too far away from Interstate 70 if you've driven that here in Kansas. So definitely something to where if you live near Bushton, if you live near Lorain, if you live near Frederick or Geneseo, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can clearly see right around here. Here's the hook. This is where the supercell or the strong thunderstorm wraps around its rain and basically brings a lot of gusty winds into the actual tornadic rotation. And right within this little gap of not a whole lot of rain, there's a bit of inflow that can seep in, warm, moist air that actually allows the thunderstorm to feed itself with all of the energy and allows it to intensify. So right within there, the inflow going in, moving away from the radar, the outflow going towards the radar, that counterclockwise spin is what creates tornadic rotations. And that right there is the reason why there is a tornado warning. And there is some pretty strong velocities here looking up 7,000 feet up in the sky. So we really got to watch out for this system as this continues to move on through. A very strong mesocyclone that is surging off about a long state highway 4 in Kansas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, definitely need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. But this is the day for a bunch of these tornado warnings to start to really spin up, start to get pretty active, and we really have to be on top of this as much as possible. And so, let's see here. See, that's looking off to the north and east. Can I look at McCook anymore, please? No, I still can't. Unfortunate. Let's see if there's a McCook Skycam in Nebraska. Just curious. That is amazing. Is there anything here? No, there is not. This is fun. Yeah, I don't have any videos nearby for weather bugs, so this is not exactly the best thing to use. I'm curious about Imperial. Actually, I don't think we could see it from there. So if we stay on Indianola, we might have a good chance of seeing something tornadic later along the line, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Anthony Memes with the €2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, yo, Nate, thanks for the stream. People share this video. Yeah, share this video with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter. Also, like the live stream so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way, if I appear onto more people's pages, they may be able to get the information or intake information, specifically if they live in these areas. Because if they live in these areas, these people need the information. And we're just trying to tell them as to where these tornadic cells are at. We have a confirmed tornado in Texas. A confirmed tornado in Texas. And so, let's see if we can actually see the velocities here. This is not exactly the best to see, but we're going to take a look at storm relative velocities. And we have some pretty decent rotation. It looks pretty bad for the most part. So we're actually going to take this stuff over here from Philly. We're going to move it over to Texas here. And we have a confirmed tornado here in Hansford County in the panhandle of Texas. So if you live in Hansford County, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So again, a tornado warning for Hansford County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it already has a report of a tornado. Sure, it was brief and weak. You still have the chance for tornadoes within that general vicinity, and it's all the more reason for you guys to take your proper precautions, because if you get hit by a tornado, this could easily do damage to all sorts of things across the board. So really something we're going to have to monitor as this continues to progress. So we'll keep a radar over there for future reference to keep along. And now I think I can start moving some of my other radars. Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to close all of my GR2 analyst tabs here. I'm going to close all of my GR2 analyst tabs. And then I'm going to reopen them and position them across the risk area. All right. Time to spam about and see what all we can do here. I feel like now would be a great time. A great time to self-promote our Discord server, because we have a lot of people who know about this event and have information on what's all happening too. And so if you have Discord, then please feel free to join the Discord server. The link will be in the chat. It has over 1,100 members strong, and all of them are really active. And so if you guys would like an environment like that, then feel free to join the Discord server right within here. So the link is in the chat right there for you all. There we go. So now we're starting to get more and more radar sites to open up. There we are. We're going to go ahead and put this, we're going to show the warning window. We're going to put this one in Texas specifically. Move this one, get a window. Put this one in Kansas, but we're going to actually move this over to, we're going to move this to North Platte. We're going to open this window. We're going to move that to Kansas, keep that at Goodland. Take this, get a window, move this down. We're going to put that in Dodge City because there's going to be some storms that could form over there. We'll get the warning window, move this to Ellsworth and Rice. Actually, I'm going to put this up towards Hastings radar. There we go. Get a warning window here. Put this near Ellsworth and Rice. That's going to be in Wichita. Full screen window, warnings window, Ellsworth and Rice. We're going to put that in Topeka. Topeka, Kansas. We're going to full screen this window, warning window, Ellsworth and Rice. And we're going to put this in Kansas City's radar. There we are. And now we're going to keep these other ones around for the Northeast just to have. I'm also going to have a couple extra on reserve for if I need it. But these other GR2s here, they can go. And that should be good. All right, I think we should be fine with our radar coverage here. I think we should be all right. Let's take a look at Goodland again. Let's take check up on the new tornado warnings. And we got, as I said, quite the activity here. A lot of tornadoes already reported here today. A lot of tornadoes, and we even got a couple here that have been tornado warned. Possibly some that could produce a tornado here relatively soon. So this is one tornado warning right here near Cedar Bluffs. This is a tornado warning for Decatur and Red Willow counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Cedar Bluffs, Marion, Danbury, as well as areas near State Highway 89 in Nebraska and U.S. Highway 83, whether you're in Kansas or Nebraska, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also have another tornado warning here. This is just to the north and west of that. So this is for Decatur, Red Willow, and Hitchcock counties. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A lot of activity here with these two storms. Both of them have been tornadic. One of them has actually produced multiple tornadoes. And so we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Then we also have this other tornado warning here. This is for Hayes County, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour. The actual presentation of this storm is actually kind of diminished a bit. I don't see anywhere to where there could be any rotation or any appendages to where there could be a hook. So I think this cell is definitely starting to diminish. And by looking at the enhanced echotops, which tell me how high the thunderstorms actually span up into the atmosphere, this at one point was an upwards of 45,000 feet. And now these yellows, even the dark yellows, indicate about 35,000 feet. That is significantly depleted, and so definitely not as intense of a severe thunderstorm that could produce tornadoes. But it did produce a large tornado. It actually produced multiple tornadoes at one point, and we have a lot of activity as this moves on through. Then we also have a confirmed tornado down in Texas. This is north of Amarillo. And so this is a confirmed tornado, or not really a tornado in progress, but there is a confirmed tornado that was in Hansford County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A lot of strong, damaging winds, large hail, and even tornadoes as possible with this one. Definitely could foresee that, and there's actually been reports of a brief tornado within this. But even if it's a brief tornado, even if it's weak, it still can do damage, and you need to get into your take your proper precautions. So areas north of Groover, areas near Bernstein, as well as a State Highway 207, areas north of Spearman and Waka, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Then we also have another tornado warning. This is for Ellsworth and Rice counties. That'll be in effect until, this would be 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail with this. So not only are you going to get a chance for tornadoes, but you're also going to get the chance for some large hail. And you even have reports of a wall cloud with this storm as well. And so definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. The potential threat for tornadoes is possible. If you live near Frederick, if you live near Geneseo, as well as areas north of Chase and Lyons, I'd highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. For people who want to identify as to where the tornado most likely could be, we typically look out for these hook structures right within here. This is where the storm actually wraps the rain around, brings a lot of gusty winds with it. So that gusty winds wrap a lot of rain and hail around. Then this little appendage right here where there's not a whole lot of rain, these greens indicate a bit of an inflow notch. And what that actually does is the inflow and the outflow actually create a bit of a counterclockwise rotation. And so that counterclockwise rotation is what is favorable for tornadoes. And that is the reason why there is a tornado warning in effect here for Ellsworth and Rice counties. There's even a bit of velocities here. The velocities have kind of shorted out. I'm assuming it's dealing with a lot of issues in regards to how to interpret the velocity data. I actually want to check it out from another radar here real quickly to see what the velocities are. And that didn't really help a whole lot because of all these little purples, which means it's just corrupted data. So we really are kind of in the dark here with that storm due to the fact that it is very far away from the radar and that there's not really a whole lot to be said about it. Besides the fact that it is a tornado warning, of course. Now let's check back up on these tornado warnings here in Nebraska. And there's even some other storms that have been forming across the board here too. And so, if these actually can start to kick up a notch, these could be extraordinarily tornadic. But it's just whether or not these things can actually fire up. There's a lot of convergence with it. But you definitely could see something. Definitely could see something. Yeah, you even have some cells here near Garden City that are trying to fire off. Trying to fire up. But nothing really too intense as of right now. That is the good news. I want to go back to the cell actually real quickly here with Wichita. First off, I already know these velocities are corrupted. So that's a thing. But second off, I want to mention here that there might be a second rotation here near Hollyrod here in Kansas. There might be something with not only large hail and damaging winds, but there might be even the threat for something tornadic right there near Hollyrod. So Hollyrod, you guys aren't out of the risk in my honest opinion. I definitely think you guys could get something as that moves on through. Now I want to zoom out real quickly. I want to see if there's any severe storms in Canada. There aren't. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, yesterday I was in my Discord server and I was talking to a bunch of the people in there. And we were all covering a tornado warning in Canada, which was pretty cool. But a lot of activity to say the least. We have 11,716 subscribers now. You guys are crazy. Thank you guys so much for helping me out here today. Appreciate everyone who comes out to the stream. Appreciate everyone who helps my channel by liking the live stream, sharing it, subscribing, stuff like that. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate all the people who support my channel. Yeah, there is a lot of activity here, to say the least. I want to see... so this is the storm. It's looking off to the north and east still. So we don't have an idea as to what's happening with this. Yeah, error 404. I don't know why it does that, but okay. Yeah, we got a plethora amount of storms that are forming off over here. And let's actually take a look at the models. I feel like if we take a look at the models, we'll be able to understand as to who else more could be impacted by this. And some of the timings for the people who may live here. So if we take a look here at the models, this is the HRRR model, and if you want to follow along, go to the left-hand side, and there is right there is the timing of this these storms, except it's in Eastern, so you're going to want to subtract it by 1 hour. I live over on the East Coast, so I apologize. I'm going to have to do this quickly because I just saw a funnel cloud on someone's storm chase. That's kind of concerning. So if we take a look at this, storms begin to start to really kind of form and push on through at about 8 o'clock Central. This will be moving on through in Nebraska and Kansas, even into Texas. And as this continues to spread further east, that's when things really start to kind of amplify in the wind department. And this is where you can see your hurricane force winds tonight, right around midnight near Hastings, further on through. So there's definitely a lot of activity that is anticipated later on tonight into tomorrow, and then even some strong damaging winds that could be moving on through into Topeka, as well as areas along near Lawrence, Kansas City, all those areas at around 5 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of activity to be in there. Now there is another risk for severe weather tomorrow. We have, obviously our risk here today. So a green is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Yellow is a 2 out of 5. That is a slight risk. Orange is a 3 out of 5 or an enhanced. And then our red is a 4 out of 5 or a moderate. And so you can tell based off of the scale as to how intense the severe weather could be today. And that's the reason why we are live streaming today. But we also have a significant chance for severe weather tomorrow that could include a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. But as of right now, there is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale that includes much of Oklahoma into parts of Texas near Childress, as well as southeastern parts of Kansas near Topeka, much of central to southern parts of Missouri, which includes places like Springfield, Jefferson City, all the way down to Joplin, Missouri. Even St. Louis, Missouri, they could be joining the fray of severe weather. And so we're definitely going to be live streaming this tomorrow. There is a 10% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. And I'm fully anticipating that to be either upgraded or for them to add a significant risk for tornadoes as well. And so if you guys would like to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to turn on notifications if you're already subscribed. But we have a lot of activity here that is forecasted for today and tomorrow, and we really are going to want to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Now, I was talking about how there was a funnel cloud that was moving about. There's actually a new tornado warning, so we'll talk about the funnel cloud in a bit. What's it looking like? It kind of deteriorated a little bit. So yeah, let's talk about the new tornado warning first off. So here's the new tornado warning. This is for Rice and Ellsworth County again, and unlike its counterpart, this will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So not only is there a chance for a tornado, but even ping pong ball sized hail. If you live near Frederick, if you live near Geneseo, if you live near Little River or Mitchell, as well as Lyons, or north of Lyons, I should say, along State Highway 14. You guys should go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Doodle with the $2 super chat says, I prefer to watch you over the Weather Channel, to be honest. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll continue to do this as much as possible. And as I said, I'll be doing this tomorrow, so if you want to stick around, feel free to do so. And I also upload videos in the morning to update everyone as to what the conditions could be and what people could expect for severe weather later on. So if you want to be up to date with that as well, feel free to do so. Because I will be active on my channel for the next, I should say, what, 36 hours? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Brian Chase with a $10 super chat says, keep up the good work, Nate. Thank you so much, Brian. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, all the people who help support me here today, especially, the people who are here or supporting my channel by liking the live stream, sharing it with friends and family and on social media. I appreciate you all for helping me out as best as you can. But yeah, we have a pretty decent tornadic storm that's here near Frederick and Geneseo. I do believe that these velocities are a bit contaminated and not exactly the best in the world, but there still is something active within this storm, and we can't disregard it completely because there is, it still has a tornadic signature right within here. We also have reports now near Holy Rod in Kansas that a semi-truck was blown over near Highway 156. So some damaging winds and some large hail is possible as this continues to move on through, and we really need to watch out for this. 36 hours, you're going to do a Ryan Hall Red Bull freak out? Well, I mean, I'm not going to be live streaming for 36 hours, but I'm going to be active on like all of my social medias for the next 36 hours. I mean, I'm already pretty active as of right now, and I've been live streaming for 5.5 hours, actually 5.75 hours. So, yeah, I'm going to be posting a lot of stuff on Twitter even after I go offline for my live stream tonight. But I will be live streaming for quite some time anyways, so that won't be that big of a deal. And then I will be live streaming tomorrow's risk as we continue to get closer and closer. And I do want to mention that for the people who are new, we do have a storm chaser that's going to be out with us tomorrow. He'll be showing exclusive content to only us, as well as his Twitter, as of course. But we have some exclusive content here that's going to be coming to the channel, where this is practically going to be the only YouTube channel that has their own chaser. Like, there's other YouTube channels that show other people's chasing footage, but the only thing about that is that their channels and their videos actually get striked, and that they won't be able to show it for other people. So it's whether or not they care or not about whether they want their channels. Of course I want my channel because I feel like I could still help people, but I feel like we can help our channel better by showing our storm chaser tomorrow. So if you want to stick around, please be sure to do so. Let's take a look at the cell near Amarillo here real quickly. And the velocities are starting to die on this one as well, but you do have some pretty strong velocities here with this cell in Amarillo. So let's see if I can do this shapefile. Perfect. Do I not have a shapefile here for... Yeah, I do not. Interesting. Give me a second. I gotta add this for Texas here real quickly. Import that. How would my live streams be like if live Storms Media streamed for me? Probably be a lot more significant, honestly. Be more impactful to people who watch it too. Because that's the entire point of me showing chasers footage and stuff like that. It's not to get views and stuff like that. I mean, of course I still want, views, but I want to show it to people so that I can let them know that this stuff could happen. And that if they don't take it seriously, they could experience those conditions. So, there is a bit of a general rotation here with this cell in Texas. You can see your oranges are moving away from the radar, your greens are moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation could be. And there is a history of this storm producing a brief tornado. And so I would not be surprised if this thing could do it again, especially with its current structure. And actually, the echotops basically mean how high these thunderstorms actually span up in the atmosphere. Actually span up to 56,000 feet in the sky. That is some very tall thunderstorms there in Texas that are moving on through. And we have a lot of activity here across much of the United States. What time will the storm chaser chase tomorrow in Mountain Daylight Time? Most likely will be something along the line of 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., something like that. That's right around when storms begin to form. But it might be a little bit later. If you guys pay attention to my video tomorrow morning, I'll be able to have a better time frame as to when these storms will begin. And he'll be already on the storms by the time that happens, so. Yeah, the beginning of a multi-day tornado outbreak here. We gotta watch out for it as much as possible. I want to look back at these storms here in Nebraska, and there was something that caught my eye. Both of these storms here, all right, both of these storms caught my eye. Now, you might not be able to see this, but there's actually 2 supercells instead of 1. So instead of this being one giant hook, there's actually one hook right here, and then there's one hook right here. That's the reason why there's 2 tornado warnings for this, because there's one cell right here, and then there's one cell over here. And so there's a lot of activity that is pushing on through. We just got something from IEM bot. Oh, that's just discussing something else, so nothing too serious. But we have 2 different tornadic cells, and I am watching this one south of McCook. This right here could definitely start to push on through and become something, especially if this thing gathers enough energy to do so. But yeah, there's a lot of activity, to say the least. Even if I start to lose my voice, I still talk for forever. I don't care if I die. I just am gonna do my job, and I'm gonna make sure that I at least complete it. I will need some water. I'll probably have to tell my parents or my little brother to get me some bottles of water and bring that up. But actually, it's probably a good idea if I text them. Give me a second. So I have my lemonade on the side here. And I also have extras, but I'm probably going to run out at this rate. Probably going to run out. Interesting 3D complex here, though. I don't see too much. I see inflow notches, but I don't see too much. Definitely some gusting characteristics with these storms. But actually, I'm going to take one more 3D of this cell. Hello, Bradley. Thanks for tuning into my live stream. You're awesome. You can do whatever you want, all right? As long as you enjoy what you like to do, you can do anything you put your mind to. So go get him. Go get him, Bradley. Yeah, there's a lot of activity here for the most part, but the tornado activity is actually kind of simmered down a little bit. I mean, I know we have 4 tornado warnings still, all right? Which is still quite a lot. I mean, 4 more than we need, but we still have a lot of A lot of activity here. Not as much. That is the good news. We do have some rotation with this storm. All right, I'm starting to get a bit concerned for the cell south of McCook now. I definitely think this one is really the one that we have to start watching. Southwest of Dodge City starting to do stuff. Near Colby and stuff like that starting to do stuff. But yeah, that storm right there near Dodge City starting to do things as well. Yeah, we have a lot of storms that are really starting to fire off across all cylinders. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. All I need. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. So, still have a lot of activity here to go. And we might even have a new strong supercell that might be forming here south of McCook. You can see here the velocities. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds and yellows are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. And so there is definitely a lot of tornadic activity with this storm north of Cedar Bluffs. And this storm not exactly all too dead yet. It's still alive and it's still active. Massachusetts, there isn't really too much stuff that's happening in Massachusetts at the moment. But because we've been talking about the same cell over and over again, it might be nice to talk about another cell. Another set of storms. So if you live near Springfield or anywhere along I-90, you probably should be indoors to begin with. You probably should. And anywhere, if you're near Hartford and anywhere along I-84, you probably should be indoors as well. A lot of strong damaging winds. I don't see a big tornado threat, honestly. I see a lot of damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even 70 in some spots. So a little bit short of hurricane force winds, but there still is something that could be moving on through. Train spotter reports a tornado at 5:42. That's what, 10 minutes ago? Yeah, a little bit more than 10 minutes ago. So there's a lot of activity that is surging on through with that. How's Colorado? Colorado right now is actually fine. Surprisingly, there's a couple of storms that are forming here still, but areas near like Sterling and along Interstate 76, there is quite a lot of scattered showers that could turn into some very strong damaging wind makers. Actually, I have an idea. Yeah, there's 2 severe thunderstorms in Red Willow County that are capable of producing tornadoes. There's a lot of activity there, to say the least. I will say that much. How's Denton, Texas? They're fine. They're not in the risk today. You guys are okay. HRRR nailed this event, kinda. It nailed the event after the thunderstorm formed in Colby this morning. But otherwise, prior to that, kind of. Let's see. I'm trying to look through here, trying to see if there's any sort of information that I may need to say to you all, but I don't see anything. I should be fine. How's Long Island, New York looking? They should be looking all right, if I do say so myself. Oh wait, there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning. I didn't realize this. Yeah, Long Island's definitely getting some severe weather. I don't live in Long Island, so I didn't get the beep. But there is some activity here in Long Island. So some damaging winds and some not quarter-sized, penny-sized hail. So it's definitely a nuisance, honestly. Is my buddy Aaron storm chasing? You mean Matt? Matt's not storm chasing today, but he'll be chasing tomorrow. Yeah, there definitely looks like everywhere in Long Island is probably going to get some severe weather, unless if you're like west of Plainview and Freeport and Minola and stuff like that. If you're west of that, then you're in a break right now. Baltimore and DC, they've got some more severe thunderstorms that are surging on through here. Mount Airy, that'll be heading off, and those storms will be heading off further towards the northern part of Baltimore, towards Timonium, Owings Mills, Reisterstown, Shawn, Whitehall, Hampstead. Westminster probably could get spared by this, honestly, but there's a lot of activity here. There's also some more activity that's heading off into the DC metro area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for most of these storms that are heading off into DC. So some of these areas that have already been impacted, like Manassas, they're going to get another round of storms. And there's going to be a lot of activity as to how is this moving on through. Omaha, as of right now, is not in the risk. As of right now. Is that a report of a tornado that's recent? Is that a recent tornado report? No, it's not. It's not recent at all. I will say the velocities are still intensifying, so this is still a tornadic cell that's still capable of producing tornadoes. There is a lot of activity, to say the least. There's even a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Look at that. New severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing tornadic as of right now. Although the wind shear is going crazy. So if there's any... if that storm in Colby starts to really root into the atmosphere, we could potentially be talking about a supercell here. And this could potentially be our long, violent tornado that'll move on through. So we got some action here near Colby. We got some action near Garden City and Dodge City. I'm actually curious as to what they're doing. Yeah, these cells that are heading off towards Dodge City. Not bad wind shear, so that could be something tornadic as well. And we've got a lot of storms that are really starting to kind of fire off, if you will. And this is going to be really something that I'm going to have to watch out for most of the evening. So it's a little calm right now. That's good. So Chaser is saying it's blowing up around Dodge City. Yeah, there's a cell that's just to the south and west of this. I'm watching these discrete cells. New tornado warning in Texas. New tornado warning in Texas. So this is actually for northeastern parts of Amarillo. So this tornado warning is for Carson County, and that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this also has the chance to produce baseball-sized hail on top of this. So baseball-sized hail is possible. And yeah, this thing actually might go tornado warned here, or tornado confirmed here soon. We might actually have, we might be talking about a confirmed tornado here. So definitely something to be mindful of, especially with these very strong velocities. What we're looking at here is these green pixels are velocities moving towards the radar. These red pixels are velocities moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. And there is some pretty strong rotation here, especially with these bright greens and a little brighter reds. So if this starts to consolidate, we could be talking about a tornado on the ground here soon. And you can even see the hook characteristic from the storm right in here. New scan just came in. And I can't call that a debris signature. I can't say that that's a tornado right now. So, but we still have a very strong tornadic storm that's moving on through that's has a history of producing tennis ball sized hail in Panhandle. So the potential for severe weather is still here, and we got to get this information out as much as possible, which is the reason why I say, share the live stream with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and stuff like that. Also, like the live stream so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way, we may be able to get the information out to people who may not know this is happening, and if they live in those areas, they may be able to get the information that they need. Or if they know people who live in these areas, they can get information out to them. So by liking the live stream, that helps me get information out to more and more people. And now we have a severe storm, or a storm that's starting to get closer and closer to my residence, actually is south of me. So hold up, I do want to take... What in the world? Strong rain. Big time rain. Strong damaging winds. Yep, damaging winds. I don't see any debris. No tree branches. That's the good news here, but a strong storm that just pushed on through here. Probably winds in upwards of 45 to maybe 50 miles per hour. Nothing too big. Nothing too severe. Except for that wind gust right there. That wind gust kind of just blew everything. Oh yeah, that tree is... You know what? Yeah, no, I'd have to say 50 mile per hour winds that I'm currently engaging in. So a lot of activity that's currently impacting me at the moment. I'm getting some severe weather. And look at this. Look at this little storm that's passing by me. It's not anything special, except for this stuff up here, but got some strong gusty winds that are moving on through, and probably a strong downburst, a strong microburst causing some damaging winds. No, you should be fine. I storm chase and stuff like that as well anyways, so my I'm not really too concerned about, my well-being all that much. I should be, but I'm not. Oh, wait. Yeah, this storm probably... Was it on the ground? No, I don't think it was. Doesn't look like it was on the ground. It looked like it could have been, but no, I don't think so. I think it's definitely a lot weaker than it once was. Dodge City right now? Oh, boy. Yeah, these storms are really starting to pack a punch now. Look at this. There's a bunch of them that are forming. What in the world? Yeah, these cells are really starting to pick up. And this is the reason why there's a giant tornado watch at the moment. That's the reason why there is a giant tornado watch at the moment for these storms, is because you're going to get more opportunities for these tornadoes to form. So I don't see anything extraordinarily tornadic as of yet. These cells could definitely become severe soon, especially since they're already forming hail. They're already producing hail. I'm really concerned about these cells up here still in Nebraska. I think the cells in Nebraska as well as northwestern Kansas, definitely the cell to watch. But this right here as well, look at this hook. I mean, we typically watch out for these storms right here that have these giant hook echoes, and this right here is as classic as you can get. I mean, look at that. That is a tornadic storm and a half. That is a supercell and a half, as I like to say. And very strong storm that's heading off just to the south of McCook, heading towards the Indianola areas. And so if you know anyone who lives near Indianola, highly advise them to go ahead and get indoors. And if they do start to get under a tornado warning, tell them to get underground or get into their lowest innermost part of their building, because this seems to be A pretty strong storm, to say the least. Now, I do want to take a look at the velocities here, which isn't half bad, actually. And you can see there actually is a little bit of rotation. It's just a smidge. Just a smidge of rotation, but there is. So the reds are the winds moving away, the greens are the winds moving towards. And right in the middle, right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be, just at the end of that hook. And so there is definitely something tornadic that could be ongoing. Nothing, at least, well, probably not a tornado on the ground at the moment, but this storm in itself has had a history of producing tornadoes, and that's definitely something we're going to want to watch out for. I want to see something here real quickly. Real quickly. Not actually what I wanted. There we go. That's Hutchinson. I want Colby. And it's looking off to the north and that severe storm here. So what I'm looking at here specifically is here's Colby right here. And here is the storm, not exactly severe, but this is forecasted to become tornadic later on. Either this storm right here. I can't do my pen. There we go. This storm right here or this storm right here. And so by using that camera, we might be able to see some more or less some structure that might be able to kind of go about. But back from work, what did you miss? Depends. Were you here during all the tornadoes in Nebraska? Because if you weren't, you missed all the tornadoes in Nebraska. Let's talk about the tornado warning near, just to the north of Hutchinson. Pretty far north of Hutchinson, but this is near Geneseo, that general vicinity, as well as north of Lyons and Little River. So if you live over here, you're still under a tornado warning. Doesn't seem to be super tornadic, but this thing does have a history of producing some large damaging hail. And we really got a lot of activities as this moves on through. Funnel on Dodge City, bruh. 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 Woo! Look at Dodge City, though. Holy crap. Look at that supercell. Look at this storm. Look at that, chat. That is a supercell and a half. That right there is some big time severe weather activity. I mean, look at this from the live cam. This is here in Dodge City. You can see this big supercell. Very big supercell here that's definitely churning about. And it's trying to consolidate more or less into a larger and more significant severe storm. That is a, yeah, you can see the overshooting tops right there, the built-up convection inside of it, the intense convection that rises. Yeah, that is a lot of, that is a pretty cool storm to look at. This is just to the south and west of Dodge City. The camera is currently located in Dodge City. But this is the supercell that we are looking at that's developing at the moment. I'll show you specifically where the supercell is. So right here is Dodge City. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the storm. As a tornado possible on it with large hail. So quarter-sized hail is possible with this. But we are currently looking south and west Dodge City with this cam right here, and this is a pretty robust supercell that we are seeing live here. Security Guard 92 with the £2 super chat says greetings from the UK. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And greetings from the US, where we are currently dealing with anything and everything. But yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. More thunder that I just heard. But yeah, that severe warning that's heading towards Dodge City has a tornado possible on it. And so we have a lot of activity to look over through. And there's more where that came from. We've gotten quite a bit of subscribers here today. We got 11,734 at the moment. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have had for me. As I said, Security Guard 92 with the £2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And this cell up here in Nebraska is now starting to get on my, starting to get pretty concerning. Yeah, this cell right here is starting to get pretty concerning in my honest opinion. What I'm seeing here now is an outflow boundary from the supercell. So this right here is basically like a little mini gust front that can destroy convective available potential energy, as well, not destroy convective available potential energy. It destroys the limiting factor in the atmosphere so that thunderstorms may be able to develop with the convective available potential energy. And if more thunderstorms form along that outflow boundary, you could have a widespread risk for severe weather here. And yeah, this is a very prominent supercell with a pretty strong outflow boundary here. So this is right along the Nebraska-Kansas border. This is north of Goodland. We'll actually zoom out here a bit. So here is Wichita. Here are the tornado warnings. Here is Dodge City down here. And over here is Denver. So a lot of areas around this, but not exactly directly impacted, if you know what I mean. I think this supercell is now starting to head off towards the east. It's actually, I think, might be moving due east. This might be a right mover, which means this might be a significant supercell that may start to develop. New flash flood warning for basically the entire area of which these supercells have stayed near McCook. Doppler radar indicating a lot of rain here within this general area, so flash flooding will begin here soon within this area. But yeah, there is a lot of activity here that's surging about. And yeah, this is the cell that I'm watching out for to really set everything off. And I would watch out for this outflow boundary to start to interact with some of these storms down here. Because if that happens, then they might actually route along that outflow boundary and become tornadic as well. Can you turn your microphone gain up a bit? I sure can. How about that? There you go. Do you think they're going to bump it to a moderate tomorrow? Most likely. I think they will. How's Wisconsin looking? Wisconsin's not getting some stuff today. They'll be fine. But there's a lot of activity here, to say the least, with these storms. And things are really going to start to fire off here in a second. I will say that much. Let's take a look at Twitter and see what you guys have sent me here. Look at this. Southeast of Lyons, Kansas. Look at that. Look at this. This is the activity of the tornado warning storm, I believe, over in Kansas. So look at this. You got a pretty nice shelf cloud across the board. And I would assume at the northern part of the shelf cloud, there would probably be your tornadic rotation. So you got a lot of activity here. A lot of activity as this moves on through. Speaking of microphones, what microphone do I use? I use a Rode Pod dynamic microphone. I was recommended to it, and I did research on it, and I was like, hey, this thing actually works pretty well. So I got that, and then I also got a Go XLR soundboard with it. Yeah, this is some pretty good footage right here of that cell. Time lapse of incoming storm in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. Look at that. Pretty crazy too. Look at how fast the clouds move. Pretty intense. Yeah, as I said, if you guys have anything, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder here on Twitter. I am pretty active on this. I update people whenever I'm not live streaming about all sorts of tornadic stuff. Maybe even just weather stuff in general. Come in.
There's your water.
Another water. Nice. Appreciate it. I don't think I can put that in my fridge, can I? Can I? I guess we'll see. Oh, I can put this in my fridge. This is great. I'll hold this for later. But yeah, at Nate_Snyder. Send me all the stuff that you may want me to see. And yeah, look at that. That was the tornado earlier. Near Rollins. And yeah, that is a classic tornado. Right within there. That's exactly what we have been seeing all day. All day. Yeah, there are a bunch of towers practically everywhere. The Weather Nation with the tornado there. Pretty crazy from Weather Nation too, because look at this tornado here. Look at this large tornado that just basically functioned about. Now what happened here after this was the tornado actually started to rope out. It started to get skinnier. And so, I mean, it was still an intense tornado here, obviously. Multi-vortex tornado. Bunch of these power lines down because of the tornado. But there was definitely a lot of activity there, to say the least. So as I said, if you want to send me something on Twitter, there's my Twitter account. There's the link to it. We greatly appreciate it. Let's go. Okay, so there's still 2 tornado warnings in Texas, and then there's the 2 tornado warnings here near Kansas, Nebraska. So that's interesting. Oh wow. Is the outflow boundary moving faster than the actual supercell? That's interesting. That's interesting as this moves about. That is interesting. But let's take a look back at the cells here near Dodge City. Did it do a left split? It did some sort of split. Might have actually created 2 different supercells. One with tornadic rotation, another with not. So let's actually go back to the live camera here for Dodge City. And I think they might have moved the camera a bit, because I don't exactly see it anymore. That's not as helpful. Do they have one in Hastings or Hutchinson? I think they might. Gotta connect it here. Yeah, welcome to the plains, for real. Yeah, this really is having a tough time connect, isn't it? Interesting. Alright, well, let's take a look at Garden City. And we can take a look at these supercells here. And look at that. Look at that. I think these are looking off to the... they looking off to the north, or are they looking off to the south? See, Garden City's over here. They look like they're looking off down to the south. So I'm assuming they're looking at this. And just take a look at these supercells here. I mean, look at this. Big time convection here. Big time rising. This actually might be supercell number 1 and supercell number 2. So I mean, look at that. That is pretty intense to say the least. I will say that much. Check Washington, D.C. Why not? I'll bite. D.C. has a severe thunderstorm warning. I know that much. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Actually, no, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Hold up. I might actually be able to see something here. If I can get lucky here. That's not getting lucky. There we go. Yeah, there's your Skycam for DC. All your severe weather that's rumbling through. And look at that. It's a lot of activity that's heading into downtown DC. DC's a nice place to be in. I like waltzing around in DC every now and then, if I get the time. But yeah, some pretty strong storms that are moving on through here. And it's not producing as much lightning as, say, the plains, but it still has quite a bit of activity here that's heading about. So yeah, DC, you guys are expected to get some gusty winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. Maybe even some spotty hail, but not exactly too much. So if you live over there, highly advise getting indoors, getting into a sturdy structure. And if you know anyone who lives over here, I would just kind of nudge them and say, hey, probably a good idea for you to get indoors too. Yeah, these storms here really fired up. So people are saying that Colby now is firing up. I don't see anything in Colby. I mean, I see the outskirts of what the actual... Yeah, I see the outskirts of a cell north of Colby here. Let's go back to Goodland here. Is this starting to try and become tornadic, or is this withering away? That's a crazy storm if that's the case, but look at that mesocyclone right here. Mesocyclone and a half. That is a pretty insane mesocyclone. I really hope that they can shift this over to the side, but we'll have to see. Can someone check Brooklyn, New York? Of course I can. Brooklyn, New York right now is kind of in a little bit of a break. You're getting some scattered showers, more or less. But later on tonight, I can fully anticipate you guys to start to get some more weather. Get some more severe weather in general. And actually, real quickly, I can give you a timing of that. But as these storms continue to move on through, the first wave will move off, and then the second wave will be in your general vicinity at about midnight to 1 a.m. And then you might get another round of storms at about 3 a.m. or something like that. But nothing too significant in my honest opinion. You heard about tornadoes in western Kansas? Yes, there indeed was. Northwestern Kansas there was. And there's even some cells that are heading off into Nebraska. There's also some more storms that are forming here. And they're getting closer to Dodge City, as well as areas north of Colby and east of Colby. And then there's some more cells that are moving on through into central parts of Kansas. But there's a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this moves on through. But let's go back to the full screen here of Colby, and look at this. Look at that. That is a beautiful, Beautiful cloud right there. Some beautiful action we are seeing on that live cam. Holy crap. Did you see the Selden tornado the other day? Yeah, I was in my Discord server. I was in my Discord server talking about it with other people. We were watching it live. But yeah, that is a some very nice structure here with this. Very nice structure. It is a mothership. That's the thing. Excuse me. Why is the cloud shaped that way? It's because of how the mesocyclone is formed in the supercells. So you have a lot of rain that's wrapping around, and the warm moisture actually cuts into that warm, moist cloud, and so it makes kind of like a little indentation, more or less. And so that is kind of the reason why it looks that way. Check PA. Nah, PA's fine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings up here. Let's see. What radar should I use to go check? Kansas City, because why not? I'll check Texas in a second. Yeah, to all the people who subscribe to me, thank you so much. I mean, I've got 11,741 subscribers here. Really do appreciate it. You know, all the support that you guys have given me. You know, you guys have been doing phenomenal in sharing the video to people who may need it. So let's continue to do it. Like the live stream so that we can get onto more people's recommended pages so we can get information out to people who need it. Share this with friends and family and on social media as well as on Facebook and Twitter. You know, anything you can to try and get the information out that this stuff's going to be happening, and we could be seeing some hurricane force wind gusts later on tonight in Nebraska and Kansas. All right, here's the severe thunderstorm warning, or the only severe thunderstorm warnings in Pennsylvania right now. And there is a lot of activity here just to the well, in this general vicinity north of Harrisburg. There's areas near Millersburg, areas near Herndon, areas near Selinsgrove. That general vicinity is going to get some strong damaging winds, especially in upwards of 60 miles per hour. I could definitely foresee that being an issue for toppled trees and power lines, but really going to have to watch out for that. All right, people are telling me to check the velocities and stuff like that in Texas. And the rotation in itself looks pretty good, actually. This might be a little bit of a tornado right within here. So there might be an actual tornado here in Texas after all, which is pretty interesting. What radar do you use? I love how interactive and detailed it is. This is actually GR2 Analyst. On computer, 21-day free trial, but then afterwards you have to pay $250. Free trial is free trial. You don't have to enter anything, but unless if you want to activate it with a key, you know, then that's all you have, and you have to buy the key for $250. But you can customize it however way you want. You can add stuff onto it. You can even add roads and stuff like that. And so you can customize color tables. It's, in my opinion, the best weather product out there for radars. So if you want to try it out, feel free to do so. A 21-day free trial. Just search up GR2 analyst, and there'll be a download file for you to download if you scroll down a bit. But yeah, this cell right here definitely looks like it's trying to be tornadic. Definitely trying to produce a tornado. That just updated. And I don't see... Yeah, I don't see a debris signature yet. So that's good. That's good. Check near Washington, D.C. Yeah, why not? I'll check it again. D.C. is getting a lot of strong gusty winds here. As a matter of fact, according to the Earth Cam, it's almost here. So you got a lot of damaging winds that are about to impact D.C. within this general vicinity. You're about to see a lightning strike within the next couple of seconds, but you're getting a lot of damaging winds that are starting to impact places like Arlington. Maybe not Alexandria quite yet, but Arlington and Alexandria definitely could be seeing some of that activity here. And so if you live within these general areas, highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. Get indoors and stay away from windows. Stay away from windows is probably the best thing I can say. Mesoscale discussion concerning Tornado Watch 210. That's the PDS, correct? I think that is... No, it's not. I don't think it is. No, it is the PDS. Scattered severe storm development, including supercells, will probably continue into at least 9 to 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time frame. Intense thunderstorm development along the dry line has become most numerous, roughly west-northwest of Lubbock. This probably has been the result of somewhat stronger heating to overcome lower mid-level inhibition, in addition to lift supported by weak mid-level troughing, overspreading the high plains. So that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Interesting. Future cast for Nebraska. Why not? I'll bite. I'll bite. Oh, what a lightning strike there. What a lightning strike there. Let's go and get some timings here for Nebraska. Because Nebraska most likely will see hurricane force winds tonight. Most likely. Curtis Bose with the $5 super chat says, thanks for the coverage. Thank you for tuning in to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It's people like you who help make this channel run as efficiently as it does. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All right. According to the models here, just by looking at this, which by the way, if you want to take a look at the time, look at the left-hand side. That's in Eastern, so you're going to have to subtract it by 1 hour. So we're not exactly up to date completely. There you go. That fixes it. So showers and thunderstorms continue to be an issue across the board for much of Oklahoma. That's not Oklahoma, but Oklahoma actually gets activity. Much of Kansas, Nebraska here. You actually have some supercells that form here in Kansas. And you have some strong damaging winds here on the southern end of Nebraska, but further towards like the east and stuff like that, you guys will start to get some more activity later on, especially later on, much later on in the evening, completely after midnight towards the 2 o'clock hours when this thing turns into a full bow echo. And at the tip of that bow echo, that's where you can get the most intense gusty winds within your general vicinity. So a lot of activity as that continues to move on through overnight. But otherwise, it's just southern Nebraska that really gets the majority of this. Yeah. There are a lot of storms here, I will say. There's only, oh, interesting. So I might actually have a friend to help me out later on tonight, which would be pretty cool. But yeah, we only have 3 tornado warnings, and 2 of which are in Texas. So that's kind of interesting. Is there a debris signature with this cell yet? No. No, there is not. But it definitely looked like there could have been a tornado within this general vicinity. Please check Connecticut. Yeah, I'll check Connecticut. Yeah, bring your grill inside. At least the grill wasn't on fire. Connecticut, yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds here across the board, especially heading into Hartford. 60-mile-per-hour winds. You're going to want to stay indoors. There doesn't seem to be anything too tornadic besides maybe Hartford. Maybe Hartford. But I wouldn't count on it too much. I think everything is just a strong damaging wind threat that will continue to extend on through the evening here. For the most part. Zoom out. See if there's any severe weather that'll move on through. Not too much. Not too much. Let's go back to Texas here. Actually, let's go to Dodge City. Because this storm kind of is moving about. And even though there's that giant mesocyclone in Colby, I want to take a look here. At Dodge City, and look at that. Look at that massive downburst here, chat. Look at everything is, light. Everything is, non-rain, and then it goes to rain almost immediately. Holy crap. Look at that, chat. Tornado reported in Texas. Would I be, oh, it's this one again. There's a new tornado warning. So new tornado warning in Hansford, Ochiltree. Yeah, Hansford and Ochiltree counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over in this general vicinity, I highly recommend you guys go ahead and watch out for these storms. Give me a second. Dodge City. Not Dodge City. Chrome. Can I not find it? Hold up. I need to close that. This gets annoying. There we go. There it is. No, that's not it. That's not what it is. Let's go down to Dodge City and put that down. There we go. That's Hayes. I want Dodge City. Bruh. There we go. Alright, perfect. That's exactly what we needed. So yeah, that's a pretty significant cell that's moving on through. And we got a plethora amount of tornado warnings here. We got a bunch of here to talk about. So if you live near Lord, if you live near Perryton here in northern Texas, I'd highly advise that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's quite a bit of activity here, and this thing has had a history of producing tornadoes, so all the more reason for you to take that seriously as this advances further and further. Then we also have this severe storm that has consistently been producing some large hail, some damaging winds, even some tornadoes. You have a pretty interesting outflow boundary that comes off of this, so this tells me that this is a healthy supercell, and we might be seeing something tornadic off of this cell here pretty soon. So I would watch out for this very, very closely. Very closely as this continues to move on through. New tornado warning in Kansas. Yeah, there's the tornado warning. This is going to be for Norton, Sheridan, Decatur, and Graham counties. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And yeah, tornado with ping pong ball size hail. I had to listen to someone here right there real quickly. But yeah, there's your tornadic storm. You can clearly see the hook right within here near New Almelo, and right within that general vicinity where the hook comes around, winds wrap around with a lot of the rain, and then the inflow comes in with a lot of warm energy. Right in the middle here is where you could potentially see something tornadic. So definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for as this continues to move on through. The potential for a strong storm is possible, and this is the reason why they've issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch out for Kansas, is because storms can form on a dime, and storm can really ramp up within that time really quickly, and so something to be mindful of as this continues to move on through. In about a minute, we will only have 3 tornado warnings, 1 in Kansas, 2 in Texas, but we can anticipate that to probably increase here relatively soon. More or less because this will start to kind of consolidate into more of a tornadic threat, but some of these other storms have kind of died out, mainly because the stuff isn't all too favorable for it. There is this cell up here, though, near Palisade, and this could be potentially tornadic here soon. So we got to watch out for this cell as well. And yeah, this could be the next tornadic cell that forms. But there's definitely some contamination with all of that, so we can't really say for sure. But we can say for sure that this cell here near New Almelo has some rotation. You can clearly see that the rotation would be right within here. The oranges moving away from the radar, the grays and greens moving towards. I might want to make the thing larger. So oranges away, grays and greens towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. And if you guys live here near New Almelo, as well as areas near Lenora, you guys probably should go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. But yeah, we have a plethora amount of activity here, especially with that tornado warning up there, and so really something we're going to want to watch out for in Kansas. Let's see. DC continues to do some strong damaging winds, or produce some strong damaging winds. Nothing really super tornadic, which is the good news. So it'll just be consistently some damaging winds. 60 mile per hour winds at that. Let's go back down to Amarillo, where we could potentially have a tornado here relatively soon. I mean, look at this hook here, chat. This is a well-defined hook echo right here. Got your swirling bands around from the core of the storm. And you got your inflow that comes in right within here with your outflow boundary that rides along. So right within this general vicinity, there could definitely be something tornadic. Definitely. I mean, that's just... The supercell looks really healthy at the moment. And I would not be surprised if this thing produced a tornado here relatively soon. So, Q-Ealer, Q-Ealer, believe that's how it's pronounced. White Deer, Cargray, Kingsmill, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There is definitely a lot of activity here as this moves about, 100%. I mean, this looks very tornadic. So, if you know anyone who lives in Amarillo, share this live stream with them, or share this with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter. And if you haven't already, please be sure to like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended feeds. That way people who need the information may be able to get it. There's a 3D of the cell that you wanted. And this thing definitely has an inflow notch. It's just the rear flank downdraft isn't all too intense. see if I can change that. Yeah, the rear flank downdraft's not bad. If it can consolidate a bit more, then yeah, you could potentially get your tornadic rotation here. It's pronounced something like Kyler. I hope it is, because I don't want to say that. I don't want to pronounce that again.
Do you need anything?
Not really.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Alright.
But yeah, we definitely have a pretty intense supercell here. And we can even see on 3D. The reason why this is cut off like this is because it's super close to the radar and it can't see super high up when it's really close. But regardless, we have pretty large thunderstorm here. Pretty large thunderstorm, to say the least. And you can even see the updraft holding most of the rain up in place. Right within here. So, pretty strong, to say the least, with this storm. 100%. Tornado warning in Lenora, Kansas. Yeah, I believe there is the, Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hold up. Before I go to Kansas, look at this. This is a cell here. This right here is a tornadic cell. This, Yep, this might drop here soon. This might be a significant tornado. Might be. The velocities are really strong. The velocities are really strong. Yeah, this cell right here might be the one to do it, guys. This is yeah, this is a tornadic supercell. So Kyler or Kuehler areas near White Deer, Cargray, Kings Mill, anywhere along US Highway 60. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, because this cell right here looks dangerous. This thing right here looks like it will go about its business. This is a pretty significant hook echo right within here. And you have your classic bird wings here. Yeah, that is a classic storm and a half, to say the least. That is a classic supercell. So this most likely will produce a tornado here relatively soon. And the velocities are really strong. Yeah, this thing is starting to do dents. This right here I'm the most concerned about. KFDA is an eye on the Texas tour. If it's this one here in Carson, Gray, Hutchinson, and Robert counties, I will not be surprised. This one right here is the one that most likely will do it. People are telling me to check Twitter. As I said, if there's anything that you want me to see on Twitter, at me, at Nate_Snyder. That is, wow. Very low wall cloud. Big time funnel. Look at that wall cloud right there. That is some intense. That is intense. That is a big time storm. As I said, if you want me to see something, send it to me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. I will show it to you all as to what all is happening. But that is some intense rotation here. Big time rotation that is really starting to amplify. And, yeah. Yeah, it's time to play the waiting game, I believe. I think this is, I believe this is the one that'll most likely start to go about. Probably produce a tornado. So, areas near Kuehler, or Kyler, or however way you want to pronounce it. Anywhere north and east of Panhandle, near White Deer, Cargray, Kings Mill, Skellytown, eventually towards Pampa. This is north and east of Amarillo. If you live in that tornado warning, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is a pretty significant storm, and it's already been producing tennis ball sized hail with it. So this is definitely not the storm to mess around with. I will say that much. But this is some big time rotation here. And at this point, we're just waiting for something to possibly translate to the ground. Well, the next scan is about to come in here. There it is, next scan. That does not look like a debris signature, but regardless, there is a lot of activity with this. I mean, this is a cell. We're gonna come back to this here in a second. We're gonna come back to it here in a second. We're going to go to the other tornado warnings. We're gonna go to the one here in Kansas, heading towards Lenora. And so a tornado warning here near New Almelo and Lenora for Decatur, Graham, and Norton counties here in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so the top of the hour, which is the next 5 minutes. So if you guys live over here near New Almelo and Lenora, highly recommend you guys stay indoors, honestly. Definitely could see something tornadic here still, especially since this thing is still hooking. I mean, look at that. You still have some hooking characteristics with the rain and wind wrapping around here to the side and the inflow feeding in all the moisture. And so this counterclockwise rotation represents where something tornadic could reside. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. We are seeing exactly that. The oranges are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. And so you already have your general counterclockwise rotation with this. And this does indicate that there is something tornadic with this cell. It's in a very favorable environment. Very favorable environment. So if things really start to fire off, I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised if we started to see some things. So if you guys want to stick around for a bit, feel free to do so. People are saying new convective outlook. People just said new convective outlook. So let's take a look and see. Yeah, so that's definitely a new convective outlook, all right. Still got a 15% chance for tornadoes. Still got a 15% chance for tornadoes. Large hail. Extraordinarily large hail. And damaging winds as well. But yeah, this still shows a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here tonight, and it still shows that we have a 15% chance for 15% chance for tornadoes, plus a 10% significant chance for tornadoes. Texas is in a tornado warning. Yes, it is indeed, and this one most likely could probably produce a tornado here soon. Would not be surprised. May have even produced a brief tornado. Got more things on Twitter here. A lot of dust being kicked up from this storm, too. A lot of dust. Very good, very good. Look at that. Yeah, there's the tornado. That is your large tornado in Nebraska. Your wedge tornado that moved on through. Wait, this was on Google Maps, so hold up. Might be able to get something here. Let's change the sky cam here. Let's change it to, say, Garden City? Maybe? Yeah, good enough, honestly. It'll be fine. Snap maps. And we're going to go take a look at this stuff here with the tornado near Benkelman. Yeah, look, there's the tornado right there. And if you shift it off to the side, if you shift your head, you'll be able to see it. There it is. There's even a video of it. I'm shifting my head here too, but yeah, there's your tornado. Oh yeah. Big one at that. But it's still churning about, and then some pretty good pictures of clouds as well. Yes, there's a lot of activity here. Snap maps. You'll be able to see that yourself if you really wanted to, but there's definitely a lot of activity. Just got back. That was the what's its face Nebraska tour. The one in Nebraska. So the rotation here north and east of Amarillo is trying to do things. It's going through a bit of a cycling process. So for whatever reason, it basically just ate its mesocyclone. I'm not sure if it's going to try and form a new one, but there's still a strong storm here that's going about. There's still a strong storm that's heading off towards Perryton. Had a confirmed tornado moving on through. And so, if you guys live near Perryton, Lord, Farnsworth, highly recommend you guys get indoors as well, because there could definitely be something tornadic as this moves on through. Would not be surprised. So, what's my Twitter? Nate_Snyder. 77 mile per hour wind gusts with this. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a lot of strong gusty winds that are slamming through here in northern Texas. Definitely could see that much. Let's go to Goodland here. Had to talk to someone there for a bit. But oh, okay. The cell's already forming a hook now. And it's already got tornadic rotation. And all of these cells have tornadic rotation. Okay, every single storm here has tornadic rotation. This is great. Absolutely wonderful. So the cells near Dodge City don't seem to be all too severe anymore, which is the good news. And it looks like those cells in southeastern parts of, or southwestern parts of Kansas are really struggling to form about. People are saying new tornado warning in Nebraska. So I'm going to take a look at that from Goodland. There is the new tornado warning. This is for Hitchcock County, and that'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I think this is the cell we were talking about earlier, chat. That could be a tornadic that moves on through. So if you live here in Hitchcock County, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I might be able to get away. Does this work now? No, it does not. I'm trying to find a camera here for you all. But who knew it would be so difficult? So that's looking off to the north and east. So that's not really going to give us a whole lot. But, yeah. No, it's tornado warning, as I mentioned. This has a strong rotating wall cloud 2 miles to his west. So here, near... in the general vicinity of north of Trenton and Stratton, as well as Palisade. If you guys live over here, and if you live further towards the east, towards the intersection of US Highway 6 and State Route 25 in Nebraska, as I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Culbertson, further along the line, you guys might actually be impacted by this. So I would definitely watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. But this is definitely a supercell that is capable of producing tornadoes. And this environment is very favorable for it. So we're really going to have to watch out as this continues to move on through. So if you know anyone who live on through here, as I said, tell them to take their proper precautions. Also, share this live stream with them if they don't believe them. If they don't believe you, or share this live stream in general, with Twitter, Facebook, stuff like that. Try and get the word out as much as possible. That would be greatly appreciated. And also, by liking the live stream, you also get me onto more people's recommended pages. That way, to people who might be seeing my content for the first time, if they live in these areas, they then get the information that they may need. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys went to do that, to get me onto YouTube's algorithm and to recommend me to other people's pages. But yeah, this is definitely a cell that looks to be tornadic. It has an outflow boundary. I can already see it's starting to create one. So if it can wrap around its rear flank downdraft, then we can be talking about something. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning here for a 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't a tornado possible with this cell either. But then again, you know, we'll have to wait. Later on tonight is when things are really going to start to kick off from a tornado perspective. And so we're going to continue to watch out for it. And even into places like Lenore or Lenora, as well as Edmond, which also have a new tornado warning for Norton County until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You guys could even see some tornadic stuff. So really something that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to Amarillo here. And this thing is definitely... I want to say it's priming itself again, but I just don't... This probably is your mesocyclonic rotation right within here. It just doesn't look all too... Doesn't look all too impressive right now. I think the outflow boundary bested the storm motion speed, which is kind of interesting. Any of the cells west of Lubbock could turn tornadic? I don't see any cells west of... Oh, wait, yeah. I do see cells west of Lubbock. There's a new tornado warning. We'll talk about that in a bit. I don't see a whole lot from it. I think it could be just rather severe. But you definitely have the potential for something there. May you ask what state you're in, what state I am in? I am in Pennsylvania. But I try to cover at any area I can. New tornado warning here. This is what I was talking about. This is for Lipscomb and Ochiltree counties here in Pennsylvania. That will be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, you guys really need to monitor for this storm, especially since not only could you have tornadoes, but you can even get baseball-size hail. And so anywhere basically in the risk for this, especially Perryton, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, as this heads right into your area. So please, please, please do not take this lightly. Southeastern Massachusetts gonna get anything? I thought they just got some stuff. Oh, you're over here. Yeah, but it probably won't be all too severe. So you should be fine. But you will get some severe weather. People are telling me to check Twitter. Yeah, pretty dark skies here. Don't know exactly where I'm looking at. But, pretty ominous skies here to say the least. I will say that much. Sick rainbow in central New Jersey after first line of crazy thunderstorms. This is something I can get behind. Look at this. Yep. Good work, good work. Nice rainbow. Yeah, some pretty intense lowerings here with this. I still don't know where I'm looking at, but yeah. Pretty crazy, I'll say that much. Let's see. Marisa Andi with the $5 super chat says, thank you for keeping us informed and keeping us safe. Bless you. Bless you for coming into the stream and watching us, or watching me, I should say. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate all the support. And I hope you have a nice day or a nice evening. So thank you very much. Yeah, there's a storm that's kind of going north of Lenora, and it still has a little bit of tornadic rotation, but it's kind of, it's looking pretty weird for the most part. So if it can wrap around completely, then maybe you might have some pretty, tornadic cells. But other than that, it's kind of having some issues. It's kind of having some issues. Let's see. There's this guy on this tornado warning storm here in Lenora. I might be able to actually watch it because it's Radar Omega. I might be able to. Because it's Radar Omega exclusive content. I think I might be able to, chat. I think I might be able to get away with it. It's not my chaser, but it's a chaser. And they're heading into the tornado warning storm. How much longer am I going to be on? Probably be on past midnight. Probably be on past midnight. Yeah, to all the people who have subscribed, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All the people who have joined the channel. As I said, I upload videos every morning, so if you want to be up to date with all the severe weather, or even tropical weather as well, say if you have like family who live over along the coast, or if you live along the coast, I got some forecasts as well for the tropics whenever tropical systems start to form. So, if you want, you know, live streams for live radar analysis, videos every morning for the most part, unless if I take a little bits and bobs of breaks. Live storm chases and stuff like that on the channel, and even live analysis for tropical systems if I'm not going to be chasing hurricanes and stuff like that, then feel free to join the fray. Check Wisdom, Kansas. Where the heck is Wisdom, Kansas? There ain't no Wisdom, Kansas. Oh, Wyndham. Scared the crap out of me. It's the cell north of Wichita. We're looking up pretty high up in the atmosphere, so I can't exactly call that anything. But yeah, we've got a lot of strong damaging winds here for sure. I will say that much. But nothing too tornadic at the moment. Yeah, Perryton's definitely got some pretty strong rotation. I will go back to that. And right over it, that's where the rotation actually went. So I'm hoping that people seek shelter. But, you know, things could obviously change and stuff like that. I want to try something here, actually. I'm going to go to Radar Omega. Put that right there. There we go. And now we've got a chaser on the side. So now he's looking at that pretty insane cell that's going about. But as of right now, he's still got some pretty strong rotation here in Texas as well. What in the... There we go. Let's see. Let's go back to Wichita here. And it looks like the hail near Wyndham actually is upwards of about 1.5 inches to almost 2 inches. Why is the thing here not working? There we go. Of course, Radar Omega needs to be in a place that actually is functional in order for you to have it live. Of course. But yeah, large hail here. Conway, McPherson, but a lot of contamination, so no. Nothing really tornadic. Something that very well could be tornadic is this thing over here in Nebraska. I mean, look at this. This cell's having a whale of a time. Excuse me. There definitely is a lot of activity with this cell. I might be splitting. Might be trying to split, actually. But then again, when you have a hail spike like that, lot of hail, holy crap. Yeah, that could probably produce over 2 inches. Like probably even baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail is definitely possible with that. Tornado warning Midland, Odessa. Yeah, there is. There's a new tornado warning down here. It's off near Fort Stockton. Has the cell near Pampa ever dropped yet? I don't think we had confirmation or any chasers over there. It went really rain-wrapped for the most part, but it definitely could have. So new tornado warning for Pecos, Reeves, and Ward County. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado and baseball-sized hail. I think you guys are seeing a common reoccurrence here. The threat for some baseball-sized hail is definitely possible. The threat for tornadoes is always possible here with these storms. So if you live here near Coyanosa, as well as anywhere west of Grand Falls and Royalty, I highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Nothing's happening in El Reno at the moment. I could check for you, but doesn't seem to be doing all too much. So what the storm chaser above us is currently on is he's on the cell near a, I believe it's this tornado warning actually. Yeah, this tornado warning here near Lenora. So there's definitely a lot of activity here with this, with these storms. There's already more tornadoes than we were forecasting, so I would say this isn't a bust. Islanders win Game 6 in advance. Hey, well at least the Penguins don't do anything like the Capitals. New tornado warning in Nebraska? Oh no, this is an update for this one. So tornado and tennis ball size hail. So yeah, there you go. I was telling you about how the hail could most likely amplify that way. And that's exactly what we have here. It's exactly what we have here. Some large hail. Some damaging winds. Severe thunderstorm in Maryland with 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, there is. There's another storm with an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust here. Heading towards Rosaryville, Brandywine, Mattawoman, White Plains, La Plata, Hughesville, eventually towards Chesapeake Beach. So the storm chasers are saying right now is saying the tornado warning storm in Kansas is now completely done. It's kind of fizzed out away, so they're going to restructure. They're going to move down towards the south. I was listening to their comments up there. But yeah, Chesapeake Beach could definitely get some stuff here in 45 minutes. Definitely a lot of activity. David's concerned about the one in Nebraska. The one in Nebraska right now is kind of battling with its outflow boundary right now. So, I mean, it has inflow. It's taking a lot of energy in. And it definitely could become tornadic here. But there's just so much chaos with this storm right now that it's not exactly all too consolidated, more or less. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a couple other cells that are just really starting to fire off. I'm more concerned about these cells here in Kansas. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This one right here near New Almelo and Lenora, these cells right here are the ones that I'm watching out for. Especially with echo tops that just went up to 48,000 feet. Yeah, this is the one that I'm definitely going to watch out for. Does the Pecos County tornado cell heading towards Crane? Let's see. So this is up in Amarillo. I believe the Pecos County tornado warning is here? No, it is not. This is all the way down in Midland. Just give me a second. So yeah, that's the Pecos County warn storm. And no, the cell appears to be heading perpendicular to Crane, so it'll be heading more down towards Fort Stockton. You're gonna get 1,000 likes, bud? I wish. Hold up. Imagine. Let's see. Look at that. We have 959 likes. Can we get up to 1,000? Maybe. We might have a chance. We might have a chance. We'll see. This needs to be warned. Nah, that one's too weak. But if it does intensify, then yeah, it definitely could be warned. Yeah, the cell near Pampa is really struggling right now. Definitely has some rotation, but it's weakening. The cell up here near Perryton, however, is definitely still trying. It's just, everything is high precipitation based and it's enveloped with rain. What's the GR2 Analyst website? Can't find it. Just search up GR2 Analyst and it'll be the first website right there. Nice. We got 1,000 likes. Nice. Nice. It's beautiful. Perfect. Perfect. That's pretty good. I mean, I've got 11,740 subscribers and I got 1,000 likes on my live stream today. Did pretty nice. Am I a real-life meteorologist? No. If you really want to pay attention to people, pay attention to the National Weather Service because there aren't any meteorologists on YouTube. But how people interpret my information is up to them. I just try and advise people. So, how you dictate my credibility is completely up to you. I won't judge. I'm just going to continue to do my job. You have Radar Omega on your phone, you want it on your computer. This sounds funny, but you forgot which email you used it for your phone and you can't log in with your computer. How do you check which email you used? You use every email you know. I honestly have no clue because I only have one email, so. Seems you're in a predicament there, my friend. It seems you're in a predicament. Unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, that tornado warning in Kansas got canceled and it turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. But this other cell here near Lenora is definitely getting my, interest pulled or gravitated towards it. Some spotty hail is here, but the actual storm itself is starting to prime itself. You can see how it starts to arc like this, and typically when you have storms that arc, that's when they start to wrap its rear flank downdraft or the winds and rain around and form that hook. Look at the Western Kansas satellite. Let us see. Oh yeah. Am I looking at infrared? Probably looking at infrared. Yeah, these storms here in northwestern Kansas just blew up. So do we think the main tornadic activity is over? Or are we still in the thick of it? We haven't even got started yet. Or we're kind of in the middle of it, honestly. So we had round 1 with all these different tornado warnings near McCook and stuff like that. Which, by the way, there's still that tornado warning up there. It's just everything is so wonky with all the velocities here. Everything is really out of order. So I think if you were to see a tornado, it wouldn't be off of radar. It'd be off of ground truth. So someone literally being there. I think that's the only way, more or less, that we would be able to dictate as to whether or not a tornado is there or not. But, regardless, there still is a tornado warning, and it's in effect for 1 more minute. But yeah, a lot of activity here across the board. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. He says severe thunderstorm warnings actually have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So on top of the tornadoes that are possible, but you also have large hail and damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force. And so that's something to be mindful of. So now we're down to 3 tornado warnings. I know there's still that 1 extra red box there, but trust me, that one's going to expire. It'll be fine. Is it going to blow up now or later? It's blowing up now. Look at this. Hold up. Look at these storms. Where did they come from? Look at it. Where did they come from? These kind of snuck under everyone's nose here. A lot of these thunderstorms that have been moving on through. Are we going to lose the chasers after the sun goes down? Maybe some. But we will have our chaser tomorrow, more or less. So if you guys want to come back tomorrow with chasers and stuff like that, we have our own personal chaser that's going to be communicating with us, which is going to be pretty cool. Which is going to be pretty cool. Which direction is this looking at? I don't know. Oh, look at this. This is the Colby storm. And look at the explosive convection behind that. Look at all of that. Look at that anvil. Look at the updraft. Yeah, that is a strong, severe storm right there. Look at that. And we can even testify that this is real imagery because we can take a 3D of the 3D of that same exact storm, which we'll do it here in a second. Yeah, you don't need daytime eating for this event overnight. There's so much cape to the point where it won't matter. And seems how the low-level jet will amplify like no one's business tonight. Yeah, it'll be pretty fun. Do you think there will be a PDS watch in South Central Kansas tomorrow? Probably not. If they did a PDS tornado watch for today, I'm kind of scared for what they do for tomorrow. Can we please get a Maryland update when you get a free second? Of course I can. Yeah, general Maryland update. You got a lot of scattered storms across the board here. All the way from the border of Delaware into Chestertown, into Centerville, all the way to the Bay Bridge down to Annapolis, and then you have your massive severe storms that are moving on through near Rosaryville along US Highway 301. This severe warning still warns for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, I would still advise to be indoors. I would not be outside for this. But we still have a lot of activity there in Maryland going about. Especially Southern Maryland. Southern Maryland, more or less, is probably going to be the severe storms. But everything else is going to be, you know, relatively tame. So I said that we could take a 3D of the cell from the from what all was happening. And so this is this right here. This is Colby. We're looking off to the north and east. So there's one cell right here, and then there's a second cell right here. So I'm assuming this was the new cell that just blew up. So notice how you have the convection that goes up like this. You have your clouds that rise up, and then you have it fan out, basically. It fans out towards the top. And that's more as to how the ventilation works for severe storms. Like this, for example. Look at this. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. I'll remove this, and then boom, you'll be able to see the top of the anvil with the supercell. So if I go back over to that same storm, all right, that's either this one here or this one over here in Lenora, which is the one that I'm concerned about. I think it's this one in Lenora. And so we're going to take a 3D of this cell right here. Granted, it's going to be high up in the atmosphere, but you know what? We might as well, before this actually gets further and further away from the radar. And we'll be able to actually see that same exact characteristic as this moves about. And so it's not that cell, actually. So it must be this cell then, which makes sense. And there we go. Yep, it's this cell. Okay, so you can see how... Oh, we cut it off, of course. All right, try number 3. There we go. It works. Perfect. Okay. So over here is Colby. This is where the camera was at, and this is the storm that we are looking at right over here. All right, this is the storm that we're looking at. You have a lot of the convection rising up, and then the fanning of the clouds right within here. You can see how it's basically like these flat with some mammatus clouds over here. That's pretty interesting. Got some mammatus action. These little bubble dry clouds, which is pretty cool. But if we go over here to the 3D, we are able to see the cloud, those clouds as it fans about. So I'm going to go to ISO surface, and I'm going to pick a specific amount of rain. And look at this. It's the same exact thing. You have your rising motion here, rising motion, but then the clouds fan out just like that. So this 3D is pretty accurate as to what all is happening in the atmosphere. Really interesting perspective here. And you also have some overshooting tops here, which can indicate some very deep convection, very strong, severe storm activity that could indicate a strengthening supercell, more or less. And so these supercells, these strong, severe storms, can definitely start to ramp up, and we could potentially be starting to see wave 2 of the severe weather event here tonight. So, but the one thing that we aren't seeing is much tornado warnings at the moment. The only tornado warning we have is this one for Lipscomb and Ochiltree counties, which will be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The tornado is possible, as well as baseball-sized hail. There is the potential for baseballs made of ice falling from the sky. And that is not fun. I'm not sure if you guys have seen hail damage before, but it's pretty significant, especially for stuff golf ball-sized hail and above. And so you definitely do not want to be outside, because you're going to get pelted, you're going to get bruised. Even though it's very unlikely for, hail to kill you, there's still the potential for it to do so. And then, of course, there's the tornado on top of that. So massive widespread risk of severe weather here, especially within this tornado warning. So Huntoon, Booker areas south of that, as well as areas towards Daruzet, right in that general vicinity. You guys could potentially see some something tornadic here relatively soon. So I would watch out for it. I would definitely watch out for something tornadic to join the fray, but we'll see as this continues to move about. Now, we are in a little bit of a calm, I will admit that. So I feel like I have enough time to discuss about what's happening today, later on tonight, into tomorrow. So I'm going to give you both, outlooks for today and tomorrow here. And I'll be able to then give you the timings after that, the simulated reflectivity, more or less, as to when these storms can be moving on through. But we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here tonight, right here indicated in this red, other known as a moderate risk. Then you have your dark green, which is a marginal 1 out of 5. You have your slight, which is a yellow 2 out of 5. And then your enhanced, which is the orange 3 out of 5. So right within the areas along the enhanced and the moderate risk, that is definitely where we are the most concerned for the strongest amount of severe weather, especially with the potential for some very large hail, and upwards of 2 inches or larger within 25 miles of a point. We've even seen 4-inch sized hail here today. We also have damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force winds, 74 miles per hour winds or above within a 25-mile radius is possible, and even the chance for some significant tornadoes as well. So there is a lot of activity, to say the least, here. Pottsville, PA is a lot of trees down. Do I have a lot of trees down here in my section of PA? Hold on. I'm curious. I haven't looked out my window. Whoop-de-doo. I didn't get anything. What else is new in my... This part... Why? If I'm ever gonna get severe weather, it's gonna be because I chase it. Okay? Because I always chase it before, which, by the way, I do storm chase live on my channels whenever I have the opportunity to. I didn't have the opportunity to today. I would have chased this 2%, but we had a moderate risk at 4 out of 5 in the plains, and so I said, I kind of can't do that at the moment. But we had some strong storms. Well, a strong storm. Everywhere else in Pennsylvania had 2 or 3 strong storms, but I only had 1. And even then, I didn't get in a severe thunderstorm warning at all. So I'm bitter. I'm quite bitter. But then again, it could be a lot worse. So I'm not going to complain too much. But yeah, as I said, big risk for tornadoes is possible. Big risk for hail and wind. The key word there for everything is tornadoes and wind. Hurricane force winds in itself with straight line damaging winds, and then the threat for some significant tornadoes is also possible according to the Storm Prediction Center. Then we also have tomorrow's outlook. This is going to be an event in which I will live stream as well. So if you want to stay tuned to all of that, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I'm going to upload a video tomorrow morning updating you all on the situation prior to me live streaming. We will have a storm chaser with us tomorrow, our own personal storm chaser, and we'll be the only YouTube channel that will have a storm chaser more or less out there, as experienced as he is. And so if you want to stay tuned, to the channel, please be sure to do so, because we got more where this came from today, and we'll actually be able to have someone who's there, someone giving live coverage. And if you've been on our channel before, you know how exciting that is with having a storm chaser, especially Matt out there in the field. He's given us so many tornadoes. He's intercepted 2 of them here live, and it's just been pretty crazy as this goes about. One final thing here, just as a part of my self-promotion party, because I never learn. I'm a YouTuber. What did you expect? But I do have a Discord server, and I highly recommend that if you think weather is cool, or if weather is going to be your future profession, you go join me and 1,100 other people in the server as we frequently talk about what all happens. I guarantee you, you will learn more about weather than any other weather server. I'm going to guarantee that, and you just scared the ever-living crap out of me. Holy crap.
The one male chinchilla has a wound, so I don't know how you fix that.
Is that the younger one? The gray one?
Yeah. Male.
I don't know why he keeps hurting himself.
Well, they're all fed and everything of that sort. But if you take a break and downstairs, just check on them. Was there any type of thing that you and Mom were putting on it?
No, we let them be.
Okay.
Be still, my beating heart. Oh my god. Alright, Discord server. Go join. Go join the Discord server. Whew. If you also want to mess around with me, that server is the place to do it too. We are in a red mode. I will say, we are in a no tolerance policy right now. So, yeah. What website am I using for cameras? I literally just search up whatever webcam is there, and then I just hope for the best. So there's just like a bunch of web cameras. Funnel on the Amarillo storm. Jeez! Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking about earlier. Would not be surprised if that actually did the thing. Yeah, a lot of activity there, to say the least. Yeah, several tornado warnings. Nebraska, Hayes County. Yeah, that was in Hayes, Kansas. That was earlier on today. This was the first set of tornadoes today, and that just kind of went off. So, we had a lot of activity, to say the least. I will say that much. Now, let's get into the models here. Let's get into the models. There we are. And we'll show you that these storms do not seem to go away anytime soon. As a matter of fact, they most likely will be tornadic throughout most of the night, all the way throughout until past midnight as this heads towards Hastings, and then it'll be a bunch of a gusty wind threat as it heads towards Topeka. By 2 o'clock Eastern, so 1 o'clock Central, I may have to cut the stream to go to bed and stuff like that. Because believe it or not, I may have to go to sleep and I get some rest for tomorrow. But, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see as this continues to move on through. Does my father like the weather? No, he does not. Oh, you just talked to a fellow ham radio operator and he recorded an 89-mile-per-hour gust? Was it in that severe warning? If it was in that severe warning, then sheesh. That's crazy. That's crazy right there. Check southeastern Massachusetts. Well, southeastern Massachusetts is just getting some scattered storms. You're fine. Snyder, you are my favorite thing to watch for the weather. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, no problem. I'll continue to do this as long as you guys will have me. We're 3 subscribers away from 11,750. You know, I always get excited whenever we go up by small milestones and stuff like that. Because way back when, and we'll get back into the severe weather coverage here in a bit. You know, unlike some other weather YouTubers, high weather YouTubers in the YouTube community, I really had to claw from the ground up, more or less. And so every single day, whenever I would look at my YouTube, more or less my subscriber count, I would always hope that I would at least get one subscriber. And anytime I usually get one, I'm just, wow, you know? And so, anytime the big amounts get added onto my channel, more of my community, kind of freaks me out a bit inside, and I kind of have to try and, you know, conceal myself. But, you know, it's just hard work. Love to see it pay off. Let's see. Adam Wilkinson with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Lubbock, Texas has a possible tornado. Ooh. Let's see this. Let's move this down to Lubbock here. Yeah, there's a tornado warning right there. Is that a new tornado warning, or have I just been rambling too much? Well, regardless, it's a tornado warning here for Hale and Lamb counties. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado and ping pong ball sized hail is possible. And just by looking at the hook here, look at this. Pretty strong presentation here with the outflow boundary basically channeling all the inflow into this. So it might be a short-lived supercell before this thing dies out, and I think this thing just died out, so that's the good news here. Not sure if it produced a tornado here. I don't think it might have. It looks like it could have, but it doesn't look like it did. It doesn't look like it produced a tornado, so that's the good news. But typically with these cells here in Texas, they die out tornadically because of this outflow boundary that they create. And once that outflow boundary gets out in front of the hook, it kind of shuts out all the energy that's out in front of it as well. And so basically the tornado does not have any energy, and it doesn't strengthen or intensify. So yeah. Esma Darlington with the $5 super chat says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you coming into the live stream here today. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Nate, the Maryland was in the warning area. That's hurricane force, right? Oh yeah, 89 mile per hour winds is mid category 1 hurricane force winds. So if you think of it that way on land, that's pretty insane. Pretty insane to say the least. Let us see. What about Chillicothe? Or I think that's how it's pronounced. Sorry if I butcher it. I'm sorry if I butcher it. Chillicothe, Texas? It is in Texas. Nice. I'm not sure if that's going to be in the major tornado risk, but it definitely is pretty interesting. There's a bunch of Chillicothes out there, so you might have to be specific as to what state it is. Do I do hurricanes? Yes, I do. I'm also going to be storm chasing them as well. So if you want to see storm chasing hurricanes, getting into the eye of them, that's the plan for this year. Stay tuned, because I make videos for hurricanes. And I could be doing live radar analysis if I can't get down there in time. So yeah, that's the plan. Is that a wall cloud that just got reported? Yes, it is. A wall cloud near Lenora, so there's still some strong rotation here. And that might go tornado warned here relatively soon. Maybe. Still tornado watch in effect until 2 a.m. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Have I ever seen a tornado? No, but I live in the mid-Atlantic, so I haven't had a lot of opportunities. I have chased a lot, though. Or at least I've tried to chase a lot. Today I couldn't because moderate risk. Pros and cons of monsoon. The pro is you get a lot of water. The con is you get a lot of water. I think that's self-explanatory in itself. You get water to get out of the drought, but you get too much water, it creates flash floods. And yeah, that's that's not too good. Is it going to get worse tonight? Yeah, low-level jets forecasted to intensify. And with so much CAPE in the atmosphere and the helicity, the veering, and absolutely crazy. As a matter of fact, storm relative helicity values from 0 to 1 kilometer AGL, or at above ground level, is above 300 meters squared per second squared. So, pretty crazy. You've seen a tornado in Pennsylvania? Well, aren't you lucky? Rubbing it in my face, aren't you? Just kidding. You can tell I'm a little salty, Because I've actually chased for severe storms and I still haven't seen any. Well, 10 years ago, yeah, I mean, I wasn't chasing 10 years ago. I was in West Virginia 10 years ago. Which is going to be worse, today or tomorrow? I have a hunch that says tomorrow. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say both of them are practically equal. They have their own qualities. Just some feedback to let you know, on handheld devices you keep having to dismiss your pin message, so it's kind of a pain. I mean, I can kind of see that. The only reason I do pin message, more or less, is just as a reminder, but I could definitely remove that here relatively soon. Probably will have to, actually. Well, I won't have to, per se, but I definitely could. Would it hurt for me to say that I've seen a violent tornado in the Northeast? I mean... yeah. Alright, the specific place where I live is in the mid-Atlantic Northeast, and it's just not favorable at all. Compared to places like the Hudson River Valley, where you guys practically get tornadoes in Connecticut all the time. Not all the time, per se, but like whenever you get severe weather, there's always something there. Yeah. Can I check Delaware real quickly? Yeah, Delaware is getting, most likely going to get some storms here as this moves on through. Most likely. So if you live anywhere along Delaware, you're going to be getting some storms. But they're not exactly going to be severe unless if you live, like, say, along the border near Delmar, near Salisbury, and Ocean City and Fenwick Island. Because that's when you guys could get some, pretty strong damaging winds. You think Northwestern Arkansas could be upgraded to a 10 sig tomorrow? Probably not. Well, maybe extreme Northwestern. Like, very small bit. But I definitely could see southeastern Kansas, northern Oklahoma, and southwestern Missouri. Definitely could see that. People want me to check New Jersey. Depends upon where in New Jersey. But yeah, Philadelphia is about to get slapped by some more thunderstorms. Tom's River, which is actually the place that I chased to go chase then Tropical Storm Isaias. Yeah. There's a couple of storms across the board. Not any of them are severe. Although if they are going to go severe, they're going to be for damaging winds. But nothing for hail. Nothing really for tornadoes. Even though helicity is not bad, I definitely think it's going to be more or less a damaging wind threat rather than a tornado threat. Is that an MCV? Did I just witness an MCV through here? Hold up. Time out. As a weather nerd, I have to take a look at this. I have to, and then we'll get back to the tornado warnings in a second. I have to. And if you guys want to see something cool, if it works, you'll be able to see it too. You'll be able to see it here as well. %, tour for tomorrow? Possible. Could be possible. Definitely think it's possible. Alright, if the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania radar or the Mount Holly radar works, then we might be able to see something pretty interesting. But the radar is not exactly loading up right now at the moment, so we're gonna go take a look at some of this other stuff. Let's see. The interesting thing about these storms is that they're heading into northern Kansas, which there's actually a radar up there, so we can actually cover that. Like, if it was near Salina and Hayes, then we wouldn't be able to see any of this. Alright, can we see it now? Yes, we can! It is a very stupid looking MCV. But this is still pretty cool anyway. So what we have here is a mesoconvective vortex. This naturally occurs when we have little, small, low-pressure systems that form across the land. And they're smaller than the typical ones that move across the United States. Much smaller. So what we have here is we have these little bands that swirl into this little vortex here. And you'll basically look at it as if it's a little mini hurricane. So look at this. If we can get some more data, we'll be able to see more and more about it. But it's still pretty cool. The more you know, you never thought that you would ever see a mesoconvective vortex or an MCV, but now you do. Pretty righteous. It does look like a spider, doesn't it? But you can literally see the bands here. Band, 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 band. Sounds like I'm someone on Facebook, in a Facebook group. Your band, band, band. But yeah, it spins. Which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's it's a nice little thing. Never would have thought you would have been able to see it. Alrighty. Let's go and take a look at some of the storms here in let's actually go back to the tornado warning real quickly in Texas. Let's go back to that real quickly. So we'll go to Lubbock, go to the tornado warning, and this cell still is having a phenomenal time trying to get its act together. Not gonna lie. Definitely could have produced a little mini embedded tornado inside the rain. Could have seen that, but as of right now, it's struggling. It's on the struggle bus. Has a lot of helicity. It is constantly cycling over and over again, but it's just kind of struggling at the moment. Ever seen a tornado moving west? Yeah. El Reno moved in all 360 directions. Check Twitter. Oh yeah, that's right. My fault, Grumpling. My fault. Why do I not have Twitter up here? Look at that. Yeah, that is a pretty gnarly looking storm right here. That's a shelf cloud, all right. This definitely tells me that this is a bit more of a wind threat wherever the storm is, which is near Alliance. So that's off into the north and western parts of Nebraska. So yeah, this definitely tells me that there is some damaging winds with this. Marker 100 with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the support. So thank you so much. That's amazing. Sheesh. But yeah, that is definitely a shelf cloud and a half. You can see how it shelves down like that. 100%. Good catch, good catch. And someone DM'd me on Twitter. Bunch of different stuff. Uh, let's see. Let's see. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's see. Working your way towards 12K? Yeah. Never would have thought. Never would have thought. Okay, let's take a look at the meso-analysis here real quickly. Still a lot of CAPE in the environment, except for here in northern Kansas. But this will start to advect north here pretty quickly. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at the HRRR and see what type of memes it has. I do want to see this. And yes, HRRR still says that what? This is great. 10 out of 10 quality content. What in the abs... Boy. Any of this Outbreak for the holiday weekend? Maybe some leftover showers, honestly. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking at a sample of the environment. Taking these quick little looks at this, at all of this, and I discussed as to how to briefly look at soundings in my video this morning. So if you really want to look at that, feel free to do so. Jeff Petrowski is on a tornado. Petro, where's he at? Is he in Kansas? Hold up. Where's Petro? Oh, he must be on this cell. Knowing him. Knowing Petro, he's probably on this cell. Hill City? Yeah, I don't know where Hill City is. Let's see. Hill City. Oh, that one. That produced a tornado? I'm a little surprised on that one. Not gonna lie. Oh, no, wait, never mind. I'm not surprised anymore. That has some pretty good rotation that just updated. So it just consolidated over the past couple of minutes. And yeah, I would not be surprised if something started to form off of this here. So if you guys live here, south of Hill City near Bogue, as well as near Nicodemus and Damar, you definitely could see some severe weather and the potential for something tornadic right within that general vicinity. And if Petrowski is correct, which typically he is, you could definitely see a tornado right within that general vicinity. 100%. Oh, we got a storm chaser here. Nice. Oh my god, my ears. Alright, let's go half and half screen. And we got a chaser up to the top right. Obviously, you know, not the best quality per se, but there is still some pretty good rotation within here. Yeah, this is Mike Phelps on Radar Omega. And his quality of the stream cut out big time, so not really too crazy. But yeah, this cell definitely looked like it could have consolidated here. Definitely could have consolidated. Echo tops are pretty tall. It's a supercell. Not a, you know, good supercell by any stretch of the imagination, but We had a microburst here in southern Ontario, Canada at around 5 p.m. Thought there might be a tornado happening. I was checking to see if there would ever be a tornado warning for Canada, but no. I didn't see too much. Let's see. But yeah, this is definitely a cell and a half to watch out for, and I would not be surprised if this turned tornadic. Sheesh! Alright, so now... I just got some pretty interesting pictures of some storms in Connecticut. So, if you guys are curious about what the person who chased in Connecticut got today, try this out. And I'll go full to that too. Try that out. Look at this. This actually is pretty good. But wait, it gets better. Look at this. He also caught a supercell. With a whole updraft here and a tail cloud, and the wall cloud would be somewhere here. So he had a wall cloud within the line. Or a mesocyclone within the line of storms I moved on through. And then he also got some action like this. And that's pretty cool right here, in my honest opinion. I mean, look at this. That right there is some good looking, that's some good looking structure right there. Oh yeah. Good looking structure with a panorama. But frequent cloud to ground lightning from the updraft. Got a lot of stuff here from his chase. And good for him. Good for him. He got some good stuff right there. Got some good stuff for his for himself. What does the HRRR say for tomorrow now? Oh, it skips southeast Kansas. What? How? Why? It skips southeast Kansas, and now central Oklahoma is in the crosshairs. What is this? Of course, you have your giant bow echo with an embedded rotation here at the northern end of it. What in the world is this? The HRRR really wants to cancel this event tomorrow. And so does the NAM3K, to be fair. The NAM3K typically does that. And then another line of storms form later on that evening. Jeez. Yeah, of course. Love how everything just turned linear with no discrete cells. Why did the moisture get cut off? Like, what happened? This is the convective available potential energy. It's not like the moisture was purposefully cut off. Just didn't. Oh, what is that? Yeah, they just didn't form. They didn't do anything. Which is understandable, but come on. What just happened to the wind shear? I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this event tomorrow, so I could try and put into words as to what everyone can see. Okay, so huh. I wanted to apologize about what I said earlier regarding the scene of violence in real life. Clearly, I was selfish trying to compete with words. Stupid, plain simple. I didn't mind too much, to be honest with you. I didn't mind too much. But yeah, there's definitely a what in the 5Z? Is that 1 o'clock? It is 1 o'clock. That's a supercell that moves on through. So the HRRR still thinks that there's a supercell that forms here. So we just gotta wait. Gotta wait for an hour or two before a said supercell forms. There's a couple of them, including the report of a tornado with a brief tornado. Like that's gonna help. Oh geez, what the heck is that? Indianola? Wait, what the heck's getting hit by Indianola? Oh yeah! Massive line of storms. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we just saw the line of storms just completely curb stomp. Yeah, look at this. We'll watch this here for a little bit. This is in Indianola, Nebraska. I'll eat my sandwich while I'm at it. That's a lot of lightning. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of lightning, actually. This is Indianola, Nebraska. Yeah. This is all happening live, by the way. This is not, you're not dreaming. And this isn't fake. This is an actual supercell that's producing this much lightning in real time. I'm eating a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. That's what I'm eating. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I could probably sit here and watch this all night. Yeah, Camera shaking from the wind or the thunder that loud. It's probably trembling in fear, honestly. Honestly. Yeah, this is kind of a, Oh, what in the world? Okay, one person's down. There we go. Which camera is that? This is the Indianola, Nebraska camera from Via Aero Wireless. Get Morgan on? Yeah, we probably should get Morgan on here soon. Probably keep my sanity. This camera's starting to shake more and more, and I think it's starting to finally be curb stomped by all the damaging winds and rain and hail that's hitting it. Yeah, I can't imagine being in this, but that's a lot of lightning. That's a lot of lightning. All of it is lightning. That's, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Is this a confirmed tornado warning lead storm? No, this is in Nebraska. Although it used to have a tornado on it. Keyword used to. Yeah, the rain has taken over, and everything is now basically an epileptic seizure warning. So we're gonna take it off. I would love to continue to pulverize my eyes, but you know what? Probably not the move. Not gonna lie. Oh, wow. Hold up. Look at that. There's even lightning in the cell here in Colby. Look at this. This little cell is having a whale of a time. Hold up. Let's see if I can see something from Hayes. Can we see something from Hayes finally? Yes, we sure can. Look at this. Look at this. Woo! To all the channel members in the chat, can I get a, I don't know, can Get a Nate laugh in the chat. Put a Nate laugh in the chat. There we go. Get Nate laughs in the chat. Nate Pog. I honestly should name that Nate Pog. All the channel members in the chat do a Nate Pog. Sheesh! This lightning is crazy. Anyone else here looking to chase Oklahoma tomorrow? My chaser is. My chaser is definitely. Is there still a major tornado risk tonight? Yeah. I honestly should name it to Nate Pog. Honestly. Yeah, this is a pretty nice lightning show, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty nice. Whew! See the cloud to cloud lightning all across the board. Yeah, pretty gnarly to say the least. Gotta say. Bruh. Yeah, no, this is some pretty crazy stuff that's happening here near Hayes. Actually, there's a storm that's moving on through in front of Hayes too. So look at this. We're going to be watching a passing storm here. Pretty crazy to say the least. I'm going to go double check this rotation down here in Plainview. Might be the chance for another tornado warning in Texas here pretty soon. Maybe. But as of right now, there's a lot of lightning here. Definitely a lot of lightning. Uh, Gracias, Maria. Gracias. Yeah, big storm that's moving on through here. Pretty crazy, to say the least. A lot of lightning with it. Okay, so do we take a look at this storm right here? Or do we go over here to Colby and take a look at this storm right here? We could do this as well. This looks pretty sick as well. Look at this. So much lightning here. So much of it. Actually is kind of insane. Yeah, this is some pretty crazy cloud to cloud lightning. Pretty crazy. Watch above the storm. Is there sprites up there? Lubbock, Texas rotation? Yeah, I saw. Should we do a break into our regularly scheduled, interrupt the regularly scheduled program real quickly to bring you tornadic rotation? There is some here. There is something here-ish, but it's just, right now, this is probably the only instance as to there could be a tornado. The only instance. So halfway plain view, hail center. Definitely could see something. Wait a second. Hold up. I have an idea. Texas. Texas traffic cameras. Wherever Lubbock is. There's Lubbock. Nice. Okay, now, if I could just figure out what these places are. Let's see. Underwood. What road is this? Oh, I don't have the thing up. I still don't have the thing up, apparently. Well, that's nice. Time to load in some Texas place files here, or shape files. Texas. Do that. Import. Allow this to continue to move on through. We gotta do this quick. Come on, GR2. Thank you. Alright, what road is this? This is County Road 255. 255. 255. Go to the map. Go to the map. We can go to the map, surprisingly. Come on. You're looking north? It's got an image here. Oh well, this probably has a tornado warning on it here. Probably does. Yep, and there's the tornado warning. I gotta find Lubbock's radar again, because yeah, there it is. So here's the tornado warning. This is for Hale County in Texas. We've been kind of looking at this. It looks like it's probably consolidating to the point where it could be on the ground now, and that actually is some pretty strong velocities. Very strong velocities here with this storm. You can see here that this is the hook as it wraps around. Big rotation with the inflow coming in. And so right in the middle, right at the top of the hook is where the tornadic rotation would most likely be at. This is moving north towards halfway. So if you know anyone who lives towards halfway in Texas, this is north of Lubbock. I'd highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So pretty strong rotation with this storm. I'm trying to find... Oh, the velocity's just plummeted significantly. See, it did look like it was on the ground. I wonder if it tossed up debris. And if not, then probably didn't have a tornado, surprisingly. Yeah, surprisingly, it didn't do as much. Yeah, I'm trying to find... There's no, cameras. This is not helpful. Do not have any cameras that are actually live, so that's fun. No traffic cameras. So we cannot see the tornado. Unfortunate, chat. Where is it? There it is. Holy crap. Still don't see any debris. Still some pretty strong velocities, I'll say that much, but nothing really too intense. Check the VRO camera for Imperial. We did. It was like really intense. You know what I mean? Like the lightning, it was just flashed every single time. Boom, 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 boom. Choked on outflow? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it just went into the cell. So storm motion completely changed after it diverted from the outflow boundary, and it just rode the low-level jet all the way into itself. So basically, it turned HP from its own hail core instead of the RFD. Which is kind of funny. Kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. But we're at 11,769 subscribers. We're 31 away from the good old 11,800. Could we get to it? Could we get to it by the end of the night? I don't know. But we might. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be a good goal for tonight. It'd be a really good goal for tonight. I mean, we already hit our goal of 1,000 likes, so I think that went pretty well. Honestly. Yeah, it deteriorated significantly. It died. You are given Discord? I don't know. I've got no clue. Sorry if I don't remember. I'm sorry. Hill City, Kansas storm went severe again? Really? Jeez, there's a couple of supercells that are moving on through here. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Camden, New Jersey. Of course there is. No YouTube? And I have no dice. No dice, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot from a tornadic perspective in Nebraska, but we still have these cells down here in Stockton and Hill City. So we could definitely see something. Definitely see something. All right, let's take a look a little bit at the lightning here. Let's just kind of chill out for a little bit. Even though there's a tornado warning there, we talked about it and how it's deteriorating as we watch it. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning with this storm. I'm not gonna lie, these storms have a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. Lot of it. Yeah, it looks like the cell kind of just straight up went right into itself and hoped for the best. Because the velocities plummeted significantly. I mean, we were dealing with some pretty strong outflow here, but then things just kind of... Yeah. Yeah, it really kind of just said no. What about this cell over here? What the heck are you? Oh, you're just another You're a cell that merged. Interesting. Fine. Hola, mi amigo.
Good morning, Vietnam. I just closed GR2. Dang it.
Congratulations. There's a
Thank
tornado
you.
warning in Hale County, Texas.
There's a Boeing segment in New Jersey. I'm just kidding.
I saw Camden.
Wait, you're seeing that too? It's not...
There's a severe thunderstorm warning that's literally going through Pennsylvania.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the thing by Allentown.
Oh, that? Yeah, no, that's a thing. I'm talking about the thing near Philly. Philly special is right here. When I mean
Radar
Philly special, I mean
saying-
60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Radar Omega is saying, hey, we aren't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. So still a 15 sig for tornadoes tonight, but the window here near Colby is kind of shutting a little bit. The area's out in front of it near Hill City, however. Oof.
Okay, Nate, FYI, don't look at TPHI if you're or TPHL if you're gonna try and look at the severe warning near Philly. It's absolutely awful.
Why would I look at that anyways?
Because yes, Whomst, Mason 9.
Why is there a supercell that the HRRR sees? The latest latest 1Z. Supercell forms.
New severe thunderstorm warning for the southern end of that line. 60 miles per hour wind gust, quarter-sized tail. That's going to be Atlantic,
Wait
Camden,
a
Gloucester, and
second.
Burlington. That will be until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
So this cell's supposed to deteriorate. The one that's been producing baseball-sized hail in McPherson. And then-
Baseball-sized tail.
Baseball-sized hail.
Baseball-sized hell. You heard it here first, folks.
Anyways, this one's supposed to deteriorate, but then there's supposed to be another one, another supercell that forms, and that one's supposed to be tornadic. Can someone tell you if Kansas is okay? Kansas is definitely not okay unless if you live like in southeastern parts. Then you're gonna be fine.
For the current moment, they are okay. Later tonight, probably not. Being
Yeah,
honest.
probably not.
All right, let's see. What is this tour? It has a reported funnel cloud 5 minutes ago, so that's nice. Ooh. What is this thing that's west of the tour? Why?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was really interested on it. It's really interested. But I think it was because a cell literally merged with it. And then it started to rotate a bit.
Yo, is the tornado warning cell literally not moving, or is that just me? Or is it moving north?
No, just go back in time
No, it's
and
moving
then go
north at 15.
Yeah, it's moving north.
Yellow TVS on the bruh.
Parameters are crazy. What about northwestern Arkansas? They're probably gonna see some severe weather tomorrow.
Arkansas, northwest Arkansas. Yeah, aren't they in? I don't remember what they're in.
Have you seen the new HRRR for tomorrow?
No, I have not. Should I be concerned?
If you want an event to bust, then sure.
Wait, no, it actually has it dying.
It goes linear. Unless if you take a look at this 1Z, then all of a sudden these supercells form across the line, and now it's a line full of supercells, so it doesn't make its mind up.
I tell you, man, the HRRR has not been good this week with much of anything. Like, It got the Northeast completely incorrect. I don't think any of the models, though, anticipated a big line in central and southern Jersey that expanded up north. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, regardless, I'm still gonna live stream because why not? But will North Texas see any bad severe weather? Depends upon where you are in North Texas, because if you're talking about here north of Lubbock and near Amarillo, then yeah, you're seeing some severe weather. You even had some severe weather in extreme northern panhandle. We had a couple of tornadoes, so.
I don't think we had one tour in the Northeast today. Sad.
We did not. Western Illinois. Western Illinois is not forecasted to get some things for quite some time.
What is southwestern Illinois, I guess?
Well, yeah, it's St. Louis. Like, if you're near St. Louis, then yeah, you guys could get some stuff tomorrow.
Nate, whatever is west of the tornado warning,
There's your stuff. So
it does not look good.
So damaging winds here you guys can get tomorrow afternoon. But like in regards to like big time severe weather events, nothing too crazy. But morning to afternoon hours, it's when you guys have a line of storms that really start to push on through into your general vicinity. Yeah, what the heck is that thing over on the...
Look at reflectivity on it.
It makes a lot of sense.
No one's gonna ever see that because it's shrouded in water, but...
Collin County? Okay, let's see.
Oh, by the way, Nate, sort
Yep.
of unrelated note, but the Knicks won. I'm very happy.
Congratulations. Was the violent tornado risk a bust today? No, we had multiple violent tornadoes. And it's not even done yet, so we can't call it a bust. Collin County, not today. Not tomorrow either. Maybe tomorrow night, late tomorrow night into Friday morning. But Collin County could see some stuff. Not tonight. Brother, it's graduation tomorrow. How would Northern Kentucky look?
Northern Kentucky shouldn't be too bad. Maybe an isolated severe threat with what the remains of the MCS is going to be, but I don't foresee anything too significant tomorrow.
Yeah, it depends upon where you are in Kentucky, honestly. Like, if you're in Western Kentucky, then you guys could definitely see some severe weather in the late afternoon to overnight, or evening and even overnight hours. But then these storms really start to kind of like push on through.
Nate, what you were saying about Western Illinois tomorrow, for whoever asked about that, the entirety of Western Illinois is in some sort of severe weather risk tomorrow. If you're talking about areas of northwestern Illinois, like Quad Cities, stuff like that, then you are in a marginal risk. If you're talking about areas of Illinois that are on the opposite side of the state line of Hannibal, Missouri, on the opposite side of the state line there, you're in a slight risk. So you guys do have a chance for some damaging winds and hail tomorrow as the MCS decays and comes towards your general vicinity, as well as actually a tornado threat, as there is a 5% chance for tornadoes for areas on the opposite side of Hannibal, Mississippi, Hannibal, Missouri. So for whoever was asking about that, you might actually get something tomorrow. Why is there a marginal in Colorado tomorrow?
Because there can be. What do I look at on the HRRR? I look at dew points. I look at significant tornado parameter to cherry pick soundings because I learned soundings.
Because why not?
Well, I love laughing at the idiocy of models. And then I look at Cape. I look at 500 millibar winds. I look at 850 millibar winds. And yeah. Where were the violent tornadoes? In Kansas and Nebraska. We've had plenty of them today. stuff probably didn't hit anything, but yeah.
What? Why is the 3K still forecast an area of freaking balloon photographs? What the heck?
I'm actually curious. Hold up. This is going to be a little off topic, chat, but I'm going to show my bias for the Mid-Atlantic here.
We love the Northeast. We love our damaging wind.
Yo, I could chase on Friday.
Friday?
There's a low pressure system that comes on through and says hello.
No. Really?
Look.
Wait, you're north of a marginal on Friday. Friday there ain't
Look.
much.
Well, take a look, you donut. You'll be able to see.
Which run? Nam, I presume?
Nam 3K, whatever you want.
Let's use the 3K for starters. Am I looking at the Mid-Atlantic or the Northeast?
The Mid-Atlantic, because the low pressure only gets to Pennsylvania.
Well, crap.
Yo! The parameters are actually not bad. I would just have to travel to the middle of West Virginia. What's the geography like out there? Hold up. I'm considering.
Mountains.
With no dip, Sherlock. How bad are the mountains?
Wow, that's not bad, actually. What about the HRRR? It's been doing horribly lately.
They're still pretty bad. They're still pretty bad. Well, actually, no, it's not that bad. Huh. Once you get into extreme western parts of... Yeah. Yeah! Hold up. Let's see. I mean, you have hills. There's some pretty big hills that might be pretty unfortunate. I might not see a whole lot.
Logan was
what?
storm chasing at the top of the hill in his town today.
Congratulations.
Very
Would he like a cookie?
Yes.
Jeez. Oh, wait. What is this? Some farm. Yo, this is actually a not bad clearing. Mountain Girl with a $10 super chat says, thank you for your time to help teach others how to read models and radars. Sorry, but the Avs will win the cup. They probably will win the cup. They're that insane this year that...
Not if the Wild get to them.
Morgan, stop showing your bias.
By the way, speaking of Wild, Vegas and Minnesota tied at 0s, ended 2.
Yeah, you know what? This actually might work. We might be able to chase in western West Virginia.
Do I take the radar coverage for that?
Why would you? It's western West Virginia.
Because yes.
You're an idiot.
And then I can be your chase command, because why not?
I probably will be live streaming. West Virginia is only mountains, dude. Yes, I know. I lived here. But you see, the thing about it is because I've lived here, I've also chased here. So I know how to work the environment. Oh yeah. Oh
Nate,
yeah.
watch out, Nate. Watch out for that thing southwest of the Tor. Just saying, it's.
Is
kinda
it
going
serious?
Give it time, and it might.
Yeah, it probably will. Honestly.
What's its environment? 3,000 cape and 200 elicity.
Quality content.
And 60 knots of share. All right. Well, it appears that the time has come, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, what are these cells in Kansas doing now? Have you seen this for yourself?
Me?
Yes, have you seen the cells, what they are doing
No.
in Kansas?
What radar?
Any. You can use Hastings, you can use Goodland, you can use Wichita.
All right, Wichita, what you got?
Yeah, what is it doing? 90-mile-per-hour severe warning in Texas?
Eh. Yeah, Lamb County at 9:52. A severe thunderstorm was located near Fulton, 7 miles northeast of Littlefield, moving east at 35.
Ow.
This is a very dangerous storm. 90 miles an hour wind gusts and 2 inch hail per West Texas mesonet. Jesus.
Ow.
And a tour possible. Okay, that's
That severe thunderstorm warning is kind of insane. You know,
what are these Kansas cells doing? What the
90-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Like, what in the actual... Hold up. I want to see something here. Bro, Morgan, this thing is literally 6 miles per hour away from being considered a Category 2 hurricane strength. 6!
folks, it appears the time has come.
What is going on? A 90-mile-per-hour severe
That's
thunderstorm.
Lamb County. So the thing that we've been talking about that might produce the freaking big nadir, if it actually does what we think it might, is 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, a tour possible tag, and 2-inch hail going on 3 inches per radar. What? I feel nothing but pain. Actually, that's not true. The next one, I don't feel nothing but pain.
Will Burlington, Iowa get severe weather tomorrow or tomorrow? What do you mean?
What?
Hold up.
That's
Let's
something I would ask.
let's take a look at Burlington, Iowa. And let's see, where are you at? You're along the Mississippi River. And you're south of the Twin Cities. So yeah, you guys can get some damaging winds earlier on in the morning. How often do you get hurricane force gusts located in Maryland? We don't.
I mean,
We don't.
if you have a really, 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 really
Morgan.
strong low pressure, which never happens.
Morgan,
Yes, Nathan, can I help you?
we don't.
I do.
Congratulations. You live along the Hudson River. Go away.
I do.
Go away. I don't want to
No.
hear it.
No.
Well, then I'm going
By the way,
home.
the tornado warning rejuvenated itself.
How? Why? Why?
Look at it. Look at it.
It's... Can these storms just die?
I think it
Please.
ate its info.
It's honestly... This is quality content right here. Okay, so it seems as if we're going to be the only channel to cover the hurricane force winds tonight, which is going to be pretty
Welcome to
monk-ass.
the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. Here we go.
Quality
Severe warning
content
in
right here.
Oklahoma.
Isn't there a report of a funnel cloud or a wall cloud with that? What's his face?
Funnel.
Not a funnel. Don't look at me.
What is that?
Yeah, there is a report of a wall cloud with that severe in Oklahoma. It's near Alva. East.
Oh, you're talking about the severe?
Yeah, I'm talking about the severe.
Oh. All right.
Had to be some of the hardest straight line winds ever, 146 miles per hour. Yeah, and think of it that way. That's category 4 hurricane force winds with just a thunderstorm. And we're close to category 2 with that one in Texas. 90 mile per hour wind gusts and 2-inch size hail.
Sorry.
That is pretty crazy. What? There's the storm in Oklahoma is actually rotating.
Stop the cab.
Get ready for the flood of Ryan Hall fans waiting for another stream to watch. We're going to be covering the hurricane force winds tonight in Nebraska. And then once that continues to move on through, then we're going to head off for the night and we're going to set up for our video tomorrow morning, or my video tomorrow morning, which I'll upload and give you all an update, or an in-depth update as usual, of what's going to be happening with severe weather. So if you want all of that, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you may be up to date with all the stuff that I do.
Subscribe to the Hockey Girl N8 YouTube channel.
I don't like you, Morgan. I hope you know this.
Believe me, I've known this for a very long time.
Well, anyways. This means big naders. Well, there still is the chance for some, because there's actually some supercells that move on through here in central Kansas overnight. So we're going to continue to exist here, and we're going to cover the hurricane force winds that go through Nebraska.
Oh,
Plus-
by the way, Nate.
Yeah.
By the way, Nate, speaking of winds, keep going. I'm just going to look up something here really quickly that I want you to look at.
Hello from the Ryan Hall channel. Well, hello. Ryan Hall, y'all's a pretty good guy. Him and I have talked a couple of times. We did an interview together with Fox 5 in New York, so he's pretty cool. But yeah, we're gonna be covering the hurricane force winds that are possible tonight, including the severe thunderstorm warning in Lamb County in Texas, north of Lubbock, that is warned for 90 mile per hour wind gusts and 2-inch size hail. And there's a new tornado warning in Texas, apparently. Where?
Not on my screen.
Oh, yeah, there is. Look at this. A new tornado warning for Hale County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And
okay, it is on my screen. All
yeah, it's basically the old rotation that's rejuvenated itself. So areas here near halfway, if you guys live over here, you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because you do have some tornadic rotation here. Now, this is heading off to the north, so areas near Edmondson will most likely get impacted by this, but it is moving relatively slowly to the north. So there is still definitely some tornadic winds with this, but it's also going to get hit by this other storm that has 90 mile per hour winds and 2-inch size hail. So
yeah, and about that, it's now showing up on base velocity is 76 mile per hour wind gusts.
Yeah, that's
78. I stand corrected.
Yeah, no, 79.4
Where?
in the storm.
I only see 78.3.
Well, you might be blind. Oh well.
Wouldn't be surprised. I'm not wearing my glasses, God.
But yeah, we're going to be covering these storms that are going to be producing hurricane force winds.
August 10th, 2.0, folks. Live here tonight.
Of course.
Mount Holly. What do you want? Severe thunderstorm warning updates. Cancels for Camden County. Continues for Burlington and Ocean. That will be until 11:15 p.m. So you got another 10, 15 minutes on that. 60 miles per hour wind gusts. In addition, the severe thunderstorm warning for Atlantic, Burlington, Camden continues until 11:30 for 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So it seems like the hail on both of those storms is starting to diminish to a rapid degree. But regardless, areas downstream of that, and I'll pull this up here really quickly, areas downstream of that, which include Chatsworth, Tabernacle, County Lake Estates, Presidential Lake Estates, really anywhere near the KDIX Mount Holly radar site. are going to need to take their proper precautions. There's what?
Speaking of lightning. Oh yeah, in there. What are the
Hey, Nate,
storms are about? What?
for memes, if you want to look at the Mount Holly radar site, down to the southeast of it, look at velocities, like the immediate southeast.
I'll have to in a bit. I'm looking at something. I'm trying to see what all I could find with some of the sky cams here in Kansas. Oh, we have lightning in the background. Okay, that's nice. So this is downtown Wichita. There aren't any thunderstorms that are moving on through here, so we're just trying to find some nice pictures of this moving on through. So there's Colby. Colby's definitely having a whale of a time. Hayes is also going crazy. Got a lot of lightning with that storm too. What about Orange Skycam? I'm curious. Now, I need to go find the one that's all the way down in Emporia. And I believe this is looking at... Is it looking at the storms, or is Emporia too far north? Emporia might be too far north. It is. So I gotta basically find stuff in Eureka. Is Eureka there? No, there is not. Holton's somewhere over there. But we do have some pretty good cameras here to watch for tonight, so that whenever stuff does get crazy, we'll be able to have it all up for you. So yeah, we still have the tornado warning up and going. I do want to take a look at the cell in Oklahoma, because I do believe that that could go tornadic here soon. Definitely has some strong gusty winds that'll be surging off, and usually when there's strong gusty winds surging out in front, you can get this overlap where your rear flank downdraft wraps around, or basically all the strong gusty winds with the rain basically makes a loop-de-loop and curls in and creates your tornado. So that's the oversimplification, more or less. Exactly 500 reports today. Jeez. Yeah, how many reports were there specifically for each one? Let's take a look.
Nate, did you check your DMs?
Yeah, I did.
Check what I sent and do what I told you.
I don't like you. I don't wanna. What?
It's for comedic value.
You got asked by ABC?
It's beyond me as to why they are interested in tree limbs. I got asked by
CBS 2
ABC,
News here.
CBS News 12.
News 12, New Jersey.
It's beyond me.
Morgan.
I don't know. Don't look at me.
All right, well, that's cool and all. Bruh. Okay, well, here's the reports here for today, severe weather. Here's the reports for severe weather as it moves on through, and the beginning shows 24 filtered tornado reports. 24. This does include the one tornado warning that was up in Sioux County, Nebraska. So there was a lot of activity there, to say the least. Plus, the Northeast had a bunch of wind reports, but then again, that's kind of normal, seems how everyone lives up there. But you have quite a bit of reports here. so far within this severe weather event in the plains. Yeah, 500 unfiltered, 321 filtered, 321 filtered.
I love how there are 10 bajillion wind reports in the Northeast today. Love to see that.
Northeast gets active again. Is Peoria, Illinois going to get bad tomorrow? Not as bad as some of the areas west of it, yeah. But you guys still might get some stuff. I do want to take a look at the tornado warning again here in north of Lubbock, and this cell still looks pretty crazy. So I'm actually going to go 2-panel here. I'm going to go 2-panel. I'm going to go to the base velocities.
Where are my glasses?
And we're going to go about and show you the progression of these storms, more or less. Actually, I got an idea. Turn it off. Configure polling. 2 hours or more. Well, that makes sense.
Am I stupid or
Go 8.
no? I'm not stupid. That's a first. Watch 207 canceled. I don't remember which one that was.
It's a severe thunderstorm watch.
207. Oh, that was Wyoming, Nebraska, and South Dakota.
Right. Let's see. 90-mile-per-hour storm is getting more organized. I know, right? They issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for it, and now it's at 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with ping pong ball size hail. But I still find it funny that they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for 90-mile-per-hour winds, and it still is showing 90-mile-per-hour winds on the severe storm, which is kind of funny. Do you think tomorrow will be worse than today? I mean, just by what the models have said as of late, probably not. It'll be equal. But
Nate,
what?
Two things.
What?
One, the storm south of it is now VDS, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. The one south of the 90 gusts one. Two, the one that's 90-mile-an-hour warned is doing the funny and has rotation on the south end of it.
Yeah, it's definitely trying. But yeah, that's 2 storms that have 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater, including this one that's...
The 80-mile-an-hour wind warning will be going to areas just north of Lubbock. So if you know anyone in Roundup, Shallow Water, New Deal, north of Lubbock, along Interstate Route 27, United States Route 84, you need to tell them honestly to take their proper precautions again to their most interior room of their building, because these winds are no joke and they've only been increasing in the last several minutes. So if you know anyone who resides in that area, tell them better be safe than sorry in this instance, and they should take to their safe spaces. I'm getting a read of 85 in that storm, which is heading right for Roundup. So
yeah, I just saw that.
There just needs to be very weather aware and needs to take their proper precautions once the storms get to them. Roundup is very small. Jeez.
Yeah, that's the only thing about it. But a massive line of storms here in Texas. Who would have thought?
Wait, Nate, it did the funny. The 90-mile-an-hour wind thing did the funny as it entered the tornado warning. Look at it.
Oh, come on. It's got rotation.
It actually is doing it.
There's the normalized rotation.
So that CC might be there soon, honestly.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Okay, besides the fact that there might be the possible tornado, if you took like by itself the strong damaging winds, this could topple semi trucks along this interstate here, Interstate 27. Yeah, it does have a donut hole, the bounded weak echo region, and right in here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And yeah, there's the rotation. You can clearly see it. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens and blues are the winds moving towards the radar. And so this counterclockwise motion in the atmosphere indicates a tornadic rotation. Not always, but in this case, it does. And so this is a tornadic storm that is trying to produce a tornado. Do me a favor and give me a nutshell definition of a derecho: a strong, damaging wind event, a storm that creates some damaging winds consistently for 250 miles. So it has to do damage and give wind gusts over 58 miles per hour. So that's what a derecho is. But yeah, that is a storm that went right into the other storm's tornado warning, and now you have two areas of rotation, two separate storms.
And the one that originally had the tornado warning is actually starting to pick its act together.
Yeah, it's definitely having a whale of a time. I will say that much.
SpectrumWith says an evident lowering where the rotation is centralized to the tone of 28 knots going down to the ground. So definitely a cause for concern if you know anyone in and around these areas. The 90-mile-an-hour wind warning has expired. A good amount of these severe warnings in the area have just disappeared. If we're taking a look just where the strongest winds are, you can see a strong batch of winds heading towards Hale Center. Strong batch of winds heading towards areas along Interstate Route 27 between Underwood and Alley. And then you have the big swath of 70 to 80 miles an hour wind gusts heading towards Anton and Roundup along Route 84. So you guys are in those areas. Any of them, you need to be in your safe space, taking your proper precautions.
Okay, two things. First off, like you said, except over in the VDS storm, the 80-mile-per-hour storm, the northern end of it is rotating. That's fun. Second off,
Where?
well, that's typical for bow echoes. On the northern end of the bow echo, it rotates. So it does have some.
Directly west of Anton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second off, we have a picture of what looks to be a tornado for the tornado warning earlier that had the strong velocities right before Ryan Hall y'all ended his stream, and that might be the tornado right there. That might be a tornado that was in progress right within there, which we weren't surprised if it was. It had some very strong velocities, but that right there is that is some tornadic looking clouds right here. Maybe even be a tornado. Might be a tornado. Isn't a higher risk on the SPC a derecho? No.
Not necessarily.
Anything can be a derecho.
Take March 15, or no, not March 15. It wasn't March 15. What was the Texas day? Crap. Texas.
I'm
whatever.
not smart. Don't look at me.
March 13, maybe, then March 17, March 25. All those were high risks for tornadoes. And in fact, March 25 actually went 45% significant, 45% hatched for tornadoes, which is above and beyond what you need for high risk criteria when it comes to a tornado risk. That day, obviously ended up being one of the biggest severe weather days we have had in recent history. That ended up producing several wedge tornadoes across states of Alabama and Mississippi, and even some significant damaging winds in and around those areas too. So not always high risks are not always for wind. Whilst wind is the most common threat when it comes to severe thunderstorms, it's not always the single most thing generated. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Castro, Hale, Lamb, and Swisher. That will be in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 70 miles per hour wind gusts and golf ball sized hail for those areas remaining. So you got another 40 minutes or so on that. People residing around there, again, need to be in their safe spaces. Cannot stress it enough.
Yeah, golf ball size hail can break windows, and even if you try to like witness the event from your window, it's gonna break, and that's not the best thing in the world.
We think we're going crazy over golf ball size hail. We should have tried the softball size hail warning earlier. That was
Well, I've literally seen golf ball sized hail break windows of houses. I mean, I've seen it multiple times, and it's just been, it's not anything that you want to be a part of, more or less, and you're gonna want to stay away from windows.
Consider that, and then softball size hail, the carnage caused from that, just insane.
You also have a 70 mile per hour wind gusts and a quarter size hail severe thunderstorm warning for northern Oklahoma. Ellis, Woods, Harper, Alfalfa, and Woodward counties, which will be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you got some strong damaging winds there in the northern parts of Oklahoma as well. And then you also have a couple other severe storms here in Kansas and Nebraska. Now, it looks like these storms are trying to start to consolidate. These other storms here near Stockton are kind of losing their mind a little bit. It looks like this might start to become a damaging wind threat sooner than I thought.
What? Lubbock, what do you want? Severe thunderstorm warning for Hale, Hockley, Lamb, and Lubbock. That will be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 70 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail for the affected area. What? Nate?
What?
The southern end of the southern Boeing segment is doing the funny.
Why is everything with those storms doing things? Why am I seeing 108 mile per hour winds within the southern cell?
Because de-aliasing?
That ain't de-aliasing, my friend.
You don't think so?
Dude, it would have been dying if it was. It's not. That's the issue here. These storms are... Yeah, no, that probably is some... Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for that cell. So what did they say? 70 mile per hour wind gusts. They probably should up it to 80, honestly.
Yeah, I have a feeling they will within the next few minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Burlington and Ocean counties in New Jersey. That will be in effect until midnight Eastern Daylight Time. Hold up. Yes.
What?
We must pay tribute to the marine warning gods.
Stop. Morgan, I just want to let you know, I don't think anyone cares about a stupid special marine warning. Not to hurt your feelings or anything, because I know you want to be a human drop song.
I'm not. So I thought I was a person.
You're not a special marine warning.
No, I'm a person. I care about it. Henceforth, your claim is invalid.
Not entirely. Point
Y'all, let
being
me know
is,
in the chat y'all let me know in the chat if you care about special marine warnings. Hashtag marine warning lives matter.
I don't like Morgan.
COVID minus 19.
Well, anyways.
Thank you, very cool.
Yeah, no, now we just wait for these storms to do things.
80-mile-an-hour wind warning, Hockley County. I believe that's already a thing, actually.
Oh, there's a new
Yeah.
supercell that formed in northern Kansas. New supercell that formed in northern Kansas. This might be able to one to do it. This might produce it.
What is it in the environment?
It's in 400 helicity.
Jesus. What radar?
Hastings.
Nate? Nate, we have a slight problem.
What is your problem?
Check the...
If it has something to do with those cells, I'm going to.
Check the screenshot I'm about to send you. What is wrong with this image?
They're really concerned for that buoy out there. They had to extend it that far. They're really concerned for that buoy. Yeah, so there's the cell in northern Kansas that actually might start to become tornadic here. It's in good environment, has a lot of energy, a lot of cape, definitely a lot of things. A lot of things going well for this storm. Echo tops and upwards of 47,000 feet. So that's pretty crazy. Yeah, definitely having a whale of a time. I will say that much. But these other cells here near Stockton are really congealed, and I think this is going to turn into your wind risk. I think it's probably going to be extended a bit further south, and there's going to be a lot more area to cover with this damaging wind risk. So areas north of I-70, that's right around where it was predicted for these storms to kind of fire off. And yeah, we definitely could get some action here. We are one subscriber away from 11,799. I'm not joking, you all. So I appreciate all the stuff that you guys have done for me here today. I really do. Share with the rest of the class, Nate? Okay, that's fine. Do you want me to share? There seems to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the middle of the ocean.
Legitimately.
And there was a buoy over here. And we really thought that the buoy was going to get impacted. And so they were like pretty scared. But yeah, there's a giant severe thunderstorm warning for the middle of the ocean. And that's quality content right there.
Cool. Thank you, Mount Holly. Very cool.
This is to most of you all, this may not make any difference, but usually severe thunderstorm warnings cover land and not water. They have special marine warnings for that. Yeah, the poor fish. I know they got to care for the fish as well. Do you think tomorrow's downtrending and will not be as bad as the outlook says right now? I definitely think it's going to be a strong gusty wind event. 100%. Probably could be a 45 sig wind. Probably could be. But the tornado risk definitely kind of just plummeted a little bit.
Depleted.
So that's unfortunate for the people who may have wanted to chase it. But it's fortunate for the people who are going to be impacted.
Yeah, wasn't Matthew going to chase?
He is going to chase. He's got one shot, which is the 3-hour window of supercells in northern Oklahoma.
Yeah.
which there is the potential. He will be our chaser here tomorrow. And so if you want to see a storm chaser exclusively, you know, with us engaging in him instead of just pulling it off of the internet or pulling it off of, you know, say a website or some sort of app, feel free to come back to the channel. We have Matt out there. He'll be giving us all of the exclusive information as to what these cells are going to be doing. And yeah, that's the plan. You know what else is the plan? These storms trucking east at 70 miles per hour. Dude, these storms are moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, and they have 70 mile per hour wind gusts within them. This is literal highway speed. Morning, Farmer Matt. Morning. How are you from the UK? You swear you see anime girls flash on the screen occasionally? You may not be wrong. Where will Morgan be chasing at tomorrow? Morgan will not be chasing. It'll be Matt.
Bro, I wish. Dude.
Yeah, Matt typically is on our live stream, although he did recently sign with a big storm chasing company here, so he might be signing a contract, which means that tomorrow might be his last storm chase for us on the channel. But he has had some phenomenal chases with us. He's caught multiple tornadoes. He even intercepted 2 of them on stream. And so, yeah, he's gotten a lot of information for us, and we can't thank him enough for being out here.
Of course, we're all thrilled that he's gotten this opportunity to
Oh, of course.
join a company that's really high up there in the storm chasing industry.
Oh, 100%. And then, you know, that means wonders because he's still, you know, him and I are still going to talk, and we own a Discord server. Well, I own a Discord server. He's my second in command-ish. And
Commandish.
yeah, because there's 2 other people that are with him in that department. But the point being is that he's going to be in the Discord server with me, and we're going to have two different audiences coming together in one giant place. And so there's going to be a lot more people joining the Discord server, and we're going to be talking a lot about weather and stuff like that. So that's where I usually hang out. If you guys want to join the Discord server, by the way, feel free to do so. Link is in the chat. We have quite a few people in here. Over 1,100 members in it, and yeah.
And now I see what you were talking about with the little mini rotations on the top of the QLCSs. Wait, no.
Did you see the supercells in northern Oklahoma?
No, I'm not talking. Okay. I thought there was CC on one of the Boeing segments, and I would have just committed die if that was.
No, that's not how that works. Speaking of which, how many members?
There's a storm developing near me. Cool.
How many members do we have in our Discord server now? Hold up.
Too many.
What do you mean too many? We have 1,165. Look at that. We're doing pretty well for our Discord server here.
Oh,
yeah, these storms are no match for a semi. 100%. That'll easily topple this. Easily be toppled by... Morgan, I don't think I'd want to know because I see what it is.
What do you mean?
Take a look at the northern end of the what was 90 mile per hour storm.
I'm not looking at that, but what is that doing?
I want you to go witness. I want you to personally go witness this storm having a 95 mile per hour pixel on top of 25 and rotating. This storm that is producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds is rotating.
Hey Nate, I can't turn my camera on at the moment, but you know when we're playing Uno, how when I'll draw cards, I'll just take my glasses off and basically push them against my head. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. You can envision that.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Is there a tornado watch at the moment? Yes, there is.
PDS.
PDS
Root.
tornado watch, which will be in effect for another 3.5 hours.
God, I am not staying up that long. I am sorry.
Neither am I. I'm as soon as
I
it
have
gets to
gotten-
1 o'clock or
I've
maybe
gotten
1:30.
10 hours of combined sleep over the past 2 days. I need sleep.
I need to get ready for tomorrow.
What's tomorrow? Oh. Forget what I said.
Gladly. Gladly.
Oh. 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 Ho 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 ho.
Is the tornado threat over? No. Or at least
No.
the HRRR doesn't say it is. And
Doesn't says it. All right.
doesn't says it is. Yes. Hello from Edmond, Oklahoma. Or hello from southern Pennsylvania. How do?
And hello from the sort of New York City area.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
close. I'm 10 minutes away.
yeah, there's a cell that literally forms about here at around right around midnight for us, and it kind of just becomes tornadic.
I don't. Ugh.
It does have a whale of a time. I will say that. Just join the Discord. Perfect. Oh my goodness, the veering in the photograph. There's a plethora amount of energy too. That'll work every single time. Yep. Definitely looks like these storms are having a lot of fun. And then tomorrow, you'll have your discrete cells that form across Joplin, because why not? And even Tulsa. And as this continues to move on through, yeah, tomorrow there could be a threat for some severe weather. Texas needs to stop producing storms. Go talk to Texas then, because I clearly have not been doing it right. Hello from Western PA. Well, that's not too far. Not too far away from me. Yeah, no, we're definitely still gonna cover the frickin' gusty wind looking storm. Because why not? All the way until it moves past the, we're going all the way until it moves past the main risk here. The main moderate. Gone down in the dead man's arms. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to go all the way until this main risk passes the moderate. So as soon as the moderate risk gets passed, more or less, which will be kind of the Hastings area all the way down to Concordia, down to Great Bend. Then, yeah, that's when we're going to call it quits. But until then, Quite a lot of time left.
Oh no.
Could tomorrow still go moderate for wind?
Not for tornadoes. Whoever says it could go moderate for tornadoes does not know what they are talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'd have to agree. The parameters just plummeted in the models. It was pretty bad. Yeah, speaking of outlooks, we can take a look at tomorrow's outlook here. So the categorical outlook for tomorrow filled in with this. And yeah, so these areas here in this dark green, this is your 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. This yellow is a 2 out of 5, and then this giant orange is in a 3 out of 5. And areas impacted by this do include St. Louis, Jefferson City, Springfield, Wichita, although Wichita personally I think probably will be out of the risk. They might get in the slight, but not in the enhanced. Joplin, Tulsa, Springdale, Fort Smith, Arkansas, Oklahoma City, Elk City, Lawton, Memphis in Texas, Woodward, Oklahoma. So that general vicinity could potentially see some strong thunderstorms, and I'm really watching out for the highest chance for tornadoes in northern Oklahoma, specifically from Ponca City down to Tulsa over into
Tulsa vicinity.
Ponca City has been consistently showing supercell that at least forms there. So there is definitely a risk for some severe weather here, and we're all going to want to take proper precautions approaching this event.
Nate,
What?
the cell might be trying to do it in northern Kansas, north of Smith Center.
Is it the one that I was talking about?
Sort of ish.
Eh,
It kind of clustered.
it did cluster, didn't it? The storm literally moved off into Nebraska. Yeah, the environment is just really, really violent today for just killing off thunderstorms. It's just some will sustain, others will not, and it's just a gamble with the capping inversion. Let's take a look at the capping inversion here real quickly. Ow.
Did you?
Yeah. Hey, there's a 14 violent tornado parameter in southern Kansas. If there were storms that moved over there, you might get your overnight wedge. I'm actually curious as to what the STP is in the middle of it. It's a 4.7. Huh. Interesting. It is a funnel cloud.
I was about to say, God, you beat me to it.
Yeah, these storms are really
It is a effing cloud.
a funnel cloud, yes. Most of these storms are really kind of just pushing on through here with some rather intense gusty winds. As I said, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Nate, did you see the fact that the former 80-mile-an-hour wind gust storm at one point had 95 on top of 26?
I told you that, you donut.
Oh, that's what you... Oh. Short intermission. Short intermission.
Let's see. Brian Holsworth with the $5 super chat says, could you please check Mankato, Kansas for me overnight? Please, thank you. Keep up the good work. Yeah, no problem. Let's take a look and see where this is at. This is northwestern Kansas. Actually, no, it's north central Kansas, actually. And, yeah, you guys are fully anticipated to get some very strong damaging winds throughout your general vicinity. Actually, if we go to the models here, we'll be able to see what all you guys could get specifically here. So, Mankato, if we go down to Kansas, there we go, is right about up here near this little storm up here, somewhere up here. It won't really matter all too much because you'll see in a second that you guys are going to get some thunderstorms that'll really start to consolidate, become some very strong damaging winds that'll push on through, and that'll most likely be your threat within the next couple of hours. And then as this moves off, you have another chance of some strong damaging winds, an hour, maybe two after that. And then that'll be more or less it. Maybe some scattered showers after that, but your main risk will be gone past that point. Can you please check Plainview, please and thank you? Yes, I can. Plainview. I saw it up here a second ago. Plainview, Kansas, I am assuming is what you are talking about. And so this is off to the north of Hayes, which is all the way up here-ish. Unless if you're talking about Plainview, Texas. Mankato? Is that actually how it's pronounced?
There's no way.
Person who lives over there said so, I think. Or who lives around there. That makes sense, actually. Mankato.
How's it spelled?
Man, Kato. I can kind of see it, actually. Eastern Kansas cell just went off. What? What do you mean? Alright, well, Plainview, Texas, I'm checking that here real quickly. The other one here, Plainview, Texas, you guys could get something. You guys just went through a bunch of activity here recently, actually. But as after all this, as this moves on through, first off, you're getting some strong damaging wind gusts and upwards of 70 miles per hour. So if you stay indoors, if you stay away from windows, should be fine. But then after that, should be all good. Should be all good as this continues to move on through, and that should be your severe weather risk for the evening. Double Agent with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Really do.
That was an hour and a half ago. Okay.
Morgan?
What?
Go to Wichita's radar now and look north.
Oh no.
I
Wichita?
Yeah, I think I know what they meant by the eastern Kansas cell. Morgan?
I'm waiting for my radar to download.
Look near Newton.
I'm about to get rained on.
Look at reflectivity.
Oh no.
And have fun.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's going. It's going.
This is a tornadic supercell. This is a tornadic supercell right here. Let's take a 3D of this.
200 velocity to work with. Only
The 200
Only.
is fine, to be completely
I
honest with
know,
you.
That's why I'm saying only.
Jeez, inflow notch. Inflow notch. Yep, this is a pretty prominent severe storm here. What I'm looking for is where the storm takes in its energy, and right here in this right in this cave right over here, that's where it's taking it all in. This is basically where you have your gusty winds that are wrapping around with some rain as this continues to move about. You have your warm, moist inflow coming in right within here, and right in the middle is where some tornadic rotation could form, and that right there is a that is a pretty prominent supercell here. And let's actually take a bigger 3D of this storm to actually show you what it looks like.
Tornado Watch, by the way, Tornado Watch 209 has been discontinued.
Is that the...
About 45 minutes late.
Wait a second. 209?
209. That was the one for the multi-cell clusters in the middle of the day today.
Oh, the one in Hayes and stuff.
Yeah, the PDS is 210.
Okay, I was just about to say. Now here's the 3D of the supercell in itself. And this is a cell and a half right here. This is a supercell and a half. You can see right here these little spikes at the top of the storm, and this could actually indicate that there is some very strong deep convection, some very intense thunderstorm activity. That's what convection means, and that is rising up into the storm, rising up so rapidly that it actually shoots up from the top of the actual supercell, and so that's why we call it overshooting tops. That indicates some intensification, some strong supercells that are moving on through here and about, so really something to watch out for this. Then we also have this little cave right within here. This is your inflow notch, but an updraft is holding all of this rain above so that the storm can actually take in all of the warm, moist inflow to actually intensify this thing. So it's actually a pretty strong supercell that we're seeing based off of 3D, and something that could definitely be tornadic here soon. So this is the reason why we stayed up. We knew there was still the chance for tornadoes. We also knew that there was the chance for some hurricane force winds, and we are going to want to cover this as much as possible, especially as this continues to move on through. And there's actually a 73% chance of this becoming a tornado according to the satellite and RAP analysis. So that is kind of crazy there too. I actually don't know why this does not have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, because maximum expected hail size is over 2 inches. Yeah, go ahead.
Break really quickly, random, but there is thunder outside of my window. There is...
Oh, I had thunder today. Yeah. It was pretty fun.
There's some stuff going on right outside my area.
How did I do the
And-
3D function? I have
Yeah.
GR2 analyst. And yeah, no, you definitely had a lot more action than I did, because storms went around me.
I brought my total this year up to 5 for severe warnings.
Congratulations. I didn't get a single
Thank
one. But yeah, I have a program called GR2 Analyst. It's honestly the best program out there in all of weather. But the only thing is, if you're actually a weather enthusiast, then this is probably the product for you. But if you're not, you know,
You're actually a weather enthusiast that can't afford to spend hundreds of dollars on a application
WSV3.
that spills paint on a screen, then just get Radar Omega even.
Radar Omega
That
is
a
pretty good.
application.
Yeah, for your phone. But if you want one of the best radar products out there for a computer, GR2 Analyst is the way to go. 21-day free trial with a, well, after the 21-day free trial, it shuts off unless if you purchase a key, which is for $250, but you can use it on as many computers as you want. You can customize it however way you want. You can add on stuff. It's just a good program. I absolutely love it.
And it is raining.
Yeah, it still has some good rotation. If it wraps around its RFD, it's game over. What about GR level 3? It's doesn't have the 3D function for it because of how low the resolution data is. Basically, it has a different data type. It's good for
Nate?
chasing though. What?
Nate, the cell that we were talking about by Walton, look west of that near Hutchinson. These cells that are around this area are starting to go. Look at velocities.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This is the environment we were talking about. Oh, and the storm up in Walton is starting to gather a pretty prominent RFD.
You know what? I'm gonna take a 3D of the storm up by Walton because I'm curious.
I already took a 3D of it. It looks pretty mental.
Oh my good lord!
Go to not ISO surface, the opposite of ISO surface for me,
Lit
and take a
volume.
look. Yeah, lit volume. Look at it.
Oh,
It actually looks pretty crazy.
that looks insane.
Please check Plainview, Texas. Yeah, I'll do that here.
So that column where the RFD extends out.
I know, right? So Plainview is currently getting some damaging winds, but nothing too severe because the cells kind of deteriorated from a linear perspective. So that is the good news here. But there still is the chance for some severe weather, maybe even something tornadic south of you all. But Plainview in itself, you guys are fine. So you guys are good. Have you ever seen two supercells merge? El Reno and Joplin. That's how that works.
And we all know what happened with both of those. At least most of us do.
Well, if there's a lot of energy, you got to have a lot of energy with it as well, obviously. But still, that's basically what happened. Cells merged, and then they just kind of spun up all the way into the heavens.
And just an FYI, Nathan, after being down 3-1 in the series, the Minnesota Wild are going to force a Game 7.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
21 seconds to go. It is 3-0 mini. Cam Talbot looking for the shutout. It would be his second of the series.
Yeah, this thing probably should go tornado warned here soon.
Yeah,
either that or severe
time
warned.
now.
That's a concerning look.
And that is it. The Minnesota Wild win 3-0. Talbot's second shutout of the series, Game 7 on Vegas, Friday night.
Yeah. Regardless, anywhere, yeah, there's a new severe warning for it. No tornado possible though. No tornado possible tag with this, which I'm kind of surprised. But yeah, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Harvey and Marion counties, and that'll be in effect until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I was about to say that doesn't make any sense, but then I realized. Yeah. All right. Well, the point being is that this storm has quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it, and in my opinion, it also has a tornado possible. So if you guys live within this general vicinity, I highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure if you aren't already. Although it is the middle of the night, so I'm assuming you guys are. Nate, is GR2 better than GR level 3 or vice versa for ham radio operator spotters? If you're storm chasing, GR level 3 is probably the way to go. Downloads data.
Low-res data.
It downloads way quicker.
Ooh, rain's starting to come down heavy here. By the way, that western cell is 68 on top of 5. We could get a tour for that sooner or later.
Yeah,
If the structure continues to develop. These storms are looking pretty interesting.
I mean, I definitely.
And it is residually thundering out here. Yeesh.
Yeah, the HRRR really kind of took a crap on tomorrow's event. But you know what? We got tonight here, and we're covering this. This most likely will do stuff. And that's the reason why we are still live.
Lubbock issues. No, rather expires flood advisory.
Tomorrow, what? Tomorrow's severe weather event. These storms are looking pretty mean. Not gonna lie. The cell down near Walton's starting to turn a bit more of a gusty wind threat. You guys can see this line right here that curls about. Got some strong gusty winds that are curling in behind it. And so if it can officially wrap itself around a lot of this rain around, you can potentially get a tornado. But for right now, it's a lot of strong damaging winds right within along here. It's a lot of activity here, to say the least. But yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm finding more and more reason to actually think that this might try and go. It's trying though. It's definitely trying.
Water wet.
For
So when's the MCS threat supposed to like really develop and
pick
go?
up within the next hour. Something like that.
All right. Trying to figure out how long I have to stay up.
I mean, this might even be the start of it here near Stockton. I mean, look at this thing. Giant severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail, but as elongated as it is. How confident am I that this storm will produce a tornado or two? About 40%. But I'd say at least a tornado is probably possible. So it may not sound like high confidence, but it's about half and half if you think of it this way. People need to stop going to me for their issues in Discord during red modes, because I obviously am not in the server. Know what I mean? Crazy lightning show in Colby. Shall we watch the lightning show, chat? Oh my goodness. Well, we wanted a lightning show. This is a dud. What do you mean? We had multiple violent tornadoes earlier on today, and we still got something more in southern Kansas. What state am I in? I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm enjoying the comforts of. Actually, there are no comforts. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Yeah, this is a this is all live, guys. This is not sped up. This is a live thunderstorm here.
That's an unbelievable shot. $62 knot. No, 62-mile-an-hour wind gust reported out of Plainview.
Yeah, this is kind of the place to be here. I'm not gonna lie. Hank would be all over that show, I know, right? I'll take a look at Arkansas and other places in a bit, but I kind of just want to admire the lightning show here. What website is this so you can look for yourself? Look up Colby, Kansas webcam, and it'll show up under ksn.com/Skyview Colby. You got a fear of lightning, so you would simply die if you saw this? Well, I mean, you would be pretty far away. This is about, what, 40 miles away from the actual storm? And lightning typically, you know, goes about for a good 10 miles. It can strike 10 miles away. So this would be like a nice show to grab, like, you know, a porch chair or whatever. Sit on your porch chair or even a lawn chair. And just sit here and look about. Do I think Olathe, Olathe? Do I think Olathe will get anything? They definitely could get some stuff later on tomorrow morning, honestly. Tomorrow morning is when you guys could definitely get some action. It'll be like around 4 or 5 o'clock, though. Maybe around 5 o'clock. I think you're starting to get some slight rotation on the Walton Storm. That's what I'm looking at. The Walton Storm's looking pretty crazy. You got hit by lightning in the motor pool at Fort Hood? Well, dang. That is extremely unlucky. Are there certain conditions where it creates sprites? Yep, but this camera is extremely low resolution, so we can't exactly see these sprites if they were to happen. However, we will have to just settle for this, and it probably will be fine. How do we go from get to the innermost part of your building to grab a porch chair? This is the separate side of the the state here, to where we're not being impacted, and like literally, okay, I'm gonna be honest. Whatever I do with the weather, you should probably not do. So if there's a severe weather around your house, you probably should get into a sturdy structure. But I'm the type of guy that would drive right into it and fully get impacted. I mean, listen, all the funds that I've been making from YouTube and stuff like that, either are going back into the stream, you can see the quality and all sorts of stuff, even with the slideshows down below, or it goes into me chasing. And I'm putting an actual weather station on my car to go chase. And I literally have it right here. I have my weather station outside, but I got my other weather station right here. And whenever I storm chase either severe weather or hurricanes, I'm going to get into the eye of a hurricane somehow, some way. It's going to happen. I'll be able to read with that thing. And everything will be happy.
I wonder... So, Nate, you know how Instagram now has the option to put your pronouns in your profile?
Yeah.
I wonder if I could change my pronoun to weather station. Or drop sond or something like that. Now I'm kind of intrigued. Hold up.
I don't... Why?
Yee. Mount Holly. Wait. God damn it.
Morgan! Language! It's a special marine warning! Is this on a loop? No, this is all live. We're watching this live.
A strong thunderstorm.
Morgan, why haven't you turned off your weather radio?
That's cool and all, Mount Holly, but I don't remember asking.
You have your girlfriend over at the moment?
No, she's on a call and her ears just got deadened.
Hi, Nate.
Hi, Krista.
Inter Discord call communication.
Yeah, this is in Colby Colby, Kansas. We're looking off to the north at some of the storms, and this is just some pretty insane lightning here that we're seeing from the Skycam.
Special marine warning.
My ears.
Wow, 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 wow.
Where's Nate's girlfriend? Non-existent.
Unfortunate.
I would play Piano Man, but my channel would be dead.
Nate, check DMs in a moment.
What do you mean?
No, no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. I was kidding.
Yeah, there is a plethora amount of lightning here. This is pretty crazy.
Just moves on and ignores what I say.
What? Bruh.
Morgan, don't forget to breathe while you're laughing.
Where's the fireworks show at? This is north of Colby, Kansas. This is live. This
July
is not.
4th is in like 6 weeks.
Yeah. Not over exaggerated, but this is a pretty intense lightning show here with this with these cells. Now, here's the thing. There's some other storms across the board. A lot of other storms here across the board. Texas, not as much of the risk here anymore, which is the good news. But the places that will most likely be in the risk is Kansas, Nebraska, and northern Oklahoma. Bruh. Bruh. We are all Nate right now. Yes, unfortunate. Unfortunate. I would play Piano Man, as I said. But instead, all I have is a...
And the Windows XP startups.
That's true, but that's not, for getting girlfriends. Not how that works. Let's see. Let's check out the Walton Storm. Yep, and while I'm doing that, I will search up Trenton, Missouri. Give it a second. The Walton Storm is doing it's okay, honestly. It's trying to rotate, but it'll be more on the back end behind the rear flank downdraft in this little gust front. And so right back here would probably be where a rotation would be. Another one could be like right here. These storms are moving so slow. How do I have a voice left? You see, here's the thing, okay? I kind of don't, all right? But regardless,
Right.
I still live stream no matter what because I just try and get the job done as much as possible and as efficiently as possible. So, what state is Morgan in? Northern New Jersey. He's
Northeastern Jersey, Bergen County to be exact, where we like our tree limbs down.
we will rebuild.
On that note, we were going around surveying damage today, and I forget what it was that
It was the tree.
yeah, there was a tree initially that we noticed that had small limbs down, stuff like that, all over the road. And then she said, "We will rebuild," and I just kind of face planted.
Jeez.
Bad.
Not gonna say too much besides join my weather Discord server. We have over 1,160 people in it. Actually, I think we have over 1,670 people in it now. So all the more reason why you should join the Discord server if you haven't already. Link is in the chat.
Shameless plug, Nathan.
Of course. It's better than saying like and subscribe and share and...
You donate to me. Sorry, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Morgan.
I didn't say that.
Morgan.
I didn't say that.
We are not Twitch streamers.
Clip it.
I love how I have a
No,
Twitch.
revise that. You are a Twitch streamer. I am not. You are a Twitch streamer.
This
and
is
you
true.
still are a Twitch streamer.
This is true. So Trenton, Missouri, I looked it up, and it doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot except for later on tonight, into tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning is when you guys can really start to get some stuff, get some activity more or less.
By the way, Nate, this thing, the thing by Walton is going bonkers in the upper levels. So if that just comes to the surface, then we're gonna have a whale of a time. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go get myself some ice cream. Ow.
Congratulations. Yeah, so you guys are most likely gonna get some activity tomorrow. You can see you have a lot of strong damaging winds that'll be moving on through at around 5 to 6 a.m. near Trenton. And some of that can be in upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, someone asked about... Yes, that was an anime picture. Don't judge. I'm just kidding. Feel free to do so. I don't care. Pratt, Kansas. Someone said that they wanted to talk about Pratt, Kansas, and what all is happening about that. And luckily for you, I have an idea as to what's not happening there, and there's not any severe storms around it. So Pratt, Kansas is going to be fine for the most part. Nate, when's the hot tub stream? What do you mean? I do plan eventually on having a Twitch live stream to where like I sleep, but then I make it so that specific like small amounts of donations is like push to talk and song requests and stuff like that. And it's basically going to kill me and make me, you guys are going to make me stay up throughout the entire night and stuff like that, which is pretty fun.
It's not like you haven't done that already, though, Nate. Remember the Louisiana thing that we did? That was almost all night.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, let's say sounds like a great idea right there. 10 out of 10 quality content. Krista just told me that this is a bad idea and that she's concerned for my well-being, and I said, okay.
Fuck everyone's well-being, including
Okay.
my own.
Okay. How do I feel about Topeka, Kansas overnight through tomorrow? I think definitely tomorrow morning you guys can get some pretty strong severe storms that can move on through. Definitely some in upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that could really push off at around 5 or 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. So there definitely could be a lot of activity as this moves on through. What about tomorrow for Tulsa? Tomorrow in Tulsa, there is the threat for some tornadoes. It's more a gusty wind threat now as the HRRR really does not like this event anymore. That's just one model run, but...
Triple R doesn't like any event. Anymore.
Yeah, to be fair. But there is still the threat for some severe storms that could move on through. Some could be severe, some could be tornadic. And I'm definitely going to watch out for this as time moves along. And I will upload a video tomorrow morning, so if you want to watch it, feel free to do so. It'll be uploaded sometime around 9 o'clock in the morning, although I'm going to try and upload it earlier. I did somehow this morning. I uploaded it at 8:30 Central today. With some...
Assuming Nate actually records with audio tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I know, right? There was this one instance. If you're a channel member, you'll be able to see bloopers and stuff like that. And there's actually a blooper of me. I literally edited some of the spots, but yeah, I kind of recorded a 25-minute video with no audio. And I just kind of was circling things and moving my mouth. And then
Good
I had
morning,
to...
good afternoon, and good evening, everyone.
And
my name is Nate, and I'm not doing this correctly.
Oh boy, Nate, who's your favorite waifu? There is a couple of them actually.
We're not having a conversation.
I'll think about it. There's a couple. I definitely have the one from my favorite anime, which is surprisingly not a mainstream anime. It's kind of one of those extra animes that are meh. I definitely like Sistine Fabel. That's always safe to say from my favorite anime. Oh, Krista can hear me now. Well, then now she knows that my answer is okay. Okay.
Nick, I can hear you the whole time.
Yeah, she could hear you the entire time.
That's fine. Yours is Rias Cremery? Okay. That's actually a not a bad pick right there. Look at the haze cam. Okay, let's take a look at the haze cam.
Why we look at A's cam again?
Because lightning. Ooh. Best waifu is Shrek. True facts, true facts.
God.
Yeah, pretty interesting fireworks show here from Hayes as well. How close is the storm in Oklahoma to Piedmont, Oklahoma? Hold up. Let's find out. Because I actually have no clue.
Oklahoma.
Piedmont is a bit too far south. Really far south, actually. You guys could get some severe weather tomorrow, but... yeah. Piedmont is really far away from this. As a matter of fact, it's about 70 to 75 miles away. So yeah. Bunch of nerds, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. See, I'm a weird person, okay? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a backstory while we watch our little lightning display. No, you don't know, Morgan. I'm just kidding. You do know. But you don't... you can mute yourself. You're talking to your girlfriend, so go have fun. You see, I grew up in West Virginia. And what I enjoyed as a kid was the weather, obviously. Big fanatic here. as well as I played ice hockey for high school. And I think, being a West Virginian, I could qualify myself as the weirdest West Virginian. The weirdest one. There's other people who are like hillbillies and stuff like that, all sorts of stuff. I think I can qualify myself as the weirdest West Virginian because I do not follow any of the standards that West Virginia had for me. I played ice hockey. And I liked the weather. Of course, I also watched anime, but that's like an extra thing. And it's like a fourth of where I lived in West Virginia enjoyed that. But not the point. The point being is that I played ice hockey. And I liked the weather. Who's your team? It was the Capitals 6 years ago. Then I changed to the Columbus Blue Jackets, and now I want to die. That is a good shot, but the camera straight up kind of just... Yeah. Well, Hay is kind of just... Yeah.
Sounds like a Minnesotan to me.
Well, anyways, we're gonna go back to Colby because Hay's camera just kind of just folded. When's the next Roblox storm chasing game live stream? No clue. It sounds like a Minnesotan. I should have lived in Minnesota. People probably would have enjoyed me. Probably would have had a lot more friends. And instead, I had to follow along with everyone who well, to be fair, I do like football as well. But
If you liked football, you would be a Vikings fan. God, that
no,
would stink.
I'm a Ravens fan. Allow me to exist as a Ravens fan.
And I'm a Giants fan.
And you seem to have some sort of hope for your season.
Oh, what sports teams you like?
Do I like the NFL? Yeah, my family is a bunch of season ticket holders.
Tony.
Kadarius Toney, bro. Krista, go away. No one asked for your opinion.
What did she say?
She knows exactly what she said.
Yo,
You
I
lost to the
don't.
Bills? Yeah, we did. To be fair, the Bills were a pretty good team. So. Yeah, the Ravens did curb stomp the Giants in 2000.
Wait.
That is indeed
I'm trying
true.
to remember. The Giants had 6 wins. Who were they against? Washington, Dallas, Philly, Cincinnati.
You guys beat Cincinnati?
Yeah, we did 20-19. And Seattle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you did beat
that's what it
Seattle,
was.
didn't you?
Kansas City Cheeks Kingdom. Imagine not
Bruh.
beating Tom Brady. Mesoskill discussion concerning TOA 211.
Ooh.
Couple lingering thunderstorm clusters may pose continuing potential for strong surface gusts into the midnight 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Why
Time frame,
haven't
the general weakening is expected to proceed, and a new severe weather watch does not appear needed.
why haven't they issued a mesoscale discussion for the PDS tornado watch at all?
Because no.
Why?
The last one they did was at 8:30.
For the PDS tour watch?
It was for 210.
Didn't think it was.
Wait. Watch 210 is only in effect for 7 counties. They almost completely shrunk it.
Wait, 210 is just for 2 counties now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A little bit of action still left. Go back to Wichita. Look at these storms up here. And we still have bits and bobs of rotation. That's going to start to turn into your wind risk right there. That is a consolidated line of storms that are basically going to kick some rear. And yeah, northern Kansas now has their wind risk.
Are you talking about northern Oklahoma?
No, northern Kansas. It's a giant bow echo.
Look at northern Oklahoma.
Why do I have to look at northern Oklahoma? Why are there embedded rotations within that line? Why is this... Why does it have a chance to be tornadic? Why is there a tornado watch here?
Why are you asking so many questions?
Because I can. So go away. Let's see. Fellow Jackets fan, they'll be good again one day. Well, seems how 1/4 of our cap space was on IR this past year. If we can re-sign Line and get rid of Dubinsky, we'll be fine. I mean, I know Dubinsky, we all have a soft spot for him. But let's be honest here. The past 2 years, he's gotten us 16 points in one season and 14 points in another for playing 60 games. That is not how you... That is not performing well in the NHL. So we could potentially sign Line A, as well as, hypothetically, I have some false hope, but false hope is good enough. We could potentially try and get Eichel by throwing 2 first-round picks at them. Tour threat seems to be done. Well, I mean, we did say we were going to cover the hurricane force winds that we're going to move on through. There's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now. This is great. Whale of a time. Not gonna lie.
I'm going to watch the recap of the Knicks game.
Oh, did the Wizards win today?
Probably not. They were down 15 after the end of the third quarter.
Well, Bradley Beal better have revived himself.
Oh, by the way, Nate, if there's one moment I want to show you from the Knicks game tonight.
Oh my... Morgan.
What?
We
Check
got,
instant DM.
we got curb stomped. We lost
What
by...
was the score?
We lost by 25. Jeez. Are you gonna stay up for the day 1 update? Do you think it's gonna stay enhanced? Probably not, because by then my live stream will actually have to be shut off because it'll be the 12-hour mark, and YouTube does not like it when I live stream past 12 hours. So Eichel seems to stay in Buffalo. Not really. Eichel kind of wants out because
Eichel's disgruntled.
yeah, Eichel kind of wants out. You guys think Aaron Rodgers will get traded? I mean, kinda. I think it's a possibility, but I really don't. I really think Rodgers will start to come to his senses here pretty soon.
Nathan,
What?
check Insta.
Well, come on, fine. I'll check Instagram. Do you like what they're doing in the NHL this year? Canada and the US. The Cup final is going to be us versus Canada because Canada isn't going to let anyone in the country. Well, I mean, Canada's going to have to face either Vegas or Colorado. Some team from over there.
I say it'll be Minnesota.
Minnesota's not going to beat them. If the Toronto Maple Leafs do win win that side, then what will happen? What I want to happen more than anything in my life is I want the Boston Bruins to win the East. And then the Boston Bruins go face the Toronto Maple Leafs in the Stanley Cup final and beat them in 7 games. I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm sorry. It has to
By the
happen.
way, Nate, on a scale of calm to really to I'm going to die, what do you think Steve Dangle's blood pressure would be at if the Leafs lose the series somehow? They're up 3-1.
Higher than a kite, honestly. Higher than a kite. Is that
You'd
a
have to get his
supercell? That's... What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would there be a supercell south of Wichita? And why does it have supercellular characteristics? Why is there a supercell? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna hope for the best.
We'll cover anything if it gets issued.
How
Right
long do you
now-
think these storms will stay strong for? All the way into tomorrow morning, but I'm not going to be covering it all the way into tomorrow morning because I'm going to have to make a video for you all tomorrow.
We need sleep, folks. Speaking of sleep, I think I get to do that soon.
Eichel would be an
Sooner.
asset to any kind of good team. He's got skills. I know, right? And if you can imagine Line A, Atkinson, and Eichel on the same line, that's kind of broken.
Atkinson isn't as good as people think, but okay.
It's not his skill as a shooter. It's his play. He's aggressive on the forecheck, and he can cause turnovers easily. That's the reason why he's on the PK. If you can create turnovers for players like Eichel and Laine, game over. That's the entire point. I agree Atkinson is not as good as he once was, but the point being here is, you know, yeah. Chinikov in the future, that is true, and if we don't throw any of our first round picks at any sort of star caliber players, then we will have a future more or less for our team. You don't know any storm chasing games? What's your recommendations besides storm chasers and Roblox? There
Outbreak
isn't.
will be coming out someday.
Yeah, Outbreak's gonna be coming out someday. Which, by the way, whenever we do finally get Outbreak, we will be playing it on YouTube. Whether it's, I'm not sure whether it'll be a live stream for the general public or if it's for members only. It probably will be members only, honestly. Members only, and then on Twitch. And so, if you guys would like to go watch that and stuff like that, get excited, because I probably will record it. And I probably will upload videos on it and stuff like that for when we just basically storm chase. And it's Outbreak is basically a simulation of real life storm chasing. So Roslovic looks solid this year too. That's the thing, but I actually want Roslovic with I want him with Bjorkstrand. Actually, Roslovic, Bjorkstrand, Atkinson's not a bad line. So it'll have to be something with Line and someone else. But the thing of it is you need to find someone that complements Line, and Max Domi is not that player. I'm sorry, if we still had Josh Anderson, probably would be a different story. How practical would it be to have a second shift to stream for overnight weather events? If I had another person that could probably do it, then sure. But honestly, there's not a lot of people that would want to stay up for a wind event, more or less. Your whole 20 members, my whole 34 members. Big difference.
Just go to his Twitch, y'all.
Yeah, just go to the Twitch if you really want to watch it. You watch the NHL? Yeah, I watch it quite a bit. Yeah, Outbreak is going to be phenomenal. Of course, I'll have to, storm chase whenever I get storms, more or less, but yeah, it'd be pretty insane anyways.
Do 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 do. What do I have to do? Do I have math? Do I have meth? Are there two of Miss Woman really put in the
Interesting. I just got a business proposition by the one and only. I will definitely think it over.
Ryan Hall?
No. Who's a good buddy of ours? Andrew with the $5 super chat says, thank you for watching out for us. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for tuning into the live stream. I really do appreciate it.
Matthew?
No, you donut. Who owns a frickin' company?
I feel like an idiot, but why would I know?
Where are we? This is in Kansas and Oklahoma. I feel like Morgan would have said, I don't know. Oh, I guess we'll have to find out. I feel like you would have said that.
Why am I supposed to know who owns a company?
Special forces have their own meteorologists with them. It's big in Army. I mean, whether when they jump into combat or do raids, it's very big. Oh yeah, 100%. You should stream Chell 2122. My goodness.
Oh, jeez.
That's how I want to die. That's how I would want to die. How's Arkansas looking? Well, Arkansas is fine as of right now. If we go down to the radar, you can see there isn't really a whole lot happening here. We'll go to Fort
Gets
Smith.
and he has no idea
No,
what.
shut up. Radar
Nathan?
is loading here. What do you?
Nathan,
What's your needs?
look Hastings radar site directly south towards Osborne.
I'll get there in a second. So Arkansas doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot at the moment, but tomorrow afternoon you guys could get some stuff, and that's when things could get pretty gusty. That's when I highly recommend you guys start watching out for some of your big severe weather that move on through. Damaging winds, spotty hail, chance for tornadoes is possible. Dallas-Fort Worth even gets hit overnight as well. Look at that. So, yeah. Threat for some damaging winds, spotty hail, and tornadoes is possible tomorrow, but not today. You guys are fine. Okay, I was requested to go take a look at Hastings radar site and look south. I'm looking south, and I see the southern edge of a Y.
The southern edge of a Y.
Can you get a key for GR2 analyst? If you can purchase it yourself, then sure, you can.
It has a TVS 83 on top of 31.
I can't do giveaways for GR2 analyst keys unless if I actually contact people. And even then that costs $250, so.
Oh wait, did we ever get to the $500 in donations thing so you would have to shave your beard?
No, we didn't.
Okay, chat, let us know if you want Nathan to shave his beard.
Stop! I like my beard. I like it. And now the city of Wichita is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, kinda. It's close. Downtown Wichita. Let's see. Where are we looking? We're looking the wrong way, apparently.
Nate,
What?
update on the tornado watch. It now only includes 5 counties.
Nice. Morgan might regret saying that. I know, right?
We're saying what?
Doing the funny. What is happening in Colby again? Hold up. Okay, so Colby's over there. Goodland. Oh, so there's just a giant outflow boundary that's moving on through. That's pretty cool. Where's Hutchinson? Hutchinson's not loading anyways. That's not really going to work. Oh, Pratt. Nothing really too interesting, honestly. It's fine. Let's see. People are saying... I see a lot more no shaves than shaves. Do I like Wisconsin cheese? Yes, I do. Those are pretty good. It's been late and I've been here for 10 hours now, and you're in Lincoln, Nebraska, and you're in the 30 significant wind. What's the timing so you know when to go to sleep? Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Here, let's go and take a look at Nebraska. And we'll show you as to when you can get your nice little severe weather. So, Lincoln, Nebraska is right about here. And you got some strong gusty winds that move on through at about, say,
And now there's only 4 counties.
in about 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours. That's when these storms will start to move on through your general vicinity. Might be a little bit earlier, but yeah, this is when this can really move on through and produce some very strong gusty winds. So, definitely monitor that. But yeah, Daniel Hartle, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Cyberpunk fan, music genre, not the game. I like anything that's really electronic and stuff like that. EDM is pretty cool. I really don't have a favorite genre of music, more or less. I just enjoy everything that's not the modern country. Old country, that's true country right there. I can enjoy that. But
Sweet home Matt.
well, I can enjoy some modern country songs, but no, Sam, no. That's what Morgan was saying. What we were talking about earlier. So yeah, these storms really just kind of straight up produce some very strong damaging winds across the board. Actually, the new scan came in and said there's a bunch of waves of damaging winds. So yeah, 3 or 4 o'clock in the well, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for Lincoln. Definitely could see that when it's starting to move on through. What's Tulsa, Oklahoma is looking like tomorrow? Tulsa, Oklahoma, huh?
Bad.
Yeah, severe weather is likely for Tulsa, more or less. Damaging winds, large hail, and even the chance for some tornadoes is possible. The HRRR just fixed itself, Morgan.
No.
The latest 3Z run.
No.
The latest 3Z run. Supercells along a line. Well,
Bro, that
yeah, Tulsa definitely could see some severe weather. It would be more or less around the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock time frame. And damaging wind gusts, large hail, maybe even the chance for tornadoes. I will upload a video tomorrow morning at around 9 o'clock-ish Central Daylight Time, although I did upload one earlier today at around 8:30. So if you want to stay up to date with that, feel free to do so. But, yeah. Omaha's in the target zone. I don't believe it's completely in the target zone here this evening. It is in a slight risk, I believe.
slight risk maybe, but not that.
It's in a slight risk.
It ain't the target area. What?
Yeah.
The HRRR is kind of doing the funny.
I definitely think it could have been a lot worse today, but this I think is what I expected here for the 15%. I really thought it should have been a 10% more or less, but yeah, or 10% sig. But yeah. Looking
What?
back for the main area of the 15% sig, you know, of course, I thought it should have been 10% sig. I thought the 15% sig was kind of weird. But, you know, it actually wasn't half bad.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Jewel and Mitchell counties. That will be in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Oh, we might get something here soon.
That with the severe, or with back by Gaylord, or with up by Phillipsburg, or what? What you looking at?
I'm looking at the cell that was from the Newton cell that's heading off north.
You're looking at
The Newton cell that's now north of Newton.
oh. Nah.
Look at velocities.
Nah.
Look at velocities.
I'm being Dodge City.
Look
Nah.
at NROT. It has a S. Yep, there is some things that are popping off around here. Is Joplin tomorrow going to be the same as Tulsa? It's about the same, honestly. Maybe, well, let's see if it's about the same according to the HRRR. I believe it is. It looks like it is. It might be a little bit less because it seems as if thunderstorms form over you, but it's not like the worst over you. So Tulsa might be a little bit worse. But Joplin definitely is in the risk. I'll say that much. Yeah, that cell could definitely start doing something. Would not be surprised, but it's got to get its act together.
All right, what we're doing here.
And the severe thunderstorm warning for Wichita has been expired, but a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for south of Hastings. And that storm is also kind of rotating pretty swell as well. Echo top's pretty high. This is a supercell. Helicity's kind of meh, so it's starting to drop off. So is Cape. This is your strong part one of your strong damaging wind threat, more or less.
Sorta.
Let's see. We got 11,850 subscribers here. That is greatly appreciated. Anything new on the storm south of Wichita? Not really. Honestly. The storms south of Wichita more or less are producing some damaging winds. Maybe even some localized embedded rotations, but it would be more of a damaging wind threat as well as some spotty hail.
Short-term forecast now for Lubbock.
Am I still awake? Sure am. Let's go. I probably will be going to sleep here pretty soon. Like, I would probably start to go to bed here within the next
Half hour.
yeah, 20 minutes. I'll probably close the stream within the next 10. Something like that. Unless if this storm here in Hillsborough goes tornado warning, then I'll just go Can we get some 3D shots of the cells? Sure. Let's go to the one here in Hastings and let's do a 3D of this one. We're gonna do a massive 3D. Like we're gonna get these cells all within one batch. Look at this. There it is. Holy crap.
Gray mane.
This
Mount
structure looks pretty crazy. This actual cell here near Osborne, I think this is the severe worn cell, has some overshooting tops right here. And so there is the potential for some deep convection to spread about within this. And could be a strong supercell to produce some large hail and damaging winds. Maybe even something tornadic. We'll see. Let's see. Let's take a look if there's an inflow notch. And there is a hint of an inflow notch in there. Will not lie. What time do my streams usually start? It depends, but it could start as early as 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and as late as, say, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But it honestly depends upon when thunderstorms start.
Nate, I've seen you start earlier than 1 p.m.
Well, that's in some other instances, like
May
emergencies.
17th.
Yeah, May 17th, as well as March 17th. March 17th. That was fun. But yeah, big time storm that's moving on through there and looking as crazy as ever. I mean, I gotta admit, these 3Ds look absolutely phenomenal. It tells you a whole lot too. A lot of the rain being held up by the updrafts here tells you how strong the updraft characteristics are. It's not exactly as strong of an updraft characteristic as it was earlier on today, so the storms have weakened a bit. But regardless, they still are quite the there's still quite the activity as this moves on through. Oh, and then this is just a radar hole right here. This little thing. It looks like you're in say like the eye of a hurricane, but it really is not. It's just the radar not picking up stuff right above it, because it can't do tilts that look right above it. Not how that works. Not how that works at all. Mankato is now starting to get some, well, it got one round of severe storms. Now it's going to get a second, and then a third, fourth, fifth, and a sixth. And, yeah. We're going to get a lot of severe storms later on tonight.
Flash flooding moment.
Is Jersey out of the woods? You see Jersey getting some storms right now? I'll let Morgan answer that one for you.
Well, New Jersey got their fair share of stuff today. Currently, we have some showers clearing out of the general vicinity. Still got some falling outside of my house. Temperatures tomorrow on the passage of the cold front are still going to rise into the 80s because, yes. Although the thunderstorm risk has diminished. This weekend, New Jersey is going to be expecting a lot of rainfall, and we've needed it for about a month now, and we're just going to get a good solid weekend of rainfall, which we've needed for a long time. So the main threat for New Jersey at this point is over. What really concluded it was the severe thunderstorm warning that was 3/4 of the way over the ocean. And really from this point on, tomorrow will be a dry heat. It'll be cooler and really, really rainy for the weekend, and then heats back up next week. I feel like we might have the potential for severe weather late week with an incoming low pressure system that may or may not put us in a warm sector. As the GFS has been very consistent with that, so I guess we'll have to see. Time will tell.
Yep, that is your local resident Morgan in New Jersey. Local resident Morgan.
Love our damaging wind risks.
But yeah. Why are the velocities? Why? Why? Was that a mesoscale discussion? It better have. No. Weather Watch number 211 has been canceled.
No, the TOA is 210.
Weather Watch 211 has been canceled. That's the one in Texas.
Yeah. They haven't canceled 210 yet.
Which is pretty funny. Does Morgan have a channel? Yes, he does. Royal NYR54. Bloody legend.
You'll see I haven't been active on it a lot as of late. I've kind of had some minor inconveniences, I think would be a good way to put it.
Yeah, that's probably.
So I should be getting back to stuff on that channel though as we get closer and closer towards the summertime, as I get more time for myself.
You know what happens in North Jersey outside NY? So then storms come from PA and they hit the mountains and break up by the time they get to New Jersey. I mean,
Why have I had 5 severe warnings this year then?
well, because you are specifically in NYC. So it basically does a recovery move and serpentines.
I mean, the storms today just kind of imploded from the south up along the line.
Oh my god, clouds. Clouds! Excuse me.
He thinks it's Nathan's bedtime.
Yeah, it is. It is. I would wait for another hour for the day 2 outlook, but honestly, kind of just want to go to bed.
It'll be there in the morning.
It will. The new rap for tomorrow really wants Big Boom.
Okay, boomer.
Bruh.
Funny. Ugh. Okay, I just sat on my balls. That was not fun.
Yep, catch you tomorrow. I think this might be a good opportunity to end it off. Seems how it's a little bit past 1 o'clock. We have a storm that's rotating on the southern end of the QLCS. I think it's the perfect time to end the live stream. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Wichita. And there's 2 storms that are rotating. Okay. Well, that's nice. Alright, well, the threat for tornadoes is still possible. There's also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are possible with Wichita. But, honestly, I'm probably going to need to go to bed. And so I fixed myself. But if you guys did enjoy the content, please be sure to like the live stream, as well as subscribe if you're new. If you subscribe, you stay up to date with all of my content, especially if you turn on notifications. Also share my content with people who you think might enjoy it. We had a lot of activity earlier on today, and if you enjoyed that, then please be sure to come back again, even with friends who may enjoy it as well. Also follow me on social medias. Same old. Twitter, if you want to follow me on Twitter, that would be greatly appreciated. We're 29 followers away from 800 followers on Twitter. That's pretty crazy. And then join my Discord server if you haven't already. Got a lot of people over in our Discord server here. And yeah, that should be it, more or less. So yeah, we'll head over and we'll move it to the stream is ending screen. And I think we should allow the music to take it away, more or less. Shall we?
Yeah, why not?
All right, well, that's going to be it. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy 8. And yeah, that's Morgan. I will see you all in tomorrow's video. So make sure you stay tuned to that.
I am bot.
Bruh.
Damn it.
Peace out. Wrong one. Dang. Try that again. There we go. There we go. Peace out, everyone.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder.